My name is Debbie Nakanelua, and joining me today is Manu Boyd.
Aloha mai kākou. I'm happy to be with both of you here in beautiful Juneau, Alaska. We're here at the University of Alaska Southeast, and this is the site of today's global launch ceremony. Now, a few days ago, we had a really beautiful welcome ceremony, which was down at A'akw Bay, the A'akw area. And but just like in canoe culture, weather happens, and weather is, they said by 2 o'clock today, which is in 1 hour, it's going to be torrential. So we're here with the gracious hospitality of University of Alaska Southeast.
Manu, I think one of the interesting things that we've noticed is we are more alike than we are different. Starting with the weather.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So how it can be raining in Kailua.
Yeah.
But Waikiki is sunny. It's kind of similar here.
And misty on Mount Ka'ala, you know, always. But no, and so, but this is in canoe culture also. You have to be ready for weather, and we don't really dictate the time. I'm sure the same with you.
It's the same, yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Since our welcome, our Alaska Native hosts and Hawaii delegation have been engaged in daily excursions, workshops, cultural exchanges, and of course, talk stories.
Today's ceremony is going to be beautiful. It's going to begin as it should be with our hosts, and these are the Alaska Natives and the protocols that they have, and beautiful drumming and singing and dancing. And then we will follow up with our protocols of Oli and Melihula and what have you. And then the afternoon here will end again with our hosts. So it's kind of like Hawaiian, Alaska, Hawaiian. That's how it's going to go. Oh, no, Alaska. You know what I mean.
Yes. So I think we were talking earlier, Manu, about the dynamic between culture and protocols. This is not our aina. No. We are the guests. Yeah. We are the visitors to this aina of Alaska. And we are very fortunate here today, this morning, to guide us through the Alaska Native opening ceremony. Joining us today is Marina Anderson. Mahalo for joining us today.
Sangay Uthlag, and the day is getting good. My English name is Marina Anderson. That's the name that I have for tax purposes. But my real name is Skafsit Khajad, which means dancing flicker woman. I am Haida, and I am Tlingit, and I was born and raised on Prince of Wales Island, which is south of here, where we'll be welcoming the Hokulea in a few weeks, and I'm very excited to do so. I'm very lucky to be the director of the Sustainable Southeast Partnership, which is an Indigenous values-led collective impact network here in Southeast Alaska. And so we do a lot of really good work here in the region, and so it's great to see you coming through, and you'll see a lot of our partners, as we call them, on the ground, and they'll be there to support you along on this journey as well.
I think, another interesting thing that we've learned is the kuleana, or the responsibilities of Native peoples here, transcend everywhere. Yeah. It's not just in certain places, certain people. It is for everyone. There is this sense of ownership, of direction, of future, of what is present. Just really inspiring. You know
what's interesting is that our Alaska hosts have been using the word kuleana a lot, so they understand a lot more than we think they do. And as you mentioned, kuleana meaning your responsibility, but the way we really all look at it as well, it's a privilege. It's the privilege to be taking care of one another. And just a quick comment about the hospitality. If you think Hawaiians have warm hospitality, we have been treated so well. I had to get a bigger shirt so I could fit in here because there's lots of herring and salmon that's gone in. But the eating and singing and dancing, and my legs are so sore from all these celebrations we've been dancing at, but learning so much.
Well, when you haven't seen your family in so long, how do you welcome them?
You know what? So this is really like a family reunion. That's what it's like.
Since we've seen each other.
I haven't seen you in 100 years.
I haven't seen you in 100 years.
Not
and
looking bad either.
A bit.
Oh, boy. Anyway, okay.
But again, really excited to be here. Thank you for helping us share your story, your mo'olelo, with all of our viewers today?
So again, we're here in Juneau, Alaska, and we're at the University of Alaska Southeast, and we're in the rec hall here, and you see the festive party lights, and we're about to begin with a beautiful, multifaceted ceremony that marks the global launch for Hokulea and its escort boat Kolea in this journey, this huaka'i, a 4-year-long huaka'i or journey, Moananuiākea.
Manu, if I might ask, what was, we were watching at home through the welcoming ceremony. If there's one thing that you really your mind about experience, what was that?
We, the Hawaii group, Kamehameha and faculty, everybody came together. We all faced out to the coming in of Hokulea way off in the distance, and it was like everybody knew each other from welcoming and so loving. And these people, they're huggers. They like to hug, like the bear. I guess the bear hug. Yeah. No, but I think that's what I really noticed. And also, because we're right on the ocean at A'akw Bay, the weather can change like that. It's here, and it rained right at the perfect moment. As soon as the crew stepped off the Alaskan canoes, it started to have a nice misty rain. Here we see the A'akw Bay welcome ceremony. Maybe you can describe, Marina, a little bit about the canoes on your side of the Pacific.
Yeah, so these days we have canoes in many of our villages. Traditionally, the canoe would belong to your clan, to your family. But these days we have canoes in our villages, and then we have some general canoes that are for other canoes that and when we have a gathering like this, when we have like celebration, which is our big get-together every 2 years in Juneau. Mark your calendar for June 2024. It's going to be a good one. Our canoes come on journey with each other, and they meet up along the water, and then they come in together as one big canoe family.
I would love to be there in Juneau in June.
Yeah.
June.
Yeah.
Well, I think when you see how ornate the artwork is as well, it resembles totem and your aumakua, your guardian spirits as well. Another connecting point for us, people who are of the land and of the ocean have this personal connection.
Maybe explain a little bit while we're looking at the drums, a little bit about, because they're so haunting and they're hit with with precision, and a little bit about the name of the drum and how that's used in your performance.
A'akw is the name of the drum, and I mean the way that it's used in our performance is different for everybody in the way that they sing their songs, and sometimes you'll see a really fancy style with the drum, maybe somebody going behind their back if they're trying to flirt on somebody that they just found out isn't their cousin, But then sometimes you'll see it a little bit more stoic and straight as well. I make drums out of deer hide, and if you've seen my drum, it's kind of translucent, and that comes from taking that hide and putting it in the river and letting that water, that fast-flowing water, rush through it and thin down that hide and make a really nice bellowing sound as well.
Well, we did see you with your drum night performing.
Many dinners that you keep feeding us and entertaining us, so we have to entertain you too. But you in particular, and you also composed, have you written your own songs? And it's similar in Hawaii, where contemporary composers are sort of writing things kind of in a traditional format, expressing their experiences today. And you have a good, you are something, I must say. Marina.
Yes, I have composed this year. I composed this song. First time we had a potlatch in February. My clan had a potlatch, and so I had composed a song that is a song that now belongs to our clan. It's our clan property. And I think that when you're in a place to compose a song, that message is heavy. You know, I have my lip pierced, reminds me that my words are heavy, and so the message is heavy. And it was February, and I was going through the emotions of the darkness and of the winter, and I thought, you know, what do we do? We need to take care of ourselves. We need to make our mind clean. When we make our minds clean, everything is okay. So the song that I did compose was all around making your mind clean, and then we'll be able to do good things for each other. And this is a song that as a song that I composed and belongs to our clan, I believe it's appropriate that we gift it to you to be able to use this song so that you can remind yourselves and others to keep your minds clean as you go about things. Because if we're cooking dinner and we're angry, we're not going to feel good after we eat that dinner. Right. If we're on the canoe and we're arguing with each other, we're not going to be able to focus, and that's when that weather could really pick up on us as well. So keeping our minds clean.
It's amazing, the power of suggestion. Yesterday we were in, is it Taku River? Up to the glacier, and all of the Hawaii gang and our Alaska hosts as well. And there was a ceremony there that was very poignant. It was kind of kaumaha. It was kind of sad, but it was done on purpose. And then all of the things that were said, when that was through, and there were tributes of flowers into the water and what have you. As soon as that was done, the leader who was guiding the ceremony says it is now time to let that lu'ulu'u, or that heaviness, go, and it's now time to celebrate and rejoice. And everybody, you could feel, because we don't get told necessarily how to feel sometimes, but it was really directed that now that is complete, it's time to celebrate, and you could feel it right. Getting chicken skin just saying that.
I think that's why this morning and this opening is really ideal in that it's with that same spirit that we come to this point of Hokulea's departure from here to really start the journey that it started with the blessing of the opening, and now we come to the larger community and we will send them off, starting with the protocol of our hosts.
Correct.
Joining us today for the global launch ceremony protocol, you mentioned earlier, Manu, the students from the Kamehameha schools.
Yes.
So they've been preparing for this as well.
That's correct.
So we're really excited.
You know, it's first of all, Moananuiākea A Voyage, Polynesian Voyaging Society, partners with Kamehameha schools and with many, many other entities. Commits to 4 years of learning, and people might ask, well, why are we in Alaska having a launch for this? And it goes back to the handshakes and the commitments and the hugs and the promises made 30 years ago when Sea Alaska Corporation gifted, and it was not an easy. It was a process. The two Sitka logs that became Hawaii Loa, the canoe. So what we're finding through the stories of our hosts is that they have more stories about connecting with Hawaii in the ancient past than even we do. We're familiar with the whales that come in back and forth, and the kolea, or the plover bird that flies back and forth. But the stories are real. And this one, 30 years ago, through the efforts of, again, Sea Alaska Corporation, and the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Pinky Thompson, and his son Nainoa Thompson, who's now the CEO of the Voyaging Society. So the connection there, it's not easy to really understand, perhaps, but bringing the protocol, the dances, and the chants, and having them learned and then performed well, by students of Kamehameha schools and all of the Hawaii gang up here, it really is heartwarming. So we'll learn more about why we are in Juneau, Alaska, and hopefully you can feel the warmth that we are feeling because of Marina and her people, her family, and all the wonderful people in this beautiful place.
And if I could add that, those Sitka spruce logs that we're talking about here, what's so incredible about our place, our A'akw Kwáan, the tree people, is, those logs are carrying you across the ocean, but since you've been here, you've been eating the tips of those spruce trees. You've been drinking the water with that spruce in you. So not only does it carry you across the ocean, it sustains you, it enhances your health. All around, everything is always hugging us in that way.
It's like metaphor and literal at the same time. It really is. It's I'm learning a lot. Thank you. Mahalo.
I think, Manu, when we were listening to these stories of 3 decades ago, being told back to us is kind of an interesting place to be.
Yeah.
We want to be present. We want to be in this place at this time. But when you listen to those stories told back to you, it transports you back there.
Yeah.
And so even if you personally weren't present, it draws you back in when you hear the stories being told back to you by the people of this place.
And the Sitka spruce logs, the reality is, and Nainoa and Bruce and all of them tell the story very well, we really have had no core that was suitable anywhere on any island because of deforestation over time for a number of reasons. And so it was such a struggle to make that, to accept the gift from Sea Alaska. And so 30 years ago, as part of the whole process, a bunch of your family came up to, I think it was in Kapapala or Keauhou on Hawaii Island, and they did a major planting of koa so that they can help us begin to reforest. And 30 years later, we had the Ho'oilina conference in Honolulu, went back to that same spot and planted more, and the trees that our Alaska ohana planted 30 years ago are huge. Not ready for canoes yet, maybe an ukulele. But the point is that, so we, in order for Hawaii through Nainoa and Pinky Thompson and what have you, PVS or the Voyaging Society, was we can't just take a gift without putting back. And I think it was described that these logs weren't logs as a gift. They're your children that you are entrusting us with their children. Now to carry Kanaka, whether you're Alaska Native or what a responsibility and privilege.
Yeah, and it's not what history and similarities that are seen today. And I think about recently effort here in Southeast Alaska to protect over 10 million acres of the old growth from clear-cut logging is not owned by but stewarded by a little bit of that money, and then it's gone. And what does that money do for us? That doesn't sustain us. We don't remember it in our spirit. And so we actually were able to get that shut down. And in turn, a lot of the work that we're doing with the Sustainable Southeast Partnership is building our economy for the first time since colonization from the inside out, with the community priorities, with the community needs, and knowing. And not only that, we've secured access to those trees, to those logs that we need for cultural reasons and cultural purposes. And they've asked me before, well, how many trees are you going to need for totem poles? How many do you need left? And I said, as many as you have plus one, because our people have no plans on leaving this place. And even more than that, Sea Alaska Corporation, who had, entrusted you with these logs that we're talking about here, has been incredible at making sure that we have access to for lack of better terms, our resources, our different life ways that are out there, the plants and the animals, and empowering our people to reclaim our carving and to reclaim our traditions around this. And so it's really beautiful to see that together we're on this journey, and we probably didn't know that we were both facing the same journey and hurting separately, right? But now we can heal together as we move forward.
Worldwide, reforestation and deforestation has been a conversation that's been going on for 30 years.
We're going to be having, even in ceremonially speaking, there will be references, subtle and bold, about issues such as reforesting, or deforestation and reforesting, also global warming and the rising of seas and the relationships between people and the power. And if you think Aloha only lives in Hawaii, I can absolutely tell you that Aloha is alive and well here in Juneau, Alaska.
We are just starting to get the protocol and the beginning of the ceremony today.
We have 2 vehicles in the parking lots. Soon.
That
License AWF 228, if my eyes are working right. And there is a blue Subaru, license plate EYA 359. Please move your vehicles. We need the bus to be able to get folks to and fro the larger parking lots.
You know, it's funny because I have a silver 4Runner, but I'm sure
you can
that's
go
not
to the
mine.
UAS parking
In the
lot across
University
the
of
way
Alaska Southeast parking lot.
You didn't bring it with you.
I didn't bring it with me. It wasn't in my carry-on or luggage.
But there are so many people gathering today, and we are expecting more guests that are coming. As you had mentioned earlier, Manu, it was going to be an outdoor event until the weather determined other.
That's right. That's right.
So
this
we are
morning,
expecting them.
right here in Juneau, I mean, I went outside about maybe like 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. It was just beautiful. And then, but somebody said, well, at about 2 o'clock. And because you can predict it. Can you feel it? How do you know weather is coming?
Well, it depends what weather.
Yeah.
And so it just depends. You feel the air. You can feel maybe the way that it feels warm, but it looks like it. What's coming in. Many different ways that we tell the weather, constantly reading it.
You know, we're much more urbanized, I'd say, in Hawaii. I think we can all agree on that. But there's so much land everywhere, and you don't need to develop every inch of land at all, or because it already is developed with its forests and with the watersheds and the glaciers. And here, we have to really preserve our water in Hawaii. We call that kamalama ana ikawai. But there's so much water here, and water rules the land. I mean, water goes where it's going to go, and you or we as Kanaka have to adjust to where nature is going.
It is definitely a force. You look around at the mountains and you look around at the glacier. It reminds you how small you are as the human, and to the idea of the environment and what your role is in comparison to that surrounds you. It's magnificent.
I'm not sure if we have maybe a couple of minutes, but I in speaking with Marina a few days ago, and you have a whole life of outdoors, of hunting and gathering food and watching nature that we need to keep an eye on. Maybe a little bit about what you do.
Gosh, I don't know how to explain what I do. I just exist. But, well, what I do is when you were just speaking about, people in our relationship to the area, we're nothing but a species that's within this environment, right? We're one of the species that's been here. We've been here since before the trees grow up. We watched these trees grow up. We raised these trees and raised these forests that we're looking at here. And so we're part of this environment. And so with that, I follow what my body tells me to do, and I am a traditional harvester. In the spring, our new year starts in April. It's when the herring spawn and when our whales come back from you. And the whales come in and all of the animals are alive and all of us, we're alive, and we're going out there and we're setting hemlock branches, sending them down to the bottom of the ocean so that the herring can spawn on them, and we're harvesting kelp with herring eggs. And then we're, handing that out to everybody and getting everybody's bellies full. And then pretty soon it's almost time to start gathering black seaweed. But that's far away, that's out on the open ocean, and I live inside of protected islands. And so we go to the forest to read a plant that tells us when it's time to go out to the ocean. And then after that, it's time to start harvesting those spruce tips and different leaves. Right now, it's a great time to be harvesting the leaves of the blueberry plant or the fireweed plant, and to be making teas out of those, to be harvesting sichinjao, or I'll refrain from saying it in English, it's our medicine plant, so that we can make salves and teas and the things that we need. And then we move into fish, and then we move into berries, and then we move into harvesting other flowers, and then we're going to move into deer, and then we'll go into seal. And so throughout the year, my calendar is not January through December. My calendar is harvest to harvest to harvest to harvest, and making sure that everybody is fed and taken care of along the way. And not only making sure that people are fed, but making sure that their spirit is fed as well. If they have the desire to or the need to learn, we're there to teach them how to learn our ways of harvesting our food so that we can share that out with others as well. And within my family, we have what we call a 60-20-20 rule. My late father put that in place for us. And the 60-20-20 rule tells us that 60% of what we harvest goes directly out into the community. We share that directly out. 20% of what we harvest, we share with our family. So my nons, my aunts, my uncles, my siblings and all of their kids, myself. And then the other 20%, we stash that away so that later on throughout the year, when we hear that somebody is in need, when somebody moves to the island, when a loved one passes away, when somebody's freezer goes out because the power went out, we're able to make sure that they're taken care of, and nobody will
what's
go
really
without.
interesting, because the phases of the plants and the beginning of the harvest, but even what humans are doing by plucking the tips of the spruce, and then the leaves of the blueberry, and using them for different things that are nutritious, but that also helps the plant to kind of further grow and expand. It makes the plant stronger. We know in Hawaii we have beautiful flowers and we make lei and all of that, but certain plants like the ilima or even the peacock, when you pick the flowers and all that, it creates more flowers. So it's an unusual. We sort of take it for granted, but and I love that. It's not you don't live from January to December. That's almost irrelevant, and not every year is exactly the same either, I would imagine.
That's very true. Not every year is the same, and so you have to be ready for those subtle changes. And then with things like over extraction, climate change, we've been seeing things differently, or our sockeye salmon have not been returning as strong as they should be in my traditional harvesting area. So my family has been refraining from harvesting those sockeye so that we can make sure that the run can become a healthier run again. And we're not agricultural people necessarily. We don't plant a lot. We do have traditional potato that we plant. We do kind of cultivate and manipulate a little bit this. It's not really a rice, but it's like a rice or wild rice. But we live within the environment. We're weaving in and out of the forest. And so right now, as I was talking with you the other night, it's a great time to go out to the blueberry plants because you break them back. You just pinch them back, you break them back, and then take all of those leaves with you. Leave the branch there, and then take those leaves home for tea. Tea that you can share out with others, and it's just a really good thing to be able to have.
I want to, because I think we're getting closer to the beginning of the actual ceremony. Something I learned over here, and it's a dualism kind of thing in culture, which we have as well, is the balance between the raven and the eagle. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Oh, it's not a little bit, because our social and political economic structure, it's all in one, right?
Right.
And it's, from what I've been told, one of the most advanced that North America has ever seen. And we are a people of balance, and so we have a clan system, and you either carry the moiety of the raven moiety or an eagle moiety, and then you have your crests under that as well. And what that does is that helps us keep balance to find who we're going to marry. A raven marries an eagle because that's how you create balance, by finding your opposite. But then at other times we also show up for each other as well. Traditionally, ravens would be making the regalia for the eagles. If a eagle passed away, the ravens are there to hold them up and to take care of them during that time of need. And then in a year from then, there would be a party, a potlatch, to pay them back for that. Not to pay them back, you'll hear of them as payback parties, but it's to restore balance. It's more of like a restoration party in a way.
What is the character of the raven compared to the character of an eagle? Because maybe we don't know. I'm not sure myself.
Well,
they are everywhere, though. We've been seeing them.
Yes.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
So I am raven. That is my moiety, and so I'm a raven. And we like food. We like shiny things. I've been looking at your beautiful necklaces here that catch our eye. We've been called the trickster, but I don't think that we're necessarily a trickster in a negative way.
Yeah.
In stories, I always thought raven was fun. I might be a little bit biased, but always getting into trouble.
Well,
and then
I know a raven right here, and trust me, she's
Eagle's
fun.
always there to kind of talk sense into raven a little bit. But there's always a lesson in there, right?
Yeah.
You have to look for the lesson. And so, the characteristics are a little bit different between raven and eagle.
I gotta say, and the sense of humor, this is very Hawaiian too. Sometimes we take ourselves too seriously and all that, but they right in the middle of something as profound as that, talking about about the fun and enjoy and on purpose having fun and enjoying each other and taking care of each other's hearts and being conscious of that. We sometimes don't think in that way, and so and what you had mentioned earlier, learning how to learn. That's a concept. In Hawaiian, the word, can you say a'o?
A'o.
A'o in Hawaiian means both to teach and to learn. So that's interesting right there, and because it works both ways. But learning how to learn, or learning how to listen, learning how to see.
Anyat kusani, shakat yedakhu, wasahatu yak ayaki, kone ayak wahik, hasa anikok A'akw Kwáan, gunchi shweach kaniyan, wushkitan, ya akhunkiyan, yachtetan, shinedi. Iani katan. Achawe hatu yak hasyati. Ya ikki haidach. Hachunkiyan. Sutskan. Yake yaksatini yak. Dekina. Yake ya yaksatini. Ya haanikuk. Nakia ya haidach. Ku'u. Kunana. Stakat witene Atlena ya isaku. Wasahatu yake ti. Akhwa Yuhan. Gwichin. Koyakan. Holokachuk. Denaina. Atna. Tagish. Talton. Han. Tanana. Atlena kudziti yakunana. Wasahatu yake. Wuchin khasati yak. Yet the cut yuhan. Naki dach aya ach ishas. Yupik. Yake ayuksatini. Unangan. Inyupyak. Hatu'yake A Wujin Khasati Sukpiak. Yashtakat Alaska Dakhaya Shukatku Hatu'yake Satini. Yashtakat Yuhan Ha'anika. Chakudak Sawe Yuhan. Hatu'yake Ti Kletka. Ayahia Filipino. Salamat. Khutkhayanaha Khukhu. Khutkhayanaha Kwáan. Chicano. Latino, Chicana, Latina. Hatu Yake Yuxatini Yak. Yaha Anikuk. Yakunachawe Hatu Yake Ti. Kanakamauli. Hachunkiyan. Yishtu Chikanachaya. Yikuch Ha'ani de. Wasa Hatu Yake Adat Yayaki. Hatu Shitsini Chisati. Ya as Kwani Ha'ani Dachaya Wayaki Shayech. Hokulea. Hayake Tia. Wasa Hatu Yake. Wasa Hatu Yake. Sakutin. Kusachantin. At Yawanetin. Hawush Yach Kudash Teen Aya. Wush Kanachutu Da'at Yayaki. Ganachish.
He says, thank you. Ganachish Tigatiahan. Stugahati, Awuchi Gaktane, Aku, Sti Yayaki. Ah. Yahayaku. Na Kyaketi. Ya Yishie. Yukatanki. Yishkashnik. Ya Katuusha Kohi Hakus, Ti. Hadatki. Hadachkankian. Yastikatastu, Yakukla Hakus, Ti. Ya Ajawe Kwastu, Hastu Yak. Ajawe Kwas Hastu Yas Eni. Goodness Chish, Moananuiākea. We are honored to be here this evening to see you all. We know we all come from different lands, and for that reason, it is exciting to see all of us stand here as one people, with respect, with love, and care for one another. We say, goodness, Chish, thank you very much. Without you, this is not possible.
Yeah, well, we want to give a lot of thanks to everyone who's here, no matter where you're from. This is like a home for you. It's like a safe harbor. Sometimes when we're on the water gets rough. We need a place to find shelter. We call that kunaqei. We also call it deishi. Our hope is that this is a safe place for you, that you feel good today, that you feel like you're enough today. As we as indigenous people emerge from generations of trauma, we need to remember to help each other, to hold each other up. Sometimes we might look at each other and say, gee, they're doing it wrong. It's like the second most common thought for indigenous people. The first is probably like, are we related? Because they're kind of cute, right? So, but the second one is probably they're doing it wrong. So, I just want you to know a lot of folks who worked really hard. I'm so thankful for all of the work that went into this. Everybody's doing the best they can. If we have a like-mindedness of success for each other, of thinking of the things we have inherited and that we will give to our future generations, then we will be successful today. So we're coming from that place. We're coming from those thoughts. And in terms of comforts and safety, If anything were to happen, we would ask folks to file out in orderly fashion. Please be very careful of others. Be mindful of elders. Be mindful of folks who might need a little bit more time and assistance to get out. If anything were to happen, there are exit signs right over there. There's exits right over here to get outside. We would go outside of the building if something were to happen. There are restrooms to your left. There are some over here to your right as well. Please take care of yourselves, hydrate, take care of each other, look out for each other, and just let us know. There's folks who are organizing this, and you can let us know if you need some assistance with something, but we have things to roll through. We have a cultural process here. And to start this process, we're going to honor the indigenous peoples of Southeast Alaska by singing 4 songs. And so I just want to explain a few of these things. The first song, we would actually ask that it not be recorded. It's not supposed to be recorded. It's given permission for Kegani Haida, for the Haida peoples in Alaska, to use this song. But we would ask that it not be part of recordings and it not be shared, because we're not supposed to record it and share it. It is a sacred spirit song. We're going to follow that with 2 love songs, which we call them Shukar. They're Tlingit songs that are composed for your opposites. And so we wanted to do love songs because they encapsulate both a longing and a joy, and sometimes sadness, but they're usually danced with a lot of joy, and that's what we're thinking. We're thinking of joy as we send our relatives off across what we call Yechpuch or Echini, the ocean. And then a little bit later, the 4th song will be from our relatives to the south, the Tsimshian peoples. So we are Tlingit, we are Haida, we are Tsimshian in Southeast Alaska. We also have A'akw relatives in Southeast Alaska. Southeast Alaska is home to a lot of indigenous peoples from across Alaska due to residential schools and boarding schools and a forced relocation during World War II of Anungach people. And so we honor them for being on our lands. We intermarry with all kinds of people because everybody's got good-looking people. And so we also honor all the peoples who have come to our lands and who now reside there. And we also say, this is your home. You are among us. We share love. We share respect. We share honor. We share kindness. These are the things that we try to keep at the forefront of what we do.
So we are going to be cutting the video, and we'll go and show some footage of the welcoming, and we'll be cutting the audio during this time only momentarily while we do the Skidegate Spirit song, because this song cannot be recorded, captured on camera, or through microphone as well.
cheese, the how A'akw Kwáan. This song that we're going to sing next comes from our relatives from the south of Juneau. They are the Yen-Yadi people. If there's any Yen-Yadi folks out there, can I see a show of hands? Gonna cheese, ye she aya, ach isha inanach, ach ish du chilk, ach lu yutu wasak, A'akw Kwáan ya ajawed ya nedi dachana yakat. The song comes from the Taku territory, and it belongs to the Yen-Yadi people. My father is grandchild of the Yen-Yadi. His name was Ashlu. His English name was Willis Jackson. And this song talks about his breath of life was taken away from him one day. And it was his father who brought him back. And out of love and respect, he composed this song. And you'll hear parts of the song where he's saying, is this breath of life going to be mine forever? It's going to multiply like sand. This breath of life of ours will be multiplying like sand. So, the way we're thinking about this song tonight is the energy and the love that our Polynesian relatives are bringing to our shores. That's what it's like. The love that you share spreads like sand. It's not meant to be staying in one spot, but it spreads out so that we can all feel the joy and love that you folks share. So this song is a show. If you know the song, don't be afraid to join in.
Say
Well, that was a beautiful welcoming and blessing. And, on our side, we were able to be here during the Spirit song. And after this last song, we're going to go ahead and go into another component. But right now, what we're doing is clearing the air and setting the space for this moment that we're going to have.
I guess on the map they call it Haynes. What's up with that? We are in the process of reclaiming the place names on our land. So you guys were in a place called A'akw Kwáan. The name of that village is Deshu. Up north of it is a little bit is Yandastakye. A'akw is the name of the lake that's near there. A'akw is the name of the channel that you would have come down to A'akw Kwáan. So we are here around this area called A'akw. A'akw is the name of this area. There's a little lake over there. It's called A'akw. There's a river that flows out of it called Katini. So we are in the process of reclaiming all of our names because Joe and Bob and Sam and Fred, they're all cool people, but they don't need to put their names on mountains and rivers and lakes and everything. You guys colonized stuff. That's enough. So when we sing our love songs, we sing to our children. My 3 children are here. They're shukachadiyatki. I hope they yell when they hear the shukachadiyatki part. They get shy. I don't know what they get shy. So just love your parents. Love your dad. Sing it for Father's Day. Yell it out, kids. Okay. So the words to this say, what will happen to us children of the shukachadi? The land is already sinking. Then it says, is it dying yet, children of the Qanaqtaidi? How do you feel about it? I can't even dream it.
Don't be afraid to stand up and dance. So now that we warmed you folks up for the next speakers, we have Stas Awas and Tlingit. Hastuit ideshe yaidat uktatani. We're going to turn it over to our auntie. Oh, and our my little grandpa, Tlingit, Tuit ideshe.
I just want to send words of love to Ma Cheney. We call her Ma Cheney or Della Cheney. She wove this beautiful piece right here. My sister, A'akw, she has one as well. She wasn't feeling well today, so she's staying home. And we're just sending her a lot of love and good energy as we move into this portion. It's so wonderful to have master weavers among us, those who understand A'akw Kwáan, the tree peoples, and work with them on a daily basis. So, aloha, hau'a, hau'atakwang.
Gunilchish. Eyesh Yuchat Duasak, Tlingit Ayachat, Digna Hitdach, Ish, Has Wushkitan, Gunilchish, Ish Yanish Tuku Duasak.
So right now we have Laganai and
so at this time I'd like to invite the captain
who are here,
Captain
and what they're
Marcellus
going to
of
be
the
doing is they're
Hokulea.
going to be putting a ceremonial rope. They're going to be
And then I'd
performing
also
the
like to
blessing
invite
on that
the
ceremonial
4 women
rope
captains,
and
Captain
some of the
Lehua,
cedar bark.
Captain
And that cedar
Pomai,
bark, or
Captain
the cedar
Kaiwan, and Captain
boughs,
Kala.
and so those cedar boughs are to go on the bow of the canoe
have some
of the
gifts to
Hokulea,
present.
and they'll naturally fall off, which is okay. But right now they're going to be blessed so that they could be on there and be the blessing for the
beautiful.
start of this journey.
Beautiful.
So we have lots of cedar ropes here that different people have made. The really big one that Lagunai is wearing, that was made by Leo Gagnon, who's from Old Masset in Haida Gwaii, and I believe it's about 20 years old. And I collaborated with Della. We brainstormed a way to protect the spot where the rope was spliced. So Della did the plating over it. And Della's been my teacher, my weaving teacher for, I don't know, since I was a little kid. And we're just, sorry she can't be here with us today, but we wanted to present this to the captain of the Hokulea. And this is for the Hokulea, so we're gonna ask that you dress her appropriately with this cedar rope. And then I made 4 of
Joining
these
us on
ropes,
stage this
because
afternoon is
for
Captain
the
Mark
last,
Ellis, who just
several days that all
received
of
that
our guests
incredible
have been here, I was really
kaula,
thinking
as we
about
say.
the
Just
major
magnificent,
flood that our
that cedar
people
rope.
lived through,
Lehua Kamag,
and the Icht,
Pomai
Uncle
Burley,
Mike Jackson and Kate talks about the
Moani
spiritual leader
Hemuli,
who
and
prophesied this
Kaiumani
flood.
Murphy on
And
stage
the
to
first thing
take
he
part
said
of
to
this
do was to
blessing
make rope.
ceremony of
And he
the
said,
cedar
we're
rope.
going to build a raft. And they said, why not just use the canoes? And he said, we're going to use the canoes as a fortress on the raft. And the compassion from this Icht, he said, we're going to make it big enough for our relatives who might not be ready. And I just have been really been thinking about that. And all of us here on A'akw Kwáan, there's the Wishkitan and the Tlingit and lots of other Kwáans who live here. And I was just thinking about how we're getting back to that compassion and working on being good hosts. And I really hope you had a good experience here. And I know that every port you stop at, we're all so excited for you to be here. And just gunilchish hati gudi, gunilchish for coming here. So these ropes are for the women captains.
Ganeshchish, Atling Ganeshchish Jaho, so much for accepting these beautiful pieces of spirit of regalia to help keep you strong, to help protect you. Our cedar weavers are a beautiful and special gift to us as a peoples. And I just also want to recognize Awas, my mother, and Ricky for making those beautiful gifts. Hello everyone, my name is Laguna.
So you notice that those cedar ropes that were just gifted, that's made out of the inner bark of our cedar tree. And we'll be blessing the cedar boughs as well that are going to go on the bough of the Hokulea. And I wanted to note that cedar is, to the Haida and to the Tlingit, is the equivalent of plastic to everybody else in the world today. And I say that because it transported us across the ocean. It held our water for us. We wove our garments out of this. It made our houses for us. Every single thing that we rely on was from the cedar trees. And that's still true to us today. And part of where that strength is coming from, and these blessings are going to be on this as well.
Such a beautiful practice, reconnecting again yourselves with the universe that you exist in. From Aina, from man.
It's also an imbuing of spirit. It may look to people like rope. Oh, well, there's just giving them rope. But this is so much more. And it reminds us in Hawaii of our own day that we have tended to not make these days. Other people make them, we give them away. So there's a personal strength and energy that is being transferred onto Hokulea. Reminding folks at home, too, is that our ceremony is indoors because weather moved us indoors. It's very, very rainy outside. So here we are at the global launch of Moananuiākea here at the University of Alaska, Southeast.
Representing all the
this
clans
robe,
of
this
Southeast.
kaula, it
The
binds
raven,
people,
the eagle,
it transcends
the killer
time
whale,
and space.
and the wolf. Because
the
we're a Haida,
sinew
Tlingit,
that
and
connects
Tsimshian
us like the
people.
tendons in our
So
own
we
bodies
address
is
Hokulea
really
in our
kind of a
love.
special gift.
This design
Very
is a
lucky.
gift to the Polynesian
Reminds us of
Voyaging
Hawaiian
Society.
ceremonies also with
So you can use
A'akw
it
Kwáan. You
and
usually
do
don't
with
see
it what
that
you
these
will.
days, but that's a part of our
And
similar
we wish you so much
the spiritual
good voyage,
characteristics,
safety,
connections.
and love this
Same.
entire
Yes.
voyage. Ganeshchish Hawa.
Ganeshish, mahalo nui loa. This is an honor we appreciate. It's an honor to stand here today on this stage with many of my heroes standing beside me. And so I'm grateful for all the love and support the people of Southeast Alaska have done for us and will do for us. Ganeshish.
Ganeshchish, mahalo, Waikai. A'akw hasaya, yupek hasati. Shqaqwe aya qaneyechi wene A'akw. Shukwa we army atunakwe, Korea de awachut laha. Kuslagao aya yawahik. Kashukwa Vietnam yawahik. John Kwa Korea kak ewutian. A'akw du ish aya yupek sati. Du tlaka asami. Shqaqwe aya A'akw Kwáan wushke taswut A'akw I want to recognize my father's people who are Yupik and Sami. My father, who is Yupik and Sami, was he was in the army, and then he was sent to Korea. It was during the time of, I think right before Vietnam perhaps started. But he never went to Vietnam, but he was stationed in Korea. He always surprised me when he would speak Korean with some of the folks who work at some of the restaurants here. But my father's people, he was brought in by the Kagwantan, who gave him the name Skanda'u. And so he got a job with a company, I think, called RCA, and they sent him to a place called A'akw, which on the maps, I guess you say Skagway. We say A'akw. We don't have that sound in Tlingit, so we'll work on that. But as I introduced my auntie, Valerie Davidson, I'm so grateful for all the work that she does and the times I have to listen to her speak, the love that she shows to me for my father's people. My father went to Skagway, A'akw, where he met my mother, and that's my origin story.
There's always a real good love story. Huinga nukharalugwa, amislamakanan a yupiugwa, mamtakaitlakamiu, anaka kuigin lokamingok, ataka kasawok, Port Orchard, Washington akamingok. Huinga Kekwa naugwa, huinga Tlingit augwa, Haida augwa, Kachari augwa, Jasna Higgins augwa. My Yupik names are Nukharalok and Amislamakanan, and my English name is Valerie Davidson. I'm originally from Bethel in Southwest Alaska, and I'm Yupik on my mother's side. And she comes from a village on the ocean that's called Guiinlok. And the village name literally means village with no river. Even though it's located on the ocean, we use our rivers to navigate from one community to another. And so for us, it's more important that it has no river than that it has a large ocean. My father's people are Gasak, which basically means they're not Yupik, and they come from Port Orchard, Washington. I also want to acknowledge my family here in Southeast, in A'akw Kwáan. I was adopted by the Jackson family, who are both Tlingit and Haida, and I was given the Haida name Jasna Higgins. And so Kachari Ayachat, I am also Kachari in my Southeast family in A'akw. I want to acknowledge my family who are here tonight. Uyurutjak, who's a Yupik family member, Lagunai, family from A'akw, Shawan, Ricky, and my niece Cordelia, and I may have other family here from Southeast that I haven't met yet. Guyana for including people from up north, everywhere from Southeast, anything even in the middle of Alaska is considered up north. We're actually in Southwest Alaska, where I'm originally from. And I come to you to speak on behalf of Yupik and Yupik people. You know, many years ago, and since really the beginning of time, our elders and our ancestors who've gone before us have foretold of difficult times. We need to always be ready. We need to always prepare for a hard winter, always prepare for a stormy sea. They foretold a time of suffering when we would really have to especially rely upon our language, our cultures, and our traditional ways of life to be able to make it through. They also said that as long as we remain true to who we really are as Native people, we're going to make it. We're going to be fine. And these last few years, our values are really what carried us through. Our families and communities really had pretty difficult times. I'm not going to relive them now. We all know. We all lived it together and apart. As we lost loved ones, we held each other close, those who were in our bubble, but we also held others 6 feet apart at least, and it was really, really hard, really difficult. One of the things that I'm so proud of our communities, though, is that even when we were confined to our own homes, we connected with each other virtually, on the phone, I'm not going to advertise for a brand, but you know, those video calls. And every community really sees the opportunity to reclaim and embrace who we really are as Native people. And it was beautiful. It continues to be beautiful. People who lost their languages and their families brought them back. People who hadn't practiced their traditions brought them back. Something that should have ended us as people actually made us stronger. We reclaimed our languages, we reclaimed our traditions, and our powerful words, our cultures, and our traditions carried us through time, distance, and space. Interestingly, during this time of our confinement, our land, the oceans, the rivers were able to breathe again and were able to recover, which is a powerful reminder to us all that there's still time for us. There's still hope. It's not too late for our lands, our rivers, our oceans, our stars, and our people. Moananuiākea, A Voyage for Oceans, A Voyage for Earth, is an incredibly powerful reminder and manifestation of our ancestors' vision of being good relatives, being good to each other, taking care of each other, making progress for the next 10,000 years, and the 10,000 years after that, and the 10,000 years after that, and the next 10,000 years after that. Thank you so much to all of you who made this possible. My grandmother, the late Annie David Daugaluk, taught us all, when we lead with love, we never stand alone. When we lead with love, we never stand alone. That's what we see here tonight, or today. So as the winds fill your sails and carry you across the oceans, know that it is the love of our people all across the Pacific, those who've gone before us, those who live among the stars, those still with us on our land and in the ocean, that are propelling us forward with our collective breath. Our breath in that wind and our love for each other has carried us through since time immemorial and will continue to carry us forward on this journey. With that, I say, we love you so much, and we are so incredibly grateful to be a part of your incredible journey, our collective journey. Our children are watching, and we are so proud of what they are experiencing and what they will become, because who we are as people are brilliant, brave, hilarious, not to mention humble. And our love for each other will carry us through. Kankamchi, we love you.
That was very beautiful from Nu'uagaluk. also known as Val Davidson. And as we know, the state of Alaska is very vast, and we have many different peoples here, and we stay connected and we help uplift each other. And it makes me think of a connection you're
next
talking
individual
about
that we're going to
with
bring up.
Lance Twitchell, or Une.
So Lance
I know him
earlier
as
introduced this
my
aunt
in-law.
who just spoke.
And
And he mentioned his father speaking Korean because of that association, but Lance also speaks Hawaiian. He was a student of Pila Wilson at Kahakaula Ke'eli University of Hawaii at Hilo. So he's extremely well educated, funny as heck, and smart, and a really nice guy.
We'd like to invite up
Awesome to be around all these wonderful people,
to speak.
Our cousins who speak Hawaiian.
Yes. So excited. Thank you for joining us today. We are here at the University
For those that don't know him,
inside, like Manu
he's an
had
amazing
mentioned,
artist.
because of the weather.
He is a language warrior, and somebody who is fighting for a language that is at the end or at the edge of this cliff that we're afraid to step over. And we don't want that. And he's one of those warriors who's trying to pull it back from that cliff and encourage the youth to Shingit Haidkin, not be afraid of learning our languages. So, A'akw.
With balance, we've heard from our Tlingit and our Haida relatives, and now we have our Tsimshian relative, Gibam Lacha, also known as David
I will do my
Boxley
best
Jr.
to live up
and
to that
you might have
introduction.
seen, if you walked along and saw some totem poles and some artwork
Before
at
I
the
begin
Alaska
my
Heritage
prepared
Institute,
remarks,
a lot of that artwork is his artwork.
It's
like
just
to
powerful, beautiful.
It really
Log
is.
and I, and Lonnie Fairbanks. For those of you who heard my speech when the totem poles went up earlier this year, for the Tsimshian, the Tlingits and the Haidas have a moiety system, eagle and raven. For the Tsimshian, we have a Freya system. There's 4, eagle, raven, wolf, and killer whale. And when I got here and saw this design, I was really overwhelmed, and I still am, of the feeling of inclusion. And one of my goals since I've been on council, but just as a Tsimshian living in Southeast Alaska, is to dispel the myth that the Tsimshian people only arrived in southern Southeast in 1887. That's not true. So to feel included like this today means more to me than I can put into words. So, thank you. And Ronnie is my clan brother. He's Laktibu, wolf clan like I am. Thank you. Simgiget, Sagam Hanana, Likagiget, Kabawalksik, Tani Nigeta get A'akw, Tani get a Kanits, Tani Haida, Tani get Hawaii. At the Tani's news and Gugat Goidix Dagwa. Ajik Sagodu, the Mulhaitku, and a Lachyubum get A'akw. Lachyubum get a Kanits. Dem call them Aligaru, the Nagal Zabo. Asagyan, at a Nigerit Tsimshian. Ajik Sagodu, I will diplus Parait Hoxka Nalep Aliram. A'akw Kwáan. Chiefs, nobles, noble women, children of rank, to the A'akw Kwáan. In Somalia, our languages sound different, so we pronounce it A'akw. But to the A'akw Kwáan, thank you for having us. To all the Tlingit Haida people, to our Hawaiian relatives and everyone who are here today, I'm proud to be standing on A'akw Kwáan territory to speak on behalf of my community and on behalf of the Tsimshian. I'm proud that our language is in the air with all of your languages today. I'm going to sing a peace song that is one of the only old songs remaining in my community. It would be done upon welcoming guests or arriving at a community, and this is meant both for the A'akw Kwáan but also our Hawaiian guests and all of you, to let you know that not only are the Tsimshian here, but we come with pure intentions. Sit nursing. Hatsit ilgoti a skudem how you A'akw Kwáan. Nat leads kun a dago Hokulea at a gogan natzaba wich shogwi. Ni dem wilt silim gana will a lord. Na lip a yacht. At a go will a sarait old and a lixut want at a nahali dogum. Daar kun dem will lie gogan wild. At a needy low wild hat nis noom good in hakathelsa then a lip tip zabum and a lip will alone. Decolonization, disawaded at Amsiwam. As Kahoya Ali Gui dimt meta go will a wild agua. Slat nachta will sit adak and yadkam. Adam will silim luyelka will alone. At a gyan. Thawal a dip steady yad. Sa we legs a hestel sa man and a gorgum. Toyaksu na didada Hokulea. At a negeda Hawaii. A will kara na willilam. Akadi lip hahaidgam. A will thawal a dipsan na lip will alone. Na lip a daugam. Da alk agat ledam. Will sarait kurlum gagordum. At a sladip mandach dora siligedum. At a slalugwantisum nach sta siligedum. Ni dip dim will da achke dip ein go hashara a lugi get. Dim had sich sim gik nuum wilde da halidorum. At ik o will a wilsum. At a nigan dip lukul will lie siligedum. Als ik scorum time will dip halwag al zip zap. Watged en a storlach sulde. At a local amdem had zich sim gicht halwijsum. At a sarait lugwantisum. I saw him to First Alaskans Institute, Sea Alaska, Tlingit and Haida, the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Wuwabam Sualauxa Kamehameha, UAS. At a tiny get na in Tlamom dim Zabagwa. And a Walaiskum get Hawaii. Komt gagordum, dim am tani go, a wilt guwaisum. Haidu dagwasum, nak am gora galtsabu, dis simsianum, a wilt guwaisum and a lach shuldum, at a na axa will wilaiskum, a gisi loxa, a lach mon. Will dem needsum, dim will gat goidixisum, a takwan. Komt gagoru, dim hoxka lacha, dis goop dagwasum. Komt gagordum, mit dem sim xua, go hasaxum, mit dem sim wilaid as lip nursum. At a go will a hoxkisum, a halitzarum. At a dim tegoidix a gunsquisku, a sipsiepinskisum. Needy la walsum dag am. A wilt nursum, dim lip munsin dorum, hatsi stadiana hakathelsum. And a lip lach yuobum. Oyexit nursum will a muxusum dag oi. Now I will translate. As I was thinking about what I should say here today, I read about the history of the Hokulea and the reasons why they created this great canoe. And it was, at least in great part, to reclaim culture, traditions, and their relationship with their islands and our planet. I get that. And so do all of us who are doing this work for our peoples and our way of life. In English, it's called decolonization. But that word isn't enough to describe what's happening here. This reclamation, which started many years ago now for all of us, is still only beginning. So much of the work still lies ahead of us. I want to thank the crew of the Hokulea and the Hawaiian people for reminding us that no one needs to do this alone. That while we must protect our own ways of being, our own histories, we are stronger together. And by supporting each other and celebrating each other's victories, the healing we all need as Indigenous peoples can be achieved to re-indigenize our world. We share so much that helps us to understand one another. This is not the first time our peoples from the opposite sides of the ocean have met, and it is so exciting to once again meet and celebrate with one another. My thanks to First Alaskans Institute, Sea Alaska, Tlingit and Haida, the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Kamehameha Schools, UAS, and everyone involved in making this happen. To our Hawaiian relatives, we hope that everything goes well on your journey. I send you the blessings of my community, Metlakatla Indian community, and my nation, the Tsimshian, as you traverse our waters and the waters of our neighbors and relatives down the coast. We look forward to hosting you in Metlakatla. May the weather and the waves be with you on your journey. Our hope is that you discover all you've set out to learn about yourselves and your connection to this world we share. That the friendships you make bring joy to you as much as your presence has already brought joy to us. And that your inspiration will lift us up as we continue to re-indigenize our side of the world. Thank you all for listening to me. I love you all. Sa'amthwalasam. In my language, Sa'amthwalasam means make your names good. It is both a well-wishing and a challenge to go out there and do the best you can for you and your people. So Sa'amthwalasam, Tatnis Nuasam, Waiwa.
So again, that was Yabam Lacha, and you're just a great friend and person in this region who's doing a lot of this work. You know, they say that we're kind of in this Renaissance era where we're not only reclaiming but propelling ourselves forward.
You know what comes out through all this is the high degree of respect that everyone has for everyone, honoring them, being kind to them, uplifting them, and that comes through in a brilliant way right here in this ceremony.
Yet not at the expense of each other's culture or practice or traditions, but just how it's all connected and woven together, one not more or less than the other. And like he said, we are stronger together.
It's a genuine love. It's genuine. I can't explain it any other way.
And it's not just the Haida and the Tlingit and the Tsimshian and the Yupik, but it's us and you. It's our other relatives that are across this globe as well, that we have that love.
Yeah, the connection and the reconnection, making this really a global kind of awareness.
We're better together.
Yeah. And so far, you know, we've had the blessing and the welcoming, but everything has really been affirmations, right? Affirming our connections that we have with each other, affirming why we're here. And we think about, in, you know, modern times, people talk about the affirmations that they have in the morning. I am beautiful, I am strong. We're saying we are related. We're saying we are here to hold you up. And so we're affirming that, we're speaking that into existence.
With our words, with
and
song,
that won't go away.
Because we love you.
Affirmation
because we respect you so much.
The positive
I say, going to cheese mahalo.
Learning to learn.
To Kamehameha schools for allowing my keiki to sit with you and watching them so carefully.
For Earth.
We've been to Hawaii.
When you both have been so fun to hang out with. I have a party to get to, though. So I'm going to head out for a little bit, and I appreciate being able to spend time here with you today.
Although sometimes they're so good at what they do, I don't know what to do.
At the party later.
Thank you for sharing with us and helping us through this, understanding
a good friend,
your language, your history, and this connection to this place.
And I thought, let me get a dictionary. Let me see what that means. And I feel a lot of pressure right now. But before we turn it over, I want to say, gonna cheese Klein to Dachkit Ach, Colleen James, for a lot of the ways she has orchestrated events that would happen here on campus. Dave Klein, our facilities, our rec center office, our leadership at the university, both here at UAS and at statewide. I'm going on my 4th chancellor starting this year. And all 4 of the chancellors, John Pugh, Rick Caulfield, Karen Carey, and now Aparna Palmer, are all part of a language reclamation. And one of the ways that they're part of that is I just kept knocking on the door and saying, you know, we didn't have doors on our clan houses, so what if we could teach our languages without charging anybody any money? And everybody was confused. They said, well, we'll just add more scholarships. I said, no. We shouldn't be asking our people to pay. We didn't do this. And later you're going to hear from Ish Herman Davis, and he gets a lot of credit. We were at a screening of a film about Keynote and Hawaiian, Nora Marks Dowenhauer and Richard Dowenhauer, and he stood up and he said, why is it just us? So we also encourage everybody who resides in this place to go ahead and learn Tlingit. If you live on Haida lands, learn Hatkil. If you live on Tsimshian lands, learn Smalgech. If you live on Hawaiian lands, learn Hawaiian. So I'm so thankful. We have so much love and respect for you. You warm our hearts. You strengthen our spirits. You are our courage. A'akw. We turn it over to you.
Quick reminder while they're getting ready. We do have seats in front here. We want to invite the aunties and the uncles who are sitting in the back or standing. Our aunties and uncles, they should not be standing. They should be sitting up front right here. So we have seats here. And if you have a seat next to you or if you have chairs next to you, please raise your hand so that we can invite our relatives who are standing on the edge to please come on in. This is family. This is family time. So come on in. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy. We won't bite unless you ask. That's why my seat is next to my wife. So don't be shy. Come on in. We see a lot of relatives there. Don't be shy. Come on in. Take a seat. We have plenty of seats in here. Goodness, cheesh. Mahalo.
Shift to Hawaii, the global launch ceremony by our Hawaii delegation, which includes the Polynesian Voyaging Society, the Kamehameha Schools, Moananuiākea Pacific Consortium, and community leaders and supporters.
We begin here with the sounding of the pool or the conch, followed by chants Nohowana, Ahonua, Puleho Maikai, and other prayers. Chanting here is Snowbird Bento, faculty of Kamehameha Schools, and as well as Kumuhula Kaleo Trinidad. The two of them will lead the protocols.
Ai kahikina kala puka I hae hae. Ai ilaila Kawaiakan. Uyakunau ya oi. Ai hea Kawaiakan. Ai I kaulana kala I kapai o ko I ke kai. E mai ana mani hoa. Makamole mai o le hua. Ai ilaila Kawaiakan.
Presiding with the prayer, the prayers and the order, asking for the water of Kane.
Ke kualono, I ke avava, ke kahawai. Ai ilaila Kawaiakan. Uyakunau ya oi. Ai hea Kawaiakan. Ai I kai, I ka moana, I ke kualau, ke anue nue, ka punohu, ka uako.
This chant asks the question, where is the water of Kane? And the short answer, it's everywhere. It's in the mountains, in the valleys, in the sky, in the ground, in the rainbows.
Ka a leva leva. Ai ilaila Kawaiakan. E uiaka nau ia oe, ai hea ka wai a kāne. Ai luna ka wai a kāne. Kia au uli, kia au ele ele, kia au pano pano, kia au popola hua mea a kāne la e. Ai i laila ka wai a kāne. E uiaka nau ia oe, ai hea ka wai a kāne. Ai i lalo, i ka honua, i ka wai hu, i ka wai kau a kāne me kana loa. He wai puna, he wai inu, he wai mana, he wai ola, e ola no e a.
Preparing the ava with the mixing fibers. He now offers this ava to the deities.
Ava for those who are here and those who have since passed. Set there are the photographs to create this ahu of sorts of kupuna that have been instrumental in the foundation and the start of the Polynesian Voyaging Society. For Hokulea and all the canoes that have followed, and especially for this relationship that was forged with Alaska over 30 years ago.
We're reminded by legendary Hawaiian scholar Mary Kavena Pukuli that no Hawaiian ceremony ever went without ava. So ava is very important to create the energy as well as a calmness at the same time.
Ya kanika poha ka ala ho ko ia ka ava. Ya luna makua paupu ho ina au makua akua o mako.
It's interesting, the lei of ferns that Layana is wearing is made from both ferns from here in Juneau and ferns from Hawaii, palapalai, woven together.
Again, like that aha of Senate, aha of
cedar.
Of cedar woven together of our culture.
Just another thing, so that he's wearing around his head, he learned just the other day how to weave cedar, and so Layana wove his own cedar leipo'o and also attached to it fur, beaver fur, and humu was sewed it on. So he made his own traditional Alaskan style just without even planning to do so. He learned from a kupuna from here.
Again, the exchange of culture, the exchange of traditional knowledge between peoples.
The first apu, or coconut cup of ava, is called the A'akw Kwáan, and offering to the deities. And here they are poured over stones that come from A'akw Kwáan, the famous heiau in French Polynesia, that is the vortex of Pacific navigation. So those stones receive the A'akw Kwáan.
As mentioned, the kuahu that has been put up, ava is also served to Na'auma Kuaho'okele, our guiding elders who have passed, but whom we carry with us. as their photos come in and out of the sequence, you may take notice of who they are. Polynesian Voyaging Society President Myron Pinky Thompson, Hokulea's first navigator, the master, Mau Piainuk, Alvin A'akw, who was a Tahitian civic leader, promoter of traditional voyaging and president of Tainui Friends of Hokulea from French Polynesia. Sir Hector Hekimi Mai Busby, Maori co-navigator and builder of bridges and of canoes. Byron Lalai, Sea Alaska Corporation Chair and CEO and leader of the Tlingit, Raven Clan of Yakutat.
Mai ka pi'ina o ka la I Zantikihini. Ai ka velona o ka la I papahana o Mokuākea I Hawaii. Aloha pumehana mai ka kua pauloa. O wau ke ia o Randy Kamuelafong. I descend from the Moananuiākea and Keokilere families of Wainiha, Kauai. The Hayake Kai, A'ipu'upu'u and Ka'uawa families of Lahaina and Kanaio on the island of Maui. And the Kamakamuhoali'i family, a shark lineage of Kalihiuka, Oahu, Honomu Hilo, and Hamakua, Hawaii. Greetings to the A'akw Kwáan and to the extended family of clans and tribes of Alaska Southeast and beyond. These past few weeks, as Hokulea traveled from Yakutat to Kona and Deishu and to here in Zantikihini, we've experienced hospitality at its finest. The outpouring of love, the attention to details, and the willingness to invite us into your culture and to be among you and to learn from you has been life-changing. Mahalo piha, we thank you all. As Hokulea prepares to embark on the historic Moananuiākea A Voyage, launching from here in Juneau, we want the world to know how humbled we are to be in this sacred land and how proud we are to stand alongside our Alaska Native family, knowing we will all be on this 4-year journey together. At this time, we welcome Leg 3 of the Hokulea crew, who just arrived yesterday. We invite them and all crew to come up front and be a part of the opening. Ehele mai oko.
And now, Aha'a, a dance honoring Hokulea, performed by the Hawaii delegation, which includes more than 80 people, including crew members, the original crew members from Hokulea's maiden voyage to Tahiti in 1976, Billy Richards, John Cruz, and Shorty Bertelman, the Kamehameha Schools, and many more.
A number of chants and prayers, and the ha'a, which is really a very robust representation of the canoe itself, has been learned by all of the delegation. Ahonua, the canoe chant first. Speaks of Hokulea gliding over the waves, the hokua, and the screeching, that you can hear, the e'eina of the va'a. And that is the Pule Ho'omaikai, which is the prayer of thanksgiving. Now into the Ha'a. Alas, Hokulea has arrived. This A'akw Kwáan chant has become standard in our canoe culture, contemporary composition by Paul Case.
It is really unifying. Means to just hui bring everybody together.
The energy and the strength of the Leo Lokahi, everybody chanting together. Back and forth, kahola style, with a one to call out and the rest to answer, back and forth. Energy is created.
Sailing the Va'a from Juneau to Ketchikan. Captain Mark Ellis, who spoke earlier. Co-navigator Tua Pittman. Nolan Keawana. Captain Moani Hemuni. Rex Lokeni. Kai Hoshinjo.
A big mahalo to Leg 3 of the Hokulea crew.
And Dino Marano.
Mahalo nui loa. As they make their way back to their seats, let's take a moment to reflect on why we are here and where we are going. To set the stage for this 4-year epic voyage around our Pacific home, Moananuiākea, please help me welcome to the stage our senior Po navigator and president of the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Mr. Nainoa Thompson.
Aloha mai kākou. My genealogy is born and raised and taught in the Hawaiian Islands. And I simply come from the best, greatest parents anybody could have. And I say this because walking into this room today, I had no idea how much spirit is in here. how much mana is in here, how much power is in this room. And it kind of scared me, because I'm not much of a public speaker and I don't like it. But when your leadership, your young leadership stood up here, I bring my mom and dad as the best parents in this room, because what you taught me this morning is that what courage looks like when you open yourself with no fear and talk about things at the core of who you are on the basis of the canoe called love. The world needs to be able to have that courage. And it's here. Byron and I, over 4 years ago, talked about this voyage. Make a circle in the Pacific. The question was, where do you start it? Byron is my great teacher after my father. He's my great navigator and his best friend. And he humbly told me, it's got to be here. You know what? The navigator was correct. Coming in here, listening to you this morning has changed everything. I don't even want to talk about Moananuiākea. So I've been scrambling notes over here, putting it up here, hope I can remember the thoughts about being so impacted by, again, your courage to be open, your courage to share with strangers from other lands about how much they love you, and the fundamental belief, and I agree, it's clear to me, that's the canoe that's going to change the world. And that's a canoe Moananuiākea is going to take with us. It's an old canoe that's been tested over 12,000 years. And it's still here. And it still has navigators. It still has captains from your land, from your language, from your ancestors. It's still here, and it's stronger than ever. So I changed my speech. I'm going to struggle. I apologize. But I'm going to take you to my home. When I was young, maybe 5 or 6 or 7, I don't know. My father's mother, nearly pure Hawaiian. She was a storyteller, much like you. She had an old wooden house, and in the living room she had this bed that we call the pune'e. It's where she would rest. But that's where she dreamed. And that's where she connected. She was the connection as almost a prophet back to her ancestors. But she was a storyteller. And she comes to me this morning in here scrambling up the notes about what to say that would be meaningful. But you changed me. I bring my grandmother into the room. I would sit on the floor with her, and she would tell me stories. She would tell me the stories of our name, Paoa. Paoa is an ancestral navigator's name that comes way, way back into places like our homeland in Kahikinui, at Taputapuatea, the great school of the navigators. But she talked about her grandfather, that when she was in school on Friday nights, he would paddle his canoe to a place called Kawaihoa, where I was raised, in the Bay of Maunalua. And he would pick her up, and they would paddle all night up against wind and wave in a place called the Kaiwi. Kaiwi is a name for the color of the bone. the white water, because it's so rough. And he would wait for dawn to come in the reef, she would talk. And he knew exactly when to go in amongst the big waves and get through and take his granddaughter up to the cave that he lived in and live the old way. When she talked about her grandfather, I don't remember her words, but I remember her eyes. Her eyes would brighten up. Her body would go against gravity, and her body would lift up. She would sit up straight. And when she would talk about her grandfather, her love for her grandfather, and how much pride she had in him because he was a champion fisherman. Someone to be proud of. A great Hawaiian. And when she talked about him and how much she loved him, she looked right into your eyes, almost to tell you, boy, you need to be proud of him, proud of your ancestors. But she didn't say that. Gravity would pull her down. She would slouch on the couch. She would change the story. It would go into a personal, deep civil war inside of her. The war of conflict and doubt and fear. And she'd talk about the other half of her in school, where teachers had the permission to beat her. You know the story. You know the story. Beat her. Same story. I only bring this in because she needs to be here. When she talked about being beaten in school, and she went to the school called Kamehameha in a different time. Different time. She would slouch, gravity would pull her lower, and when she told those stories, she would look into the ground and not look into your eyes. It would be the first time that I would get a sense of the association of being Hawaiian and being shame of who you are. She would continue to look into the ground and talk about her uncle who would take the powerful detergent called lye and rub it really, really hard on his skin to remove the stain of the brown so he wouldn't be Hawaiian. And she continued to look to the ground. A story she needed to tell me, and all I could understand was, yep, you should be proud of who you are. Yep, you should stand up. You should be strong, look anybody in the eye. But don't. Because if you're going to be that, you're going to get hurt. So she would, my father's generation, maybe in 100 generations, would be the first that would be denied. Culture, tradition, language, and genealogy. To start that long road, that black road of extinction of who you are. Because you're going to get hurt in the larger society. I love my grandmother. She was brilliant and she was hurt. Her last days, I was in my late 20s. She was in the Queen's Hospital and she was very sick and she mostly slept. Damn. And I went by myself to go see her. I went in the room and nobody was there. It was just me. And she was sleeping. Quietly sleeping, didn't want to disturb her. But I put my hand on her hand. And without opening her eyes, without even waking up, it'd be the first time I'd hear her chant. A language I didn't understand, except one word, Hokulea. She kept bringing up that name, Hokulea. Kept bringing her name, didn't open her hands, but she squeezed my hand. I didn't say a word to her. She didn't open her eyes, but she knew I was there. Why I bring up this story is because I had the privilege to be here 33 years ago with the genesis of an idea, the need for you to help us, to give us wood, to carry our culture, to build a canoe, and be proud. Why I bring up this story was when my grandmother squeezed my hand, I felt her strength. She didn't need her eyes. And why I bring that story up, it's just to try to impress upon you how far we've come in 33 years. I'm not saying that we don't have trauma or challenge. I'm not saying that we don't have a need for the healing. But man, we have come so far. And I thought this morning by your speakers, powerful, courageous, free, open, articulate, and beautiful. It is not the same speech I heard 33 years ago. And in this room, there is amazing people. And I do want to thank the institutions, of course. Sea Alaska Heritage, of course, First Alaskans, Tlingit Haida, and all the big institutions to make this happen. But it's been happening for 33 years. And it's growing. And it's more strong than ever. I want to thank the Princess for making an 8,000-mile journey to be here with us, to remind us how big the family is. We used to think our nation was 3.5 times bigger than the continental United States. Now, when we start to look at the real family, and you add on this one into the new map of the Pacific, anchored by Alaska, natives in the north, Rapa Nui in the east, Aotearoa in the south, and Paiwan in the west. Now it's 12 times bigger than continental United States. Byron was right. Started here. Because in this room, we have seen amazing things. Yakutat, because you remember. And we're all still mourning our great leader, Byron Malat. And then to be asked by his family that really rightfully should have carried that paddle. But the story is when they go out on the yak and they travel far and long, when the canoes come home, if someone's missing, if someone's not coming home, someone holds the paddle up. The paddle that is carved and painted of the warrior that's not coming home. Having the honor and the privilege to hold up that paddle as we came into Yakutat is beyond imagination, and it had to come from the love of that community for that man. And then to be into the A&B hall where we're overfed constantly. We're just going, how will we eat all this stuff? You know, but it's not just food. It's the family from the land and the sea. I wish we could do that in Hawaii. You come to Hawaii, we go to Costco. Because what we did to our coral reefs, what we did to our forest, we in this room And I want to thank you for changes, a constant reminder that the forests aren't trees, those are our children. That the animals in the sea, that's our relatives. What we do to the land, what we do to the sea, we do it in the context of love of family. Because love of family and place is actually the same thing. We forgot. We forgot. So Costco might be a joke, but it's not. Because it's an alternative. Huna. Icy Straits. Community wants to sail. Come out with us. Yakutat, we honored Byron. Huna, chant and song was played to all of their family members that went out to the ocean and didn't come home. To make sure they're not forgotten. Make sure that they're remembered. To make sure there's songs and there's chants for their names. Calling out into the cold wind. And making sure that they know that their family loves them. And dancing in the... What impressed me the most, dancing in your halls, impressed me the most, young children. Generations are sitting there. And when the dance starts, a mother or a father is picking up a child, holds them close to their heart, and dances with them. No child did I ever see, no matter what the age was, in your clan houses, did I ever see a child cry. Ever. And all that time, the 2-year-old or the 1-year-old is being held to the love and the heart and the bosom of the mother or the father. They're listening to the songs of your ancestors. And I'll tell you, that is the pathway to stop extinction. Younger, the better. No crying, hanging on and listening and feeling the dance, hearing the chants, hearing the words. You're never going to go back to any question of whether you're going to lose it, because you're not. You're powerful. Damn. Deishu, I just learned that word. Did I say it right? Oh, yeah. In this room, I do want to thank the 3 families of the Malats and the family of Judson Brown and Ernie Hillman for being here to care for us. But to be at the graveside of Judson Brown with all the daughters and all the granddaughters and grandsons, the great-grandsons, the great-great-grandsons and grandchildren there, it was just a powerful reminder of how many times do we go to the grave sites of our loved ones and make sure that when we come, you come. Because you get to do what they do, pay respect, honor, remember, don't forget. I'm struggling. But Judson comes in my mind too. 1992, he says, Nainoa, I want you to come to my home in Seattle. I want to show you something. So I go to his home and have the privilege to stay there, and he opens a drawer in his filing cabinet, pulls out a file. In the file he gives it to me, 2 scientific research papers, independent of each other, in genetics. And what it said was, the native people of this land have strong Polynesian genetics and blood type. And he wanted me to read that and see it because Judson was the brilliant navigator that recognized at some point in time, we're going to need to connect. We're going to need to come together. And as the world feels like it's falling apart, like it's being fractured, that we're heading and mapping out war, and that we're depleting natural resources faster than the human need can be met. All those things that we see every single day that's thrown at us and our children. Stories of fear, stories of doubt, stories absent of hope. Judson is saying, no, come together. There are tools. Right now, to me, we have tools in the room from science. We have tools in the room that's building a third canoe to sail with Hokulea and Hikeanalia. It's a virtual canoe, a platform for platforms with the biggest institutions we have in the world that can scale that to any child in the world. With commitments from us saying you cannot just increase the gap in education between the rich and the poor. That the education that come off these canoes going to have to be free. The institutions agreed, because equity matters. It's the only way. We would fail out of our tent if we increase that gap. Those tools are here, and they're powerful. We have them. That's the essence of Moananuiākea. But let's not talk about departure. Those canoes can't leave. This is not a departure ceremony. This is a celebration of a beginning. I was at a lunch years ago with the Dalai Lama, and his assistant came up to me and said to me that the Dalai Lama believes that Hokulea is a flashlight. It's shining a beam in the black of the storm on the earth. And it's creating the path for humanity to find its way out of the storm. And I think about that. I bring him in the room. I'm stumbling. I apologize. Because I've been so impacted by you. All of you. What you've done. The consistency of respect. The consistency of aloha. The consistency of kindness. Consistent. The reason why I say this is because, in many ways, I think you're the light. I think you're the flashlight. And your light is strong. We can't do this voyage without you. There are platforms for you, if you choose. And the reason I say that, the world needs to see your light. And when you ground it to its basic essence, your light's going to lead the earth and life on the earth. We are embarking in a time in human history, in my humble opinion, is facing the race. Those who we keep acknowledging are destroying and hurting the planet. And there's another powerful movement. More powerful, exponentially more powerful than ever. It's the movement of kindness on the planet. You know how we know? We went around the world. And where we saw it the most was strangers that are like you. They're in their forests. They're in their watersheds. They're in the worst of your communities. the ones that people needed the most, children that should be served the most, that are served the least. They're there. That thousands, and actually we saw, you just exponentially multiply that by the ones we didn't see. There's the greatest movement in human history ever to respond to hurting two things: home and family. When a parent starts a debate the prognosis of a war in 4 to 5 years on the ocean, they can choose fear or they can choose strength. You choose strength. This is the greatest movement that's happening now to restore the earth. And the reason why they need you, because you guys clearly have shown the growth and the shift and the change and the power and the conciseness of your word about how clear you are about two things. About one thing: love of your family and your home. You will be the ones that will help humanity, because fundamentally, yes, they need your story. But what humanity needs, it needs your strength. Hokulea needs your strength. We need your strength. I am not asking, I'm begging. Be with us. Let us take your stories. Let us take your home. We can do it. And show the world another way. But more importantly, show the light and strengthen the most incredible human movement of human history ever to restore our only island that we have, and we call it Earth. I really apologize for stumbling. I came with a speech for what I think, and all I could do is tell you how I feel. On behalf of Hokulea, I can find the strength too, just to say, we love you all. Mahalo.
That was an outstanding speech by CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Nainoa Thompson. And it reminds, he always honors his mentors and his parents, but his father, Myron Pinky Thompson, of course, one of the founders, very influential of the Polynesian Voyaging Society.
And now the students of the Kamehameha schools, under the direction of Kunuhula Kaleo Trinidad and Snowboard Bento, will perform the first part of a hula.
Mahalo Nainoa. As we witness what's happening to our planet, we call upon Hi'iaka, the great healer. Among her many forms, she is the younger sister of the volcano goddess Pele, and a patron goddess of hula, our traditional dance. We share the story of Uluvehivehi, a time when the world of our ancestors was clean and vibrant, lush and teeming with life.
beautiful dance. Speaking of the vegetation of island Earth and how important it is to restore that vegetation so that life will continue.
And that concept of healing as well, not just of growth, but before growing, there has to be that clearing, that cleansing.
Extreme heat overtakes the earth. Wildfires burn out of control. The glaciers are melting at an alarming rate, and temperatures rise around the globe. Our home island Earth is under threat.
That dance is a hula kala'au, using the long la'au or stick and the short stick, telling the story about the growing heat of the earth.
As we prepare to sail throughout the ancestral Pacific, it is our goal to uplift traditional knowledge and amplify indigenous voices. The Paiwan tribe of the Kavinyangan village in Pingtung, Taiwan, represents a 6,000-year-old genealogy from which Polynesians and Micronesians descend. We trace the origin of our languages, as well as our navigational and voyaging sciences, back to this region of the world. I'm honored to introduce Princess Malovlov, Pinapedi, and Giligili Lau, who flew some 8,000 miles to be here to celebrate the Hokulea. They will offer their prayers to the ancestors and to their sacred mountain, Ta'u.
That was an outstanding, a very unusual nose flute, all the air coming from the ihu, or from the nose, and playing two flutes with harmony from the nose. Princess Malavlov is the daughter of the queen of the Paiwan tribe in Taipei, and they are the indigenous people of Taiwan, Taipei, and their tribe is Paiwan.
The similarities again between all of us, the native Alaskan Indians, the Hawaiian, with chant, with music, with drumming.
In their ceremonies, they always wear a lei of fern on their head, and it's usually kupu-kupu fern. Here they're using their travel. They're thousands of miles from home. But the idea that they use kupu-kupu fern in ceremony and in performance is just amazing.
Just like us.
Just like us.
The second portion of the Hawaii Global Launch Protocol is a call to Pacific, to the entire Pacific. It starts with the remarks of our indigenous Pacific family, of course by Kamehameha Schools and Randy Fong, and then it continues on with this indigenous tribe of Taiwan, with the Princess Malavlov.
What a rare glimpse into the indigenous culture of Taiwan, Taipei.
Just a really special opportunity that I think something like
Mahalo, Princess
the launch
Malavlov,
of Hokulea
and our
brings
indigenous
to a
Taiwan
place
family.
where it embraces all cultures.
Hokulea's navigational heritage comes from Master Pacific Navigator, the revered and beloved Pius Mau Piailug. Through him, we have come to know the region of Micronesia as a place of beauty and brilliance. Veteran Hokulea leader Max Yarawamai of Ulithi Yap, Federated States of Micronesia, offers well-wishing on behalf of his people.
Pardon me, so excuse me. I should be in my attire at home with a malo, but here in your home, I have 5 layers on right now. Whew. It's cold here. I don't know what to say. I'm not a speaker. But what I've heard over the week, and as my master navigator, and I know I said, as humble Shori talks behind me, gives me the strength to be in front of all of you. Because here is a lot of love and a lot of spirit. So I wrote down a little bit, but before I get into that, I couldn't sleep last night. Just writing things down and throw it away, wake up again, write things down, throw it away. And I just couldn't get anything together. It was just so much that I've come to feel in this beautiful place. And being out with Wayne on that canoe yesterday, paddling with Dino, Rex, Ui, Kala, and my other captain, Bruce. It was just no spoken word or anything could top that. You know, just being with the humble captain behind with no hard voices, but just this silent talk to us, matching the water that we were going through and getting to the glacier and standing there. Thank you for putting me where I am today. So, here I go. Thank you, Taiwan, Alaskan Natives, and Hawaii, and all the newcomers here. Today's a blessing for all of us to meet with great hearts to discuss our future in this troubled world. 4 years we've been put down, walk on, but we as a people, we don't give up. We are built not in a soft bed, air condition, or electric blanket, but rather in forest and lowlands. We weather storms not in concrete buildings, but in huts made out of grass, skins, or coconut leaves. We will not forget our ancestors in their struggle in their times. We will learn from our past to improve the future of indigenous people and this place called Earth. We have lots to teach and pass on to our future generation. Mleive le mak yarwa mai. Udom le siflu le mai dal le fedrai. Le shilwus le yulthi. Ato. Mai dal matmai le telwiyar en mlasle le mraliam. ملاتمي اسم التمول في ذراي أني بوضع مسوس المسوق معنا خامم مله خامل ناتشل تمول لعمم لا بوسا يوش ما تعرف I just tell you my genealogy. My name is Max Yarawamai, Mak Yarawamai. My father's name is Teluyar, and my mother's name is Mareliam. My father came from the clan called Wangyang, and we are the protector of the paramount chief, and we serve him as the protector of the ocean and the reef. My mom is from the paramount chief island called Maumo, and she's from a place called Lamadak. She is the lineage with the paramount chief. So, in Ulithii, all the way up to Sarawal, we have the paramount chief in Ulithii, and we have chiefs all the way up to Sarawal. We were not fortunate enough to go down, I think about a month ago. They have a post ceremony on Sarawal. And they all gather in Sarawal for 10 days to hear from our brother, cousin Thomas Rifati, who made the trip down there. And they talked about all what we're doing up here and what we're going to be trying to do these next 4 years. And from Thomas would be here talking, but he couldn't make it because he's not feeling well. But he told me to tell all of you that we have met. Our paramount chief was on Sarawal, and they all talked about how they're all behind all of us. They're all behind all of us in spirit, and when we get there, hopefully we could make it through the challenges that we're going to go through, that they're going to be there with open hearts to welcome us. The spirit of the Po, which went through Mao, is on the canoe. And I feel that every time I'm on the canoe. The canoe is showing us the world. It's not us that's navigating the canoe, but the spirit of the canoe is so strong. And they've emphasized to me that they've renewed that spirit again on the canoe. So, with that, I just want to thank you all for giving me this guy that you won't know a lot of where I come from, because I'm only just a little dot on that map that you guys looked at. But I'm kind of close to Taiwan, close to the Philippines, below Guam, but that's where I come from. And like I said earlier, I left home when I was 13, going to Western schools, and now I know the answers of all what I was trying to find is here in this room. Thank you all.
It's hard to really translate what we're feeling in this room. It is real. It is aloha. And he said it so well.
Max is
the people of Samoa man, and represent the oldest, most senior members of our Polynesian family. As we called out to the vast Pacific, the voice of Samoa replied,
really takes every opportunity to lift not just the Micronesian community where he lives,
but from right here in the local community.
Everyone in his community.
Born in
he is a formidable
raised in Savaii
contributor
and Tutuila,
residing
in Hawaii for a time, and then finally settling here in Zantikahini, Juneau, for the past 30 years.
What he has
we are honored to call upon one of our resident Matai, or chiefs, to offer a blessing today. Afio mailau afionga, tolu ma'anawe.
From Lefanga Upolo, Samoa, and now a resident of Juneau, Alaska, Tulumana Ave lives here now, and it's just really an amazing journey that she has taken to come to this place of Alaska.
And it's not that your culture needs to assimilate. Not that your culture needs to assimilate to the culture of that land, because they remain very uniquely Samoan, and they parallel perfectly with Alaska natives here. They eat, they laugh, they dance, they work hard, and they love.
My real name is Louis. I never used to stand like this in a million people. I'm too nervous to do it. Hopefully, it can help you. Wa malama nei urungalo ma uftia le malo le te puitea. Ta oto nei tu la whasa ngā fōi maota le ata o le tuitonga. Ta aloa li le ata o le sa mona ngalo ai utu pōpō te vaitau whaari. Leila se seu e toi langa vale a wā wapa ia whale, wapa ia whafo, wapa ia runga. O lea ua otu wai i le singi ai o sau le moana. Pea o le whitalenga i le tua masanga. O te whata alofa, ma ofa alofa atu i le malanga, ale Moananuiākea e pea fua aile nei whata singa i lau sunga i le whata nsili ma le mamalu o le au malanga. Ma alo malanga manuia, a fio mai, tala mai a au. E whata alofa atu fo, ma ofa alofa atu i le au fia. Ua poto mai mo le nei wha moe moe. Ma alo le soi fua manuia. O upo o le tusi, le wha moe moe ua tau nuu, o le la au lea o le ola. Tātou fia ia, ma wha fitai i le atua, ua tau nuu manuia le nei wha moe moe. Sa whau ao, whau po. Se taimi o mua tu uama, le fua ma tatala le filia li i langi. Ma ina, ma ua manutia i tātou, uma i a alofa, o le tapa au sili i le langi. O alofa nā, o alofa nei. I whaatasi le tua ma o tau, i o tau manuia, ia manuia le whainga mlanga. So i fua, ma ia manuia. Batia! 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 Bati maleo!
Samoan community, it's important, I think, to remind all of our viewers here that this is not a performance, this is not a show.
No, it is a sharing. And again, Hokulea is at the center, at the forefront of bringing all these people together that have made Juneau and Alaska their home.
Absolutely.
Thousands of miles away.
And as Nainoa had said earlier, you know, looking at the Pacific as really the largest nation in the world, all from Taipei to Alaska, all the way down the Americas into the islands and Aotearoa, Rapa Nui, it's an amazing. It's just on fire, you know, with pride and identity.
And again, not at the expense of the other.
No.
The entire village.
You know, from little Ulithi, as Max would point out,
right,
to much greater expanses of land. People, things like Hokulea makes a level playing field where everyone is valued and brings something to the fore to share.
You know, as we bring up on Tua to speak, just one quick comment about how it's asking permission of others to do what you would like to do. And when you're told no, you don't do it. You don't just go and do what you want, like in some people in the world. I'm going to take this, I'm going to do that. This guy, Tua Pitman from Rarotonga,
another small island.
Another small island. He's a big boy for a small island.
Wow. Tammajiki e tamarangi e kappai runga kappai raro kappai na derangi e Arutaki na e Kamimo Hush Kamimo Hush Kamimo Uyo. This is a chant from our islands in the Cook Islands, very, very small group of islands that families, parents, children, sports teams, paddling teams, they come together to gather strength. And what it is tamatiki are the children of the land, the children of the ocean, and the children of the heavens, calling them to come together to uplift their spirit, to uplift their pride, and to push away their fear, not to hide it, but to conquer it by unity. So I thought it was appropriate that I do that chant here for you, with you, together, because we're about to sail away on a really, really important journey. And I chanted this chant to take the members of this gathering, your spirit, your family spirit, and your love with us. We may have had a fear, but we don't have that fear anymore because of you. And I thank you, and I thank you, and I thank you again. Meitaki, meitaki mata.
Mahalo tua. Aotearoa, also known as New Zealand, is a place that is special to many of us. Two important reasons are the late Sir Hekenukumai Ngaiwi Busby and the iconic waka Te Aorere. His close relationship with Nainoa led to the robust resurgence of traditional Maori voyaging. Here to offer expressions of aroha is Maori voyaging leader and pole navigator Stanley Conrad of Te Tai Tokirau.
Hoi kou ki te tai e kou ki te tai e. Ara wāhi atura te maru huka huka o Mārerea. Piki ti atu te aurere kura o Tatorangi. Tapa tapa ruruana. Te kakau o te hoe he au heke ana. Te tara tupu ana te huka o Tangaroha. A ki te puhi whatukura ki te himare kura o taku waka. Ka titiro i ahau ki te taia uta, ki te taia waho, piki tūrangi ana. Te kakau o te hoe. Hei, o kumea te uru o taku waka. Aue, kei runga. Ki te kiri wai wai o papatuanu. Ku e tokoto mai nei. Ia, au e kei runga ki te uru tapanui o tāne e tū mai. Ora whati whati rua te hoi o paupoto tauake ki te hoi o ngakura. E ari ki whatu manawa, tō manawa e kura ki taku manawa. Kairia ki wai o nuku. Kairia ki wai o raki. Ora ka whiti au ki te whai au, ki te ao marama e. Kotahira, tukua ma kiki a piri, tukua ma kiki a tata, ki papa tuanuku e te kotone. Ai. Ke rona tātou katoa rin tuku atu nia ki ke tātou katoa. Huri atu ke rātu ko wheturangi tia. Ka huri o rātu nei tuara ki a mātou haere atu. Hoki ana mai ki te tangata. Ki a kanui ora. Ke tātou i rotu i te tātou nei whare. A tēnā rā tātou katoa. If I had to do that with actions, I think I would need the ambulance to take me to hospital. But, kia ora tātou katoa. I hail from the very part of the Southern Ocean. As you, we're very close to the Antarctic in Aotearoa. I just recited an ancient karakia, an ancient prayer from one of our tupuna captains of our tupuna ancestral wakas called Ngātuki Matawhaurua, and his name was Nukutawhiti. This karakia he used as he traversed one of our dangerous harbours in Aotearoa, called Hokianga Mau Karakia. He used this karakia to pacify the waves and to clear the way so his canoe could enter the harbour and land safely inside the harbour. So the karakia just done is to park and pacify the journey of Hokulea on its journey through here, through Alaska, and on its way through to the starting of our Moananuiākea. Yes, I do. We're all in the same when it comes down to our traditions, and we had the same struggles regarding our culture and our language, but it's through the waka and through our language and through our traditions that we have come through. It's like my good friend Max talked about his genealogy, how important genealogy is to me and myself and my people. Is we always make sure we connect our genealogy back to our ancient canoes, our ancient waka that arrived in Aotearoa. And just like to put out my warm thank you, and it's an honour to be here, especially to come here and on this journey.
here in Alaska. We give a big mihi to the people, the tribes of this place. It's very special. It's a journey for me because it's coming back here is like retracing where my elder Hector Busby came. And it's a great, for me, I've fulfilled that journey. It's not the last. Be back, not in winter time, be back in the summertime, because I think your winter's a little bit too cold for me. But I'm just honored to be here and to be part of this amazing kaupapa that's going to begin. And it's just great to be here and honor a wonderful day and all you here. It's great to meet a lot of you. And like the speakers before me said, you're warm, your hospitality, just awhi, we call this awhi, has been awesome. And I'll take that back to Aotearoa. And if you ever come down our way, we'll try and better that when it comes to that. So, so no reira, kia koutou katoa. Ahuri atu kia koutou ngā kaumoana o Hokulea. Ko timatanga tō koutou ne haere. Haere ki te manaakitanga, I te atua I tiaki, I manaakiti a koutou. E kaumoana ma, kia koe te kaihautu, e koe te hoa, e tua. Mauri atu, no reira, huri no, hiri no, a tēnā ra tātou katoa. Kia ora everybody, kia ora.
That was amazing. You know, all of these speakers are speaking from the heart. They're so sincere, and always a little bit of humor kind of works its way in a little bit. We're going to transition now to the Heleo Mahalo portion.
The signs are all around
the Hawaiian
us.
Protocol.
We must heed the call for change.
And more chants about
the sounding of the drums of nature
of the earth
is dire. Yet the solutions are well within our reach.
instrument that they're using is called oeoe, and you don't see it very often, but it's a board with holes attached to a kaula, and then when it's wound up and swung in the air, it creates the sound of makani, or wind, and so it can be used as a metaphor, it can be used as a approaching, almost a defensive, guarding, protecting what is yours from those who tend to take things away that don't belong to them. So the winds of protection, you see them using the oeoe traditional instrument.
Mani, you mentioned that it's not something that is often seen. To your point about this not being a performance,
right.
It is an opportunity to share culture and story through chants and through hula in this way. Again, to speak about that kind of protection for the journey to come.
It also reminds us of the beginning of today's ceremony when there was absolutely no recording, including us, cut out of a part of the Alaska Native Protocol, because it just simply is not allowed to be recorded by anything, by anyone at any time. It's a good reminder of humility and to listen and heed the wishes of those whose place you are at.
Again, not a performance, but something to be witnessed, to be present, and to just really to be aware of all that is being shared.
Yeah, every word, every song, every chant, every laugh, every tear, it's all woven together in ceremony. And so the ceremony is all directed toward Moananuiākea, 4 years of absolute courage and making a statement to the world to protect our island Earth and the oceans therein.
Again, a universal call to everyone, to all peoples of all nations, again, to be aware, to be present, to take heed. The actions of today clearly will impact tomorrow.
As the sea levels rise and water encroaches onto shorelines and into homes and communities across the world, the need for planetary healing is now. The Moananuiākea A Voyage is committed to promoting action and positive change.
This hula is using the kilu or the puniu, and it's a very innovative presentation, again, of the reality of today. Being in a world where seas are rising and islands are disappearing, and to put these into traditional form, but in a contemporary reality and context is extremely inspiring.
Again, also testament to kupuna. And while we may face these certain challenges of today, clearly the kupuna of the past face their own challenges. So it is through their traditions that we speak to the times of today, the challenges of today, but to see the melding of what is old and traditional to be relevant and to send a message today.
That's a perfect word, relevance or relevant. That's exactly
in that same vessel of communicating again, chant, instrumentation, and just the voice itself. Even if you don't understand the lyric, if you listen to the drumming, you listen to the tempo, the tone of which they chant, clearly states there is a message here to heed, to pay attention. Ho'olohe.
Lance, who spoke earlier yesterday at the presentation, he asked one time, how come some of your songs sound so angry? And his answer was, because you keep stealing our stuff. So not all hula is about love and beautiful things. It's about aua, to hold on and to make a difference, and to lapa'au, to heal.
Also, I think it shows insight that 2 kilo is an integral part of all of us, no matter where you come, where you live, to pay attention to your environment and what is around you.
Looking outwardly and also looking in to yourself. Who are you and what are you doing? Puniu, which is the knee drum, it causes a pulse along with the chanters who use the larger pahu, or drum. The call at the end, Hei Loa no Kanaloa. This is a name song in honor of Kanaloa, the god of the sea, or a god, the main god of the ocean, of the moana, of the kai. And so Kanaloa is being called to heed the desires and of the people
Meleno Kanaloa. So appropriate for this voyage of Moananuiākea to bring attention to this.
Moananuiākea is a great, very appropriate name.
Nainoa and Bruce,
broad
if you could join us
ocean.
on stage, please.
You know, that's, I mean, you can't get more pono than that.
And
We'd like to express
visualization
our gratitude
of what that really means. That
to the people who have made
deep
all of this
expanse
possible.
of
And so
ocean.
Bruce and Nainoa are going to express that gratitude through the giving of gifts.
Another component of Hawaiian protocol is
We'd like
the
to call to the
ho'okupu,
stage
the giving of gifts.
And indigenous
Fran Houston
protocol in
and
general.
Mike
These
Tagaban
ceremonies can go
of the
on
A'akw
for days,
Kwáan.
so you better
Please come join us.
get comfy.
Joe Nelson, Anthony Malat of Sea Alaska. Helemai Olua. President Richard Peterson and Sarah Dibdal of the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. And Laganai Liz Medicine Crow and Wahlagidak Barbara Blake of First Alaskans Institute.
Those that you see being called out here are those that have
The
been
tribal
hosts
welcome at A'akw Kwáan was
of-
filled with the
of
presence
all
of the
Hawaii
ancestors.
delegation as well as
What we
Hokulea.
call mana. It was extraordinary. Each day this week was planned with thoughtfulness. The All Things Canoe Day was deeply inspiring, featuring the voices of Po and Tlingit experts. The Indigenous Education Exchange was rich with traditional native expressions and ancestral knowledge sharing. The catamaran ride on the Taku River to be with the A'akw Kwáan was filled with stories and moments to grieve and celebrate. And the UAS engagement uplifted powerful stories of our connections, followed by a wild party in the dining hall. And finally, today, we are here for the global launch of the Moananuiākea A Voyage. All of this took months and months of planning and patience, creativity and risk-taking, resources and more resources. At the end of the day, this is what Indigenous excellence looks like. We wish to present these gifts to express our gratitude and aloha nui to the A'akw Kwáan, Sea Alaska, Tlingit and Haida, and First Alaskans Institute. From all the people of Hawaii, mahalo nui loa.
And presented almost in lay style. This chant that is being done is a traditional chant for adorning or wearing lei for ceremonial purposes. The next set of prized makana or gifts, or kahili, feather standards that are symbols of royalty, of nobility, of leadership, of those who guide and inspire their people. Feathers from manu, or from birds that fly high, closest to the gods. Treasured gifts that I know our cousins here in, as we say, A'akw or Alaska, will hold close for many, many years.
Symbols also of Kuleana.
Mm-hmm. So pole navigators Bruce Blankenfeld and Nainoa Thompson greeting them personally, expressing their sincere gratitude for hospitality, and I love the verb that's been used a lot, well-wishing.
Well-wishing.
Well-wishing. We don't say that enough.
These feathered emblems
enough,
are called kahili. They represent the presence of royalty, of chiefs. Indeed, we are in the presence of extraordinary chiefs whose role it is to care for people and to feed the community, to protect them and keep them safe. So this is what we present to you as a reflection of your chiefly hospitality. How about a nice round of applause for our organizing coordinators who are amazing. Yes, please. Please do stand. Please do make some noise. For these people who have not slept yet.
No
We love
simple
you.
task indeed.
We honor you.
Be responsible for the ho'okipa of friends, families, and especially strangers who have now become family.
Randy Fong's comment about the attention to not just detail, but details. And this has been, and I've seen it from the other end, from Hawaii, regular, constant meetings on Zoom or on Teams where these, everything that has been planned for the beginning, the launch, and for the 3.5, 4 years that will follow, have been so thought through. And I think Randy's comment just earlier, that this is what Indigenous excellence looks like.
At this time,
too, when you think about the planning of this,
in Hawaiian culture,
the change of
some of the most important
the spontaneity
ceremonies
of things is
include
constant.
the drinking,
It looks
serving
really
of
great,
awa.
all the planning
Awa is
and
our
all
ceremonial
the paper,
drink made of a
assuming
pepper plant
that all things
that
remain the
lifts
same.
up
And then the weather changes, and here we
esteem
are.
Here we are inside the
dignity
gym.
of a ceremony.
It's a nice gym. You know,
At this time,
we
I'm
started
gonna call
earlier with
names,
the opening of the
to people
Ava
who've been designated
ceremonially.
to represent your
But
community.
we're going to
We're going
continue
to
now
form an
with
Ava
the
circle.
serving of Ava. That's
Quite a
led
number
by
of people.
our, from Kamehameha, our
And we're
Laiana
going to serve
Kanoa
Ava and we're going
Wong.
to drink Ava together
He's the
as a symbol of
A'akw
our
Kwáan.
unity.
And so while the other parts of the ceremony were done earlier with chants
And we're going to call
presenting
up to the
the
stage. I
Ava
think we'll have
to
one group
The
along the
A'akw.
stage and the other
A'akwa and the
out
Aumakua.
here, so we form a circle.
Here we have,
We'll see what
I think it's
happens.
going to be about 60 or so recipients who will
Gonna
receive
call
their
up our Alaska Native
A'akw,
family
or the
first.
coconut cup. And
Joe Nelson,
they will be
Anthony Malott,
enjoying Ava all together.
Sylvia Lang,
So let's listen to
Sven
Randy as he introduces
Hawkinson,
who will be
Val
receiving
Davidson,
the
Barbara
Ava
Blake,
in this
Kumin
portion of
Hobson,
our
President Richard Peterson,
global launch of
Sarah
Moananuiākea here in Juneau,
Amelia
Alaska.
Rivera, Ralph Wolf, Renee Tla'akw, Fran Houston, Mike Tagaban, James Jack, Andrea Cariente Nelson. This feels like graduation. Right? All right. Todd Antioquia, Mary Lekanoff, Tony Molat, Lillian Hillman, Rob Sanderson, Renee Twitchell, Lyle James, Colleen James, Rosita Worrell, Davy Boxley, Ben Young, Herman Davis, Paul Marks, Yarrow Vara, Wayne Price, Sanuga Jana Willard. Right down here. Perfect. Because the Hawaiian folks would be down there. That's perfect. Aye. Louise Brady, David Kanash, Bob Sam, and then our Hawaii. Perhaps Nainoa and Bruce can be on the stage. We'll call the rest of our Hawaii people to form the rest of the circle out in front. Nainoa, Bruce, Lehua, Shorty, Pomai, Tua, Stan, Billy Richards, John Cruz, Debbie Nakanelua, Max Yarawamai, Kala Tanaka, Kaiulani Murphy, Neil Hannes, Mark Ellis, Tommy Kaulukukui, David Lassner, Taryn Chun, Camille Masatoshi, Lindsay Alu, Susie Vares Lum, Jamie Fong, Pua Kamaka, Jenny Chow, Jody Kaulukukui, our 4 Paiwan family. Okay, we're doing pretty good. We're figuring this out. That's right. It looks very good. Circle-ish. It's circle-ish. It's kind of a circle.
You know, Hawaiian ceremony is like the weather. You go with the flow. You never know what to expect. What was thought would be a simple awa serving to those of the planning
it looks like
committees
we're all in
and
place.
the sponsors and
Somewhat.
what have you. It's turned into much larger, and so the
We're
challenge
going to begin
for
passing
the,
out
for the
apu,
haku,
which are
awa,
coconut cups used
or
for
the
ceremony.
awa preparer, and the lave, who are
And
the
if by
servers.
chance
We learn
we
these
need to,
things
we have
on
some
how
paper
to
cups
be
that we'll be
efficient, so that there
when
is
needed.
minimal movement to not take away
We're
or
reminded of the
distract
metaphor
from the
of a
sanctity
lei, a wreath, a
drinking
garland,
of the awa, the
which
embodiment
represents
of Kane, the
children.
deity whose partner is
It represents loved
Kanaloa,
ones.
the ocean. How very appropriate for this
It
occasion.
represents unity.
Our
Like the lei
is
of
our
love,
server is passing out the
connecting
coconut
humanity
apu or coconut
the va.
cups into which awa will be poured and
What's happening now is the apu is
shared
being passed around.
with each other. There's Bruce Blankenfeld of the Polynesian Voyaging Society and Dr. Randy Kamuelafong of Kamehameha Schools.
It looks like just about everyone has an apu. And we'd like to have our Alaska family be able to hold an apu when possible. And those of us from Hawaii, if needed, can use the paper cups. Let's go ahead and see if we can get apu for our Alaska family. Save the paper cups for those of us who are used to. Thank you.
You know, sometimes when you need more
That way you
apu
can
to serve
experience the
awa,
drinking
you
of
know,
awa
we have
through an
coconut
apu
trees
as
that
part
we
of our
can
ceremony.
get and make the apu from.
Mahalo, everybody.
Not many coconut trees here in Juneau, Alaska. Ha ha ha. But it's the awa itself that is the ceremonial element which inspires, excites, and calms all at the same time.
Okay, I think we've distributed all of our apu. I think we have a few more here. All of our Alaska have apu. Okay, oika mea nui. Oika mea nui. Aloha, Auntie. Aye, aye.
So there are Layana, who again,
Can
the
you
Haku
imagine what it
Awa
was like
in charge
creating
of
a
the
list
ceremony is giving
for
instructions
those who would participate in
to
the
the
awa?
lave or to the servers. So that
It was
they do
difficult because you want to
with
include
dignity
everyone. And so many people
efficiency
really belong in this circle. All of you, indeed. Thanks for your understanding. Okay, at this time, we will commence with the serving of the awa.
The awa being
we'll
served
ask you to
today,
hold
mixed with water, creating the drink of ceremony, is from the east side or the hikina of Mokupuni or Molokai. It is the eastern side of Molokai Island, an area known as Pu'uohoku. And so the awa was grown there, and I believe the awa type we're using here is hiva, which is very highly regarded and most appropriate for ceremony. It's not often that we describe all these things that are going on because they are private. But here, as we expand our ohana, acknowledge our
May this awa be used to unify
family.
and connect us.
Listen to Layana.
Our boys are going to be working their best to move around and serve everybody as best they can. But we hope you guys can enjoy and partake in our ceremonial drink. Awa is the connection back to our land. It's a reminder of maintaining our roots to our places and reminding us to maintain our connection to our akua, who cares for us. And so thank you guys again, and bear with us as we share. Eia ka vai o ke ola a kanaka, ke ola ka lahui, ke ola ka aina. Ola ka vai, ola ke kanaka, ola ka lahui. E ola loa ka vai, e ola loa na lahui, e ola loa na oiwi, ola ka vai ola a kāne.
Ola.
Kai hou ka awa, ke kanaka. Po ai ka piko o wakia, mo ke kānoa no ke kanaka, o ke aka ka ukou, o kai o ka makou. Ia ka vai ola a kāne. Ia ola loa e.
The deity Kane is honored in this mele, most appropriate for awa, Kevelina mai nei ke kini o lalo. In large awa ceremonies, often a vessel or ipu, gourd, or sometimes long ohe or bamboo segments are filled with awa so that the apu of the participants can be served efficiently in a clean way, which is in keeping with ceremony. There we see Debbie Nakanelua Richards, who is with me in this role, but she's also receiving the Ava as one of the very, very much appreciated sponsors and planners of this global launch of Moananuiākea. This chant is repeated and will continue until the Ava is served properly. The students who assist with this ceremony are trained in advance to learn the chants, the dances, the ceremony. A lot goes into this, and we appreciate the eagerness of these haumana, or these students, to learn many elements of the nohona, or the way of life of our ancestors. The number of those who are partaking of the Ava is somewhere about 65. So they are called out specifically and invited. Often this is done all seated in a circle or in a hoaka, in kind of a arc. But again, the weather outside of this hale, outside of this structure, much rain outside. So we all come together under the shelter, standing for the Ava. Once everyone is served, the Ava will be sipped, and that will complete this section of our ceremony. Following this will be another dance presentation and another mele or song and closing remarks, and that will bring this particular global launch ceremony to a close. It still has a bit more to go, so your patience at home, all around the world enjoying this is much appreciated.
At this time, we just have a few more apu to fill with awa. We thank everyone for your patience. Maikai, loa poloa, Maikai.
They all have received awa.
I'm going to call out to you, A'o. A'o means answer me. And you respond back, Moananuiākea. You try. Moananuiākea. Once more. A'o. Moananuiākea. A'o. Moananuiākea. A'o. Moananuiākea. That was a good rehearsal. Now let's do it for real. We're going to stop, we're going to think, and we're going to place all of our good energies in the right places as we bless our Hokulea launch for the next 4 years from these sacred lands and these sacred people. A'o! Moananuiākea! A'o! Moananuiākea! A'o! Moananuiākea! E nui ka awa.
Drink of the awa. E nui ka awa.
We will now offer a pikai, a sprinkling of salt water and olena, turmeric, for cleansing.
Often in Hawaiian ceremonies, water, fresh water or vai, is mixed with pa'akai, which is salt, in a vessel, in an ipu, or in an umeke, a bowl, and the la'i, or the tea leaf, is put into the water and then sprinkled for cleansing. A third item here that joins the fresh water or vai and the pa'akai or salt is olena. Olena is the turmeric, which brings it to another level. And this is done for purification, for cleansing, not just of the individuals, but of the insides as well, so that everyone is in the appropriate frame of mind for this global launch.
This brings our sharing of awa together to a close. And as we ask you to, as you make your way to your seats, we'll collect our ceremonial cups so that we can use them for the voyage. And we will end our time together with O'Aia, a special dance of resolve and resilience.
Yep, so our participants will slowly and quietly make their way back to their pakau, to their tables, to their noho, to their chairs.
Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo anui loa.
And our students from Kamehameha schools, well trained in so many things, will perform.
Thank you for participating
a drum
in
dance,
our Ava together.
Hula Pahu,
Blessings and goodness.
well known throughout
Blessings
Hawaii
and
and
goodness.
really today around the world. People have witnessed A'akw as a
Blessings
dance
and
of
goodness
holding
to all of you.
fast, a dance of resolve and commitment dedicated to
Aye.
the
Blessings.
ocean, Kanaloa. So the mood lightens up a little bit. We go up and down in quiet, and then a little bit of a laugh and people helping
Yeah.
each other to their seats.
Beautiful. Au a ia e tama e tōna motu. O tōna motu e tama e au a ia. O te tama i te huli nuu. O te tama i te huli au. Huli hia pāpi o. Buenos dias.
A'akw will be performed, the drum dance, and after the Hawaiian portion comes to a close, then as we began with our hosts, Alaska
O'a means to hold on to
natives
something.
will bring the entire
O'a means we will hold on to our
to a
culture
wonderful close.
and to the things that matter in this
celebration.
world.
Awesome.
Strong
Amazing.
statements which you have made throughout your whole lifetimes, and which you've especially made this week and are sharing together with you. Auaia e tama e tōna motu.
The pule is made. It sets the stage for all things, all energy, all that money going into this ava. So that which we have consumed is of good thoughts and deeds to be manifested into all that we pray for.
Very specific, I think, in its form and function. But over the years, and you know this as we're both po'ehula or hula people, it really has kind of evolved to a symbol, an icon of reclaiming our heritage, reclaiming land, reclaiming the ways of our kupuna, and as you mentioned earlier, Debbie, finding the relevance in what they did 300 years ago, and we do it now, maybe for different reasons, but it's relevant, it's powerful, and it's ours to share.
Again, same intention, all of these practices, of which includes language. As we heard repeatedly today, the various dialects that were spoken from the podium. Just a huge part of what is to hold on to.
It's, and your point about languages, Olelo Hawaii today, where it is today after 40 years of hard work. The same thing here in Alaska with their languages. But what all of these practices, especially with language, is then your cloak of identity. And always remembering too that not everyone in our family or in their families are going to really be able to understand the language as well as others. So it's not meant to divide. It's meant to really to support our collective.
From all the people of Hawaii, Mahalo anui loa. Thank you very much.
Manu, as you had mentioned, we had opened with the Puukani, the section of Hawaii and our sharing of tradition and culture today. We end and bring to a close in the same manner.
We now wait. We wait for the lead that we take from our hosts. We'll see how we continue from this point. We're almost towards the
At this time,
panina,
our
or the
hosts
closing.
will close the global launch ceremony, after which we invite you to a 10-minute ritual by the Paiwan tribe out in front. They will be burning millet to create ancestral smoke for the presentation of a special pottery to Nainoa and the Hokulea for the voyage. Please join us at that time. Mahalo.
Konachawe wuke. Konachawe wuke. Yadachtach a Tlingit sha. Haka dag hasaw shaha. Ya yegi. Shakat ku awe yatuwadak. Jayagu gengyach to asago dadyuch achtatani. Ya hatla has. Hadak has. Hasik has hadachankiyan. Utusaku aya hatla has yananach kuzati yahakosti. Konachwe hatawasagu. Hakina aya. Yehaskachtu lashat. Yashawat a. Shah. Chaklakoe hatuati kahayatki. Hasta kach aya yach atu deisi. Yekwati yaha ane kach. Adachawe hashatsini. Kachatuwa oshku yahatachkan kisani. Keka hasawasku. Wasa ishan dein awe uhan yayidat. Ade awe wan kanins yakut hutzati. Atchawe ko ahatuyak ayayagi. Guslisaku a klein atawe hachit has our shot has our tzek. Yak a hawutin. Heshwatusaku wan nachsawe. Ha in away ye has yawas kayan. Keshayachuti yu katangitin. Yu chayish atki. Yetki. Yijit chaya. Gachtush lashat. Ya yidat koa. Yende ya yantudlak. Yende ya yantudlak. Yaha yu katangi. Yaha kusi. Adea ya kutudzati. Wash yis ish ka yis kla atinecheti ayetki shakatchu utin. Tefaji dach aya. Yehas gachtil shat. Gunil cheesh for the wonderful ceremony that we have witnessed on the lands of the A'akw Kwáan people. While we are sitting and enjoying two of our matriarchs
reminded us that something happened today that we should address. There was a time not too long ago in Alaska right now, 1 out of every 4 people are indigenous. 1 out of 4. There was a time not too long ago when 1 out of 4 of our children were taken from our homes. When 1 out of 4 of our women were sterilized without their permission. The complexity and the inhumanity of colonization is sometimes hard to grasp. We had a gathering here called A'akw, and one of the uncles from the Voyaging Society explained it to me very clearly. It's not just coming and taking a place. It's not just coming and moving in. It's prohibiting entire ways of being, outlawing the ways we create our warrior societies, causing intentional harm to our women, taking our children from our homes, taking our language and prohibiting it, making our ceremonies illegal on our own lands, pushing us around to this village or that village. Every community has places where the Indian village was. But today, the Indian Child Welfare Act was affirmed and upheld. We celebrate that. When we talk about healing and unity, we talk about a world where future generations won't know this pain of having your people, your language, your ways of life taken. When we talk about decolonization, we're saying, let's make it a distant memory. Let's make it a place where the death of an indigenous language is impossible. These are the footprints that we are following. We'll imitate our ancestors, these wonderful beings who managed to hold on to so much for us. And it is our mission and our duty to go deep into the waters and get all that we can for our future generations and continue to affirm our sovereignty as indigenous peoples. It's not an issue of race. It's an issue of indigenous nations who are still on the land where their languages were born and will live forever. As one of our ancestors said, that we will exist forever. I'd like to invite A'akw up here for the next portion, and I want to just acknowledge Jamie Ann, Etkin, and Jennifer Quinto for pointing this out to us that it's something we should mention. We do best when our women are in charge of what's going on.
Hakani, Ayu, A'akw Kwáan.
Let's move to the end. Sometimes they say, we'll do best when women are in charge, and they'll come tell you what to do. So, Gunnar Chish, how yeah, you that Kunachoich at the Tlitsins, the Katayuk Atungi, Washya Kaya, Washisaku, Naski Akutzati, Eka Ako Atakun, Tlingit, Hatkil, Smelgach, A'akw Kwáan Dakun Akutzati. So there are 4 indigenous languages of this place, what we call Southeast Alaska. And so we want to make sure that everybody knows that we cherish every one of these languages, strong together forever. Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, and A'akw. So I'd like to invite Uyang, Ben Young up, a Haida language teacher, learner, speaker, language warrior, a hero of mine, A'akw.
Hawaiian dengan skill la awiagan. Hat alasi atlan de langs kingsas di kudengai la awiagan. Koyang henu hat Christina kiang di kusnang gya su kwaga ijing di gedising asu ijing. Dalang hat alais, dalang kanaga hat alais. Atlan guglen katskitslu diging gudengai klatskagen. Is hat ayanu dalangan kilgek di gudungen A'akw Kwáan season kanagas hat dalangan sa gudungen. Gin dalangas das gin iwanu ijin click eat cleaninga hideo dalang hayagen. Kli dalang kalagasa dalang kanagas hat I. Hello, good people. I'm very thankful for the A'akw Kwáan to allow such amazing ceremony to take place here. And I'm very, very happy to be able to be up here with my son Kwaga, to be able to address you folks and to also give a bit of nice farewell and a safe journey to the Kanaga Hatai, our Hawaiian guests, our honorable Hawaiian guests here. On behalf of the Alaskan Haidas, I want to thank you folks. I want to thank you folks for being that shining, magnificent light on our indigenous wisdom, bringing that indigenous excellence to the forefront, both in the news, both in the media, on all of our radars, both in Southeast Alaska as well as around the Pacific. I couldn't be more prouder to be able to be here, to be able to help welcome you folks to our shores. To amplify what we do as indigenous people, our traditions, our connections with the land and water,
and to make sure that
each
we have
other
balance now.
is
We
unmatched.
have our Charas
And you
relatives
folks set an
speaking
amazing
with us
example
here,
for
and
us to be able
Koyang
to
is actually
reach
from the
towards
same
and
island
also
that I'm
connect
from,
with.
Prince of Wales Island.
Dalang
We'll be
istie
welcoming,
kunast,
the canoe in a couple of weeks, and we're very excited for that. The idea of balance. I guess many indigenous people have. There is a duality of our existence. The old, the new, what is past, what is reborn. In Hawaiian, we reference is
before you folks leave,
that which is upright
after
and
this
that
evening's
which is
events,
reclined.
before you folks set sail, I'd love for you folks to be blessed with some words on your journey.
When the sun is straight above us at its highest
and it's my hope,
its zenith,
our hope, that wherever you go, the water is calm,
at its most
that the wind be at your folks' back, and that the Lord abides with you the entire 4-year journey all the way back home to
explain
Hawaii.
The symbolism or the protocol.
it just really reminds us again that
Awet,
we are more
dalangan aju kasang. Ajis halangayu Robert Davidson Hutsins glenzu klalayan. Astiu aji kwagas gan flas dalangan aju sang. I wanna leave you folks with a song. And this is a song that we sing by Robert Davidson, Hutsinsklins. It's sang at any transformative event. And the happiness, the inspiration, the excellence that you folks bring by bringing all of us together here, it's a very appropriate occasion to be able to sing it. The song is Have a Light Heart on Your New Journey. And I almost want to add to it, because you're in the Southeast Territory, have a light heart and have a heavy belly on your new journey as you go through our waters. This isn't Hadas Kligai, this isn't Haida land, but I love Haida acoustics. So maybe while we drum, you folks can clap your hands. Let's try it. Goose hawk, almost.
Everybody engaged and clapping along in unison, and it really connects us all together, doesn't it? Koyang and his son, they've got this silver jewelry on and these bracelets similar to mine. And from what I've been told, the way that we started engraving, another commonality that we have, tattoos. We share tattoos. And from what I've learned, there was the time when tattoos were forbidden and taken away from us. And we weren't allowed to wear markings. And so what our people did was put our markings onto something that was accepted. And still wear our markings.
Them, with pride.
So
one of the things that has been replicated from Aotearoa to Hawaii to A'akw to Alaska is the aha punanaleo, the language nests. So one of the things that we saw from here going to Hawaii, usually when people say, "Want to go to Hawaii?" I say, "Yes, of course I want to go to Hawaii." But folks have been going there for a long time to look at what's going on with language revitalization, in particular by building a P through 20 system, so preschool all the way through PhD. So there's a number of folks, Gail DeBalas, Florence Shakely, a number of folks, Mary Folletti, who have implemented language nest efforts here. Gloria Wolf, Mary Knudsen, many folks who have seen what has happened over there. And there is a functioning language nest here in Juneau for Tlingit. It's called Hayukatangi Kudi. And then there's one for Hatkil, which is Hunsinglai, which is in Heidelberg. And Kuyang, Ben Young is the teacher there, one of the teachers there, and a driving force behind this. So it's wonderful to see our children speaking our language, listening to our language, making jokes in our language, and taking control of the language. And we want to say ha'a and kunachish to all of our relatives from Hawaii and Aotearoa for leading the way and giving us something, a model to dream that impossible dream. Kunachish. Hadeya kanajuh eute ish. Hanachawe ach I ausatu ya hayukatangi ha arit wudishi. Ho oetsucho ach kachte yanas ach hayukatangi.
When we have gatherings like this, we call it or the doings or the parties. And for a lot of us growing up, one of the best parts about having these gatherings was being able to bring in our elders. And here we have Herman Davis coming, and he's from A'akw Kwáan, and he'll share words with us, but he's a Tlingit language speaker and a teacher over across the water. And so for some of us who are young, it's where we first start to be able to absorb that for the first time.
Amazing. I just saw Lance, who's speaking. He's just becoming one of my favorite people. But but even again, the humility and acknowledging us, but we acknowledge Aotearoa or New Zealand at the beginning of, from their kohanga reo, language nests, the concept, private preschools, punana leo in Hawaii, and now here. And because he went to school, he's a student of one of the founders, Pila Wilson, of the language nests and the concept
on the maps
40 years ago.
You might see us.
It's amazing that
we call it she.
And just the acknowledgement. We don't need to be acknowledged, but let's move it forward. Let's keep going.
Which can be confused with
I think oftentimes
and sitka.
We forget.
Those are all different places.
In the Western
we just
world,
learned Tlingit,
the
you'll know
origin
where you are.
of something, who it came from, why
I want to
it
acknowledge
started.
the community.
So again, this constant acknowledgement of where things came from.
And as Marina said too, is always having the presence of the elders there, either in school or in the family gatherings, so that they can see what's going on. And what are the kids doing? And they get delighted that the kids are beginning to speak, and they're
we know that the Hokulea is not
in
going to make it down
in a
to
traditional
their
language, which is extremely relevant.
So we wanted to give them a chance to
and
speak
it's
before
validation of one's sovereignty.
share love.
So beyond just the speaking and the literalness of language, it is where it is rooted in who we are as a people.
Yeah. I love that when he said earlier about, they come here and our beautiful mountains, they all have names, but they take the names away and they put their own name on the mountain. Mount Manu.
I like that.
No, it's like that. But I mean, really, the word in Hawaii is maha'oi. It really makes you think. People go somewhere, think, how many trees should we leave up for your totems? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And you said, All of them.
Actually more.
Plus one.
Cheese.
But it's a consciousness. I love it.
I am Kiksadi. We have.
Right now we have a Kiksadi woman.
We're really grateful for having this opportunity.
Who is addressing us, and
she for those of you
leads the Herring Protectors, which is a group over in Chitka that has been working very hard over the last few years to protect our precious herring from this A'akw fishery that has been devastating them for years.
We had listened to her speak yesterday.
Yes.
And
just brought such
most of us had no idea that there was overfishing.
And
so
we're
for
so
her bringing it to
grateful
light,
we have that at home also, but it just sort of becomes so regular that we don't even think about it. Except you're paying, $20 a pound for tuna, for ahi.
And we have people from all the houses.
The robbing of our languages, the robbing of our babies, the robbing of our herring, always taking from who we are.
We want to sing you
balance
at least
as you
two of
take
the
and give.
That comes
so it's
from
time for us to start giving again.
Again, the raven and the eagle.
For you to know
yin yang,
that
you have a little bit of raven energy. I feel like you're a little tricky.
That's he's a Manu.
I saw you eyeballing my jewelry. I was gonna tuck it away.
It's funny because my mother's maiden name is Raby, and that means raven in Swedish or something.
Wow. And that what we need is strength. And so that's what we hope our songs and our presence, our A'akw bring you is strength as you go out from here and you are gone from your homes for 4 years, just like
and his name being Manu, just bird.
And I think to add to that, one of the things that we do with the Herring Protectors and in our community is we not only respond with community, we respond with families. We respond by coming together and sharing our hope for the future. So this is what we're feeling like, is we wanted to bring out our precious A'akw. And so I'm almost done. But I just have to say, I got to hold my great-granddaughter for the first time today. And where is she? Kusawa. Yisa Kashishlaka Yandiska Sakikan Louisa Hagu. She's shy. So I just, this is what we're here for. We have 4 generations here. And so I would hold, so you can't see her. I'm sorry, I have to just have to do this. She's 3 weeks old. She's sleeping in there by her mama. And so this is who we need to have that strength for. This is who we need to have that community for. This is who we need to have the hope for. And this is why we need to keep moving forward. So A'akw Kwáan, thank you so much for your strength and your courage and what you are doing for all of the people of the community of the Pacific. Kwáan.
Let's change the country on. Your country at the other youth. We can look again. We are the ambassadors ambassadors of goodwill. They are Sandataniaete. They are the Kawataniākea. They are Sandataniaete. A'akw They are the Hatiate. Yichot Kakasa Achishas Chikanede. Achish Hakanian Shankakede. Hakanian Kakwantan. Hakanian Zaksawede. Gonna cheese ya Hatiate. Yes. Gonna cheese. Yeah. A'akw Kwáan. She not say has Coca-Cola. Not say. Sean Koaya. A'akw go. Dakas Kokoho. Yeah, they kick out Kazakh Hawaii. But all the Hawaiians, please come out. Yeah. Oh. Cheese. 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 Yeah. Chuck, turn me towards them, huh? This is all about you. The good work that you're doing. As I have said earlier in my speech, it's just as if all of you are goodwill ambassadors going to other communities in Alaska and possibly the rest of the Pacific. And the Pacific is very, very wide. And I hope that the Almighty will help all of you across the great Pacific. And I hope that you'll all return home to your land on that island way out in the Pacific. I myself was in Hawaii. I still got some of your sand between my toes. Oh, by the way, there's one big pineapple stuck on my big toe. I can't get it out. But you are goodwill ambassadors. That's the way I look at it. All of you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please tolerate me. If all of you will stand and hold hands, please hold hands. All of you stand. Please hold hands. Now I'd like all of you to hold a hand. And somebody on that end, connect with them. Somebody on that end, another group, and connect with the Hawaiians. Come on. Connect with the Hawaiians. Are you all connected, Chuck? Just as Austin Hammond said, we are like the forest, the trees in the forest. We are like the roots of the trees, going in all directions, going in all directions. And that's what's happening now. You have connected with Alaska, and all of the Tlingit people and all the people that live in Alaska are here. You are all connected to them. We are all related. We are all related. Thank you for so much for what you're doing. I just can't get enough things. The world isn't big enough for all the things that I want to give you guys. All of it. You are now related to us. All of you are now related to us. And by the way, the Koho people have adopted a Hawaiian from Hawaii. I think it's Clint Watanabe's dad. He's a Koho. And Clint himself is a killer whale, Duxlawede. So we are connected now, slowly but surely. We are connected. Maybe someday I will go back to Hawaii. I don't care how old I am. And I'm going to go surfboarding. Oh, but what do they call those great big waves? The ones that break is about maybe 25, 30 feet high. Even I'm going to be 90 years old in August. Wow. Now I really got to go over there. And before I go out on that surfboard, I hope I can see all of you. Because if I fall overboard, it's a long, 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 long ways to swim back to Sitka. Thank you for all that you're doing. We are now all connected. And that's sheesh. And that's sheesh. And I want to say this too. In fact, I'm going to kind of use our language. A'akw Kwáan. The Russians, a long time ago, the Russians came among us. We didn't know what land they came from. But some were good, but some were bad. And this is how our relationship was with the Russians. But in the later years, after the Russians, a lot of names of all the places that had Tlingit names were taken away. It's just like the one you're going to now. There's 3 islands that connect almost together. I call them the ABC Islands. Admiralty Island, the one that's on Angoon is on. It's on Admiralty Island. And right across it is Baranof Island. Years and years ago, Hawaiians came to Sitka. But my brother was chief spokesperson at that time. He was a chief spokesperson. And then Chichikov, where you were just last week, I believe. Huna. Huna is on Chichikov Island. And Sitka is on Baranof Island. Thank you for all that you guys are doing and all the dances. that you have done for me. I only wish that I could sing a song for all of you, but I can't seem to think of any. Wait a minute. If I were a rich man, yabba dooby dooby, dooby 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 dum, all day long I diddy bum. If I were a wealthy man, I wouldn't have to work hard. Yabba dooby 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 dum, all day long I diddy bum. I build a big tall house with rooms by the dozen right in the middle of the town. A fine tin roof with real wooden floors below. And then I'd have one long staircase going up and one even longer coming down, and one more leading nowhere just for show. That's about all I can remember. Their language. Kedain got shot. Yaya Yukatange. Kedain got shot. Ohan so ye hayan name. Ohan so. She is a knock and a sock. When it was our language was fading away. Hi Jide Kuxianasach. Hi Jide Kuxianasach. Hi Yukatange. It's coming back to us. It's coming back to us. And it's getting louder and louder. Yeah, Sunatani. Yeah, oh boy, I'm only 89. I thought I was supposed to start coughing like this when I turned 90. Thank you so much for all that you guys do. I'm going to do the best I can. Thank you so much. All that are connected with all of you that are on the boat. The shore people that are directing this thing. And I hope the Almighty will hold the rudder with whoever is steering the boat. Whoever is steering the boat. So be careful when you travel on that big ocean. But that ocean wasn't big enough for all of you to hold hands and connect to each other. So, good voyage to you guys. A good and calm voyage to all of you that are on the boat. I hope that I will see you go the way I'm coughing, maybe I won't. Because I just want to say if all of you will tolerate me, I'd like to sing the Lord's Prayer to them in our language. I'm with the Russian Orthodox Church. Oh. To life, A'akw Kwáan, no. Okay. I'm going to sing the Lord's Prayer in Tlingit, but I won't finish it because the priest finishes the prayer in the altar.
We represent a mixed group of A'akw. We'd like to begin first by thanking A'akw Kwáan for allowing us to speak and to do songs on your land, A'akw Kwáan. We are going to do 3 songs. The first one that we're going to do is a Kiksadi spirit song. And it features the ladies, and we are just having the Kiksadi women who know this song dancing this first song. And before we do it, I would just like to say that I think even before we held hands in this room, we were all connected long before that. We were privileged, my family and I, to go to Hawaii in April, and we're actually deeply moved to discover how connected we actually are across this vast ocean, not only in our shared experiences of colonialism, but also in our shared experiences of resilience and linguistic and cultural revitalization, and the way that we're bound together by that was deeply moving to us. Also, we would just like to thank the organizers for the little bit of flexibility for us to be able to, since the Hokulea couldn't come to Sheetka, to bring a little bit of Sheetka and the best that we have to offer of our feelings of goodwill to you this evening. This first song is a spirit song, and it's a Kiksari spirit song. It's called Duch Ede Gach A'akw, and the words are taken from a speech by the late Charlie Joseph Sr., who was responsible predominantly in Sheetka for preserving scores of songs that we still have not only in Sheetka but also throughout Southeast Alaska. And the words to it come from a speech that he made that said, "That is why from now on, no matter how long they live, they will use it. Even when I enter deep into the forest from them, even then it will be heard on their lips," referring to the songs that he taught and how those songs would continue to be used by those generations who learned it. It's a song that features the women dancing, and we will be doing shortened versions of our songs so that we can keep things moving. Duch Ede Gach A'akw, a Kiksari newly composed spirit song. My Tlingit name is A'akw, and I am the daughter of Tla, and she shot me one of those Native women side eye looks when I said that we were doing 3 songs because we only planned to do 2, but it is her birthday today. And she just rocked it on that ladies song, which I don't know if you could tell, but it's really quite strenuous when the beat drops, as they call it. And so we'd like to quickly sing happy birthday to her. We're not going to do a shortened version, but we are going to do it faster so that it doesn't sound like it's a sorrowing song from our culture, how everybody likes to sing happy birthday. So we'll just, because she's 67. She's 67. She and I are both equally bad at counting, so we had to do that math. So if you could all just join me, we'll do it in English and then follow it up in Tlingit. And then after that, we'll do a quick switch of who's on stage. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Sigu yagi. Sigu yagi. we're going to do a quick switch here with the guys coming up on stage to do a men's song, and the women will stand on the sides of the stage. We are going to be doing a men's dance song that was one of the first songs that was taught to the Kajahin dancers in Sitka when the Sitka Native Education Program started in 1974. We'll be coming up on the 50th anniversary of the Sitka Native Education Program next year. And this is a song called Icht Ishan, also known as Old Sitka, that belongs to the Chukanadi clan. If the guys that are going to dance could make their way up here, please. And if we can spread the women who will be doing most of the singing out amongst the sides. And there are some people from Sitka who I see sitting elsewhere who I know this song. Don't make me call you out by name. We need those folks who know this song to join us and to sing. And you're definitely welcome to join us on either side of the stage with or without regalia, because we are Tlingit, whether or not we have our vests, whether or not we have our robes, and we can sing these songs with or without the regalia. So anyone from Sitka who knows this song who'd like to join on either side of the stage to sing, and any of the guys who know how to dance it are welcome up on stage. Going to chish for your patience as we shift around. We appreciate the time to bring Sitka to this joyous celebration. Anything else? Did I already say most of it today? Did I say that already? Okay, go ahead.
We'll do a little bit of the history here. This belongs to the Chukanadi, and it was composed by their ancestor Icht Ishan. Icht Ishan lived at a place called Kajahin, which is known on the maps as Old Sitka. And he loved his hometown. It was their summer camp, but he was out hunting and fishing and gathering for his family. He went by himself, and he got caught in a very, very big, long storm, and he thought he would never see his homeland of Old Sitka ever again. So he composed this song, thinking he was going to die. He says, "For a long time now, I have given up hope of seeing my maternal uncle's land, for I'm going to the other world beyond." The second verse says, "It was my raven of long ago who loved this old Sitka. If I die there, I will not feel so sad." He did make it home from that voyage, and so this is a good song because he brought it back, and it's a happy song for all of our new voyagers. Kenichi. The Shadi Honey for Kiksadi, Mr. Wei Wilson, Anyanach would like to make a presentation at this time. Anyanach. Larry.
Can we get the Hawaiians to come up here again, and we have a little gift for them from the Kiksadi?
Nainoa, would you come up?
We want to thank you for coming up here and redoing our friendship, brothers and sisters. We want you to go back and have a safe journey home because we want you to come back. We have a little gift for you to help you on your journey, and I'll say a little spiel about this one. This is just a frog figurine when it sits on a shelf. But when we touch it, as you see, all of us touch it, are putting our spirit into this frog. And when you go home, or if you're on a journey and you're going through tough weather, go ask the frog for help, because we're all in it, all our spirits of the Kiksadi people. We want you to be safe. Ask this frog for help, and it will give you help, because our spirits are in there. Our mother's spirits, our aunties are all in here. So we want you to have this. We also have this box that we'd like to gift to you guys. And you can put it in there. They'll be able. And the stick, the talking stick that we'd like you to have as a gift from the Kiksadi. So we wish you and all your crew members all a safe journey, and thank you again for coming up and making everything good between us. Good cheese.
Yes, please.
I want to, thank you. You know, I just want to confess that the single decision to not come to Sitka was from me. Our canoe in 2 years will be 50 years old. She looks new, but she's not. We are compressing time on an unsettled earth with making it too hot, changing to El Nino. The weather is not something we predict anymore. So we become much more conservative and we become much more safe. We squeeze down the time that we thought would be safe in your summer. And when we did that, we were out of time. I just want to say to everyone from Sitka, that decision was solely mine, based on our number one priorities: take care of the canoe and all those who sail. But at the same time, I want to say to Sitka, thank you for coming here. Again, this is where you have no fear about love. You're courageous, you're strong, and you do what you believe is right. So even though we denied the canoe going to your land because of the choice I had to make because of our priority on safety, I apologize. And I thank you for coming, allowing me to apologize to you. Because I know that it was a very difficult decision, but somebody had to make it. And that's the reality of leadership. This Moananuiākea will have 10,000, 20,000 hard decisions to make, and every one of them better be right. Otherwise, people get lost at sea. But at the same time, for your presence here, for you to come and embrace us, for you to come and thank us that you could be here, is another demonstration about how strong you are, because you always lead with love. And so with that, I'm honored, and with that, I'm deeply grateful on behalf of us that you're here. And we know for us, for me, more than anybody else, it frees me to know that that difficult decision that must have been hurt people can be put aside at this moment, because love and care is stronger than that. Mahalo nui loa to all of you.
Cheers.
Tlingit cheese aya A'akw Kwáan ade aya yukai tangiye ade ay tlech at yishi kunachawe wuke ye awa ade wushtet zakhaniye ya dayach kunachawe shawadene ich yisati qaan yetki ya yidat kagachta A'akw Clark aya ye gartisani ya hayejini chade hanayu ya kone ya hasituasagu in the dark data ya ye hasji wani khana khai hadeka kwati ya haji wa A'akw hasuji yes ka u adi hasuji degartuti achitin Hosaku kunachawe Gedenat yisa ach Tlikat Yohan Wasahatu yek eadat Chak kunachawe chak Keshkatushit aya Yuchatank Chashtakatat aya Katut yeka kwati Achhawe Atsaachiwe kunachawe Katutlitzini at Gwyneth Chish. Thank you to the people of Sitka, honorable people of Sitka, for sharing words and dance and song with us today. We're going to try and move fast through the rest of our agenda. We know you folks have been sitting and listening very carefully. Listening is sacred because long time ago, we never wrote anything down, but as listening is sacred, blessed are the brief. So we're trying to stay out of trouble here. You got to do what you're told, but then you start getting we call it waktats, slamming the eyes and turning your head. It goes like this. So once you start seeing that, you're like, oh, we better hurry up. We have gifts to give. We'd like to invite the coordinators up to begin distributing the gifts. We do have to hurry through this part, and we just want to say, take care of yourselves as we continue to move through this event. Please be kind with folks who are coming around to help get the tables ready. We are going to be bringing out the meal. Your time is important. You are precious to all of us. We do have things to take care of. We have business to do. We're going to celebrate the gift giving with song. The way we do things, I don't know if we'll be calling out names, but if we do, or if we did, when you hear your name, you are supposed to yell out, not whisper, not say, but to yell out, hot, like, I already won bingo tonight. So I'm taking home the prize. Okay. The phrase you say goes like this. Everybody repeat after me. Ha day.
Ha day.
Ha day. Ha day.
So
Ha day.
right now, Tune is explaining gift
have to
giving
be able to hear
and the
you.
way
We
that
have to
we
be able
give
to see
gifts.
you.
And when we do that, we yell out "Ha day" as you hear, and you say that in response. We yell out your name, and you say "Ha day" in response. And "Ha day" means I'm over here. And if you don't yell out loud enough,
Ha day.
nobody's gonna know that you're over here. So,
And
how do we say
your
it?
beautiful elder.
Yeah.
Ha day.
Ha day.
Ha day.
Yeah.
Ha day.
But he's not going to call my name.
Oh, you never know. Keep you on the edge of your seat. You can still say
Thank
"Ha day,
Noah
ha
for
day,
his
ha
words
day."
just now.
Welcome
that,
to day number 2
that really
of our
warmed
ceremony.
everyone's heart. As the Alaska planning crew had the privilege of working with these folks that you see on stage, and we're kind of condensing time right now because we're already solidly entrenched in our native time and in our native world. And what that means is that we are placed right between you and dinner. And that is never a good place to be as a native person. We have a few gifts that we want to give to very precious people to us. And we would like to invite up Nainoa, Bruce, and Uncle Randy. Please join us on stage. Yeah. You see the others joining us on stage are board of directors for Sea Alaska, for First Alaskans Institute. Can you come up here as well? Sylvia, Valerie, Sven, and the executive council members who are here from Tlingit and Haida. Yes. Come on up on stage. Right in the center. Right in the center. Joe, can you come get our guests? Put them right in the center. Waslakidak, are you ready? Okay. So on behalf of the Alaska planning crew, Tlingit and Haida Central Council, Tribes of Alaska, Sea Alaska Corporation, and First Alaskans Institute, we wanted to recognize 4 really important people, and we want to make sure that you all know who they are so that you can see their faces. These people have spirits that lift us all up when things get tough. They remind us how to be kind to each other, even if we have a difference of opinion. And through this process of working together, they have showed us why we look to them for this light that has been spoken about so many times today. What you see in front of you, if you can hold it up, these are silver carved bracelets by Crystal Young, who is Haida. And these bracelets became part of our lives as Native people when the colonial forces and the religions that came here with them told us that we could no longer tattoo. And so these bracelets became our a'akw. And they are very important to us. They show our clans, they show our crests, and these designs here show the ocean. There are 4 bracelets because one of the people that you don't see is Auntie Lita Blankenfeld. We really wished that she could have been with us, but she is the silent force standing behind all of us right now. So with that, we want to gift these on behalf of the planning crew to Uncle Randy, to Bruce, and to Nainoa. And Bruce, can you please give it to Auntie Lita for us? Okay. We're modifying how we were going to do this so that we can condense our time. What did Hune just teach you folks? When your name is called, what do you say? Hade. Okay. So we're actually going to call a couple groups of people, and if you belong to this group, your response is? Okay. And then and then once you say that, stand up and stay in place. And our folks up here are going to run your gift to you, okay? All right? Everyone got it? Okay. We're going to do the first 4. Hold on. You guys stay there. I'm just going to call out the first 4 names because you already heard them. Nainoa Thompson. Hade. Wathagirak. There he goes. Okay, we're catching on. Bruce Blankenfeld. There he is. And Uncle Bruce, can you speak for Auntie Lita? Auntie Lita Blankenfeld. Uncle Randy Fong. Whoosh, Ian was going to, but now it's just too, we gotta go fast. Okay. The next group I'm gonna call out. Pole navigators. Pole navigators. Please stand up so they can find you in the crowd. It doesn't matter which one. Yeah. They each get one. Po navigators are receiving their Bentwood boxes. So we know. Yeah, they're standing. And also, captains. Captains. PVS captains. I only hear one. Just Mark. I didn't hear you, Kala. Okay. Okay. The captains need to stand so that they can see you. Where's Pomai? There she is in the back. We have 2 that I believe are not with us. So we'll have to send it to him. Russell Amamoti and Kaleo Wong. So we'll save 2 boxes for them. Okay, did you guys get your boxes? Yeah, somebody's not standing up. Now I'm going to have to read your names individually. Okay. Moani Haimuli. You got one? Catherine Fuller. Where's Catherine? Mark Ellis. You got one. He got one. Lehua Kamalu. Lehua got one. Billy Richards. Chad Paisan. Can you take it? Pomai. Hade. Jack Thatcher. We also have one for Paea Patal, who is, oh, you'll take it? Thank you. Thank you. I will take Paea's. Jackie, you got one? Okay. Are all those boxes out? So The boxes with the rope around them were made by John Garcia, who's here with us. He's A'akw Kwáan. John, can you rise and wave? Over here. He said of those the smaller ones with the rope around it, he calls them the Tlingit Tupperware. So you could put your food in there and you could keep it tied up and nice and fresh. The bigger boxes were made by Matt Carl Sr. from Heidelberg. He's not with us, but he makes these boxes for our community, and many people treasure them for our A'akw, but also he uses them for mortuary and cremation processes as well. And these boxes would have accompanied you on a voyage, on a canoe voyage. They would have held all of your belongings. They would have held your food. And I just want to thank Matt Carl Sr. and John Garcia so much for making these, and to Crystal Young for making these. Okay, last round. Crew members. Crew members. You're supposed to say ha day and stand. Barb has them. Yes. Kamehameha staff. Kamehameha staff. Kamehameha students. Yep, they're all getting one. Yeah. So remain standing until you get your gift. After this, yeah. And then, yeah, that sounds good. Got it done. Okay. We have Thai Tokoro? Is someone here from Thai Tokoro? Awesome. Okay, he's right there. Yeah. Rorotonga. Hade. Paiwan. Yeah, Paiwan. To the princess. Ooh, is it Ulithi? Ulithi. Am I saying it wrong? Ulithi. Where is he? Short. There he is. Lafaga. Did I say that wrong? Lafaga. Who's here from Lafaga? Okay. Randy Fong. Where'd Uncle Randy go? Can someone receive this gift for Uncle Randy? Hade. And you might as well. Liana Wong. Jamie Fong. Kilinahe Coleman. Melahina Groves. Okay, there we go.
Wushin, Hatya.
And then the exit? No, and then the declaration.
The declaration and then the exit?
Yeah.
Oh, declaration.
Signing the declaration. You and exit. Okay. And then we'll take a few minutes. Transition.
Okay. All right. So we're going to practice this song really quick. Come up on stage. All right. So if I can get everybody repeat after me. I had some help with correcting the way I ask everybody to pronounce it. So I'm going to cheesh for looking out for me. So really quick, if I can have everybody repeat after me. E. Ha. Dud. Tle. Tsin. Again. E. Ha. Du. Tle. Tsin. Okay. And the song goes. E. 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 Tletzin. Yeah, well. So, for those that received your gifts just now, you have to stand up and dance. You don't get to sit down on this part. Your boxes, you got to bring them up. You got to dance hard. And for those that are getting ready to eat tonight, you got to stand up and dance too. Here we go. Ichadutletzin. Ichadutletzin. Cook. So everybody go and stand up. Everybody go and stand up. Hold your gifts up. The gifts that you just received, go ahead and hold them up. Ichadutletzin. Ichadutletzin. Hey, all right. If I can ask my A'akw Kwáan Tanyit. A'akw. Declaration sign in on
Gonna cheesh. Yeah, you did. We'd like to invite Wasal Kidak, Blake Up, Gwinnett, Anthony Malotz, Charlie Ish, Richard Peterson, Joe Nelson, Laganai Medicine Crow, for the signing of the Declaration of Sovereignty, Relationship, and Collaboration across Moananuiākea.
Dalang Hadala is, Atlant is Asdi Gudanai Lagang, Francis Demert Peel di Nan Uijang, Sandra Demert di Au Uijang, Ken Johnson di Had Uijang, Wafal Girak Hinudi Kiang, Barbara Blake Atsatai Hinudi Kiang, Hanish Nishna Hatsai Hinudi Kiang, Gaya Last Gustu di Kwalangang, di Yak John Gagang, Hik the Hung Lai Uth Ijang. Hi, everybody. We saved the policy for last, which is, I was like, why did we do that? I'm the only one who gets excited about policy. But in all seriousness, we got together and we've been talking for a while, and actually this idea of this declaration started with Byron Malott.
And the policy is
I had
the
the
Declaration of
opportunity
Sovereignty,
and the honor
which
to
is
work
supposed
underneath
to,
him for 4 years when he was
strengthen
our
our
lieutenant
relationship
governor.
and establish
And through that
the
process,
connection
he was
that we
always
have
thinking
across
about
this ocean.
shifting
And
the
so
dial,
what we're
shifting
going to
our
witness
trajectory just
here
a little
today
bit so that
is
we
the signing
could
of
end
this
up in a different
Declaration
place
of
down the road.
Sovereignty. And in our
and
way,
when we were
for
talking about
something
what
to
it
be
would look
legitimate,
like
for
through
something to be real,
Moananuiākea,
we have to have
what it
voices
could mean
amongst
in
us.
terms
So
of
that's
policy
what we're
and
doing
changing
now.
the face
Well,
of
and
how
you know,
the
back in the
world
day when
sees
a
Indigenous
handshake
people,
was good
how the
enough,
world
today
sees our
having it
knowledge
actually in
systems, how the
writing
world
is a good
understands
thing because it
what we've
spells out
always
what
known
you're
is
really
that
agreeing
the
to.
caretaking,
And so
the
the
balance,
signatories will
the
be
honor
who?
that we share
The ones
with our
on stage, or
non-human
are they
relatives, our
presenting it?
oceans, our
The
mountains,
signatories
our
are
animals,
going to be coming
that
up to
it
join
has
us.
always been a level of reciprocity.
To your point, Manu,
one that is
all Indigenous
built
people
on a
came
foundation
from
that our ancestors
oratory,
have told us will last
traditions,
for 10,000
spoken
more
language,
years into
spoken
the future.
word,
And
spoken
so when we think
commitments
about the
that were
caretaking and
held
the
in
responsibility of our
generations that came
indigenous
after,
peoples
and
of
then
this place,
the
of our
world
oceans,
changes and evolves.
one of the things we
we
wanted
experienced
to
this at
least
Kamehameha with
attempt
A'akw
here in this
Moananuiākea.
space
So
was to set the
declarations
northern
have been
anchor
created
in
and
a
have
way
been
that
signed by,
was meaningful,
and that
in a way that demonstrated to the
consortium
world the
includes
importance
Kamehameha
of this
Schools,
indigenous
the University of
caretaking
Hawaii
that we've
System,
always
Bishop
understood as our
Museum, and the
responsibility. And so
Polynesian
tonight,
Voyaging
I
Society.
have
But these declarations
the
have been
honor of
signed by
standing here
Alaska, by
with some of the
Rapa
Alaskan
Nui,
Steering Committee for the Federation of
Taiwan,
United Pacific
the
Peoples,
Paiwan people
Magunai,
in
Medicine
Taipei.
Crow, Joe
Aotearoa,
Nelson,
Taputapuatea,
and
Rapa Nui, and so
Micronesia as well.
Micronesia, yes, and it's again, it's not the power of what we call the Palapala, which is a written document, but it really shows a cohesiveness across. So now, I guess we're doing it here, and I'm curious to see, to hear, and maybe you can explain a little bit more. So, committing to the sovereignty of the people,
be residual and something that could
and
go out into the world
ocean
as
that
something
connects us as
that was
well.
meaningful
Ocean.
for
So
the world to hear and understand where
it's just
we're coming
adding
from.
more
This
power,
took many hours
and more teeth, if you will, from a
conversations.
shark sense,
The
more
conversation
teeth
started
in the
at
whole
First Nations
effort.
Futures.
That is like we're not only
Where's Uncle
supporting
Neil?
you spiritually and
It started at
physically,
First Nations
heart,
Futures,
but
but
we are
it
saying
kept
this.
and
We
continued
agree to
on
this.
at Ho'olina.
Wonderful.
It's been happening in Aotearoa at First Nations Futures when we were gathering there. And then just
Again,
this
I think
week,
it's
we had the opportunity to
strengthening
sit along
what
many
we
of you who
already
came to the
know
Public Policy
exists, and that is
Pacific
family.
Policy Forum and give
It's just
your thoughts
reaffirming.
and ideas.
Yeah.
And with that, I'm going to read the declaration.
Okay, here, let's listen
that
to
took
the actual
countless hours,
verbiage, and then
many
we'll be
years
clear.
to create, and hopefully honoring Byron by doing this in a good way. The Declaration of Sovereignty, Relationship, and Collaboration across six Lak Sunda. I'm really bad at Tsimshian, sorry. Yestuch and Moananuiākea, and the ancient water highways and corridors that connect us. The first and continuing ancient law of Sisk and our covenant is to acknowledge and affirm as the indigenous peoples of the Pacific the spirit and sovereignty of Siks Moananuiākea in and of itself, our own and each other's sovereignty as indigenous peoples. The ocean is our collective jurisdiction. The eternal kinship and responsibility we have to Sisk and to each other, back to the beginning when our ancestors became part of this world. Our interdependence with Sisk, the fresh waters, lands, and animals that feed it, and the ancient pathways that our peoples traversed for millennia, forever connecting our hearts and the fates of our nations. Upon signing this declaration, we affirm and agree that the indigenous peoples of the Pacific shall forever be its stewards. It is our sacred and legal duty to enact, protect, and advance this law in perpetuity, as did our ancestors. These ancient ties of kinship and interrelationship with the ocean shall never be severed. We are the peoples of the ocean and will remain so until the end of time. We will never cede our love, care, responsibility, and connection to these waters. Across, upon, and in the vast waters, our ancestors made their homes and livelihoods, and we join them in these precious ways of life, ensuring its safe passage to our future generations for the benefit of all peoples. Our inheritors in every succeeding generation stand vigil to ensure that during our lifetimes, this responsibility is fortified. Therefore, with solemnity and reverence to this ancestral imperative, we, the citizens of the indigenous communities across the Pacific and our allies, unite our voices to recenter the world on the importance of the Pacific Ocean and the criticality of indigenous stewardship, knowledge, and leadership on behalf of Sioux. Our ocean needs our voices now more than ever. Where our leadership and decision-making has been removed, a wound was created that affects the entire ecosystem, impacting the world's well-being. Together, we will end this separation and create new pathways for healing, repair, and transformation. We stand here today, the descendants of ancestors who lived life by this law, and so too shall we, until firm in our obligation to protect the waters that we call home. United firm in our obligation to protect the waters that we call home. All those who stand with us in this endeavor are invited to join us in renewing our rightful role as the inheritors of this responsibility to replenish and safeguard our ocean home for the well-being of those yet to come. And with reading that, we have our Federation of United Pacific Peoples Steering Committee who are going to sign it. We also have Khunmagu and a few other of our folks with signing pages for anybody else who would like to make this declaration with us today. And I would also ask Uncle Nainoa if you wouldn't mind joining us here on stage. We'd love to present this declaration to you, Nainoa, in hopes and it would be our honor if you would consider carrying this with you on your journey to see if other nations would be willing to also consider signing this.
What an important document to sign.
It's really obvious
really
that,
fortifying and reinforcing this.
Today and tonight is an expression
what we already
of,
come to know and to learn, but for
all the
others
gifts that
along the path,
all of you
along the journey of
have
Hokulea
given
and
to the canoe
Moananuiākea to be a part of as well.
That was what we call in Hawaiian.
Is from your love, your care, and your safety, your prayers. They matter.
Asking as a request and answered surely
that
to take this document everywhere you go and promote it. So Hokulea has a new job.
The ocean could be a pretty unforgiving
expanded
place
job
when you're not
description.
prepared.
Yes.
It'll put you on your knees quick.
Also reaffirming that we are family.
And sometimes
and
there are
30
no
years ago,
answers that are
when that
obvious, and
first
sometimes
gift
there's
was
no
given of the spruce logs.
Training. Nothing in your training
On that
prepares
day,
you sometimes for
Pinky Thompson
that
was
unchanging world
present.
out there.
He was the president
Sometimes
of the Polynesian
in the
Voyaging
black of
Society.
the storm,
also present was Tom
all you can look at
Pu'ukukui
is for something
Senior,
much
who
larger
was
than
the chair
yourself.
of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs.
Bigger,
and
deeper.
The logs
What you
were
give us
gifted to them
is
to
strength.
be the recipients of the people.
What you give
of
us
the lehu of
is
the
courage.
population at that
What
time.
you give us
and
is the
today
belief
we have
that you're there.
Nainoa We have
Judson Brown always said,
his children.
Judge Ka'ulukukui now is the son.
Yes, and so also
but
present is
we know
Tom
that you're not
Ka'ulukukui Jr.
That's what I mean.
ready.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
And
That you're
his
scared.
daughter
Yep.
and his grandson.
Yes.
So there are also
And that
3
fear
generations.
is like
as
an
is
anchor.
Nainoa, and his children are here as well.
And that anchor is
So
called
we, again, the continuum of generations, the
courage.
continuum
called
of Mo'oku Auhau,
doubt.
these genealogies
He said, "Don't
that
doubt."
tie us
That's
together.
a
When the
metaphor,
north
if you
wind
want to call it a
blows,
metaphor. I don't
return
think,
to the wind.
I'm not liking
Look
that
into the
word
wind
as much
and know
anymore.
that is
But I
us.
say from one tree to the next tree
That
to
we
the
are
next
with
tree, which creates a forest.
That's where this
family
kind of
tree.
very
Again,
deep
this whole event
strength
is a
that is
family
not in the
reunion,
training
but that's a perfect example of
comes from-
multi-generational
that lifts us off the deck,
witnesses
stand
to
up,
what was begun
and
not
face
just
the
30 years ago, but it was a landmark. You know,
All
the
the
gifting
gifts
and
you
the
gave us
receiving
today,
of the Sitka
up to this
spruce
moment,
logs to create the
are strengthening
Hawaii
us.
canoe.
But this
A lot of our own
declaration-
people at home
This
don't know that
declaration
story.
is an honoring.
And maybe that's our job. We have to
It's a
Hokulea
privilege.
ourselves to go and make sure that everybody
This
knows that
declaration
story.
is talking
so when they're
about
wondering, like, what
the
are
vital
they doing in
importance
Alaska?
that we
Well, let's
must
let me
achieve
share the story and
in the
share
Pacific.
it.
We must
And
achieve
I think it's being
unity.
shared right now, right here, this
We
evening.
have got
So for Hokulea's chapter of
together.
Moananuiākea
The
to be able to
world needs that
reshare,
voice. Its
retell
strength is
that
gonna
story
be-
of
that strength of
connecting
that
that
voice is
started
gonna
years
be
ago.
when we're in
And
the
we know
collective,
from
not in the
writings
things that
that
divide us.
these gifts would come from the sea.
What holds us together.
They're not from our forest.
This is an honor.
This is the forest
and a
that it
privilege
came from
Hopefully
this
to
land,
take
from
this
these
to
people
anybody
that
that wants to
washed
be
on
a
our
part.
shores.
You know,
That canoes were made.
It's
it's
funny,
like a
you know,
new
we
It's
you
a
know,
wave
kids
from Alaska.
know nursery
It's a new
rhymes,
wave.
just
It's
silly
not a
nursery
new
rhymes,
wave.
really
It's an
about
old
nothing.
wave.
And the reason why they know them is because
deeply
people
old
keep
wave
repeating
with a
stuff.
long,
that really
long
has
fetch
not a whole lot of meaning.
that is
But why
now
not
gonna
share
go
stories
circumnavigate
like
the world.
this
Your
and make
wave
them kid
will be
friendly?
up in the
Well,
flag.
like a long time ago, these
around
logs
the
came
world
and this canoe was
and
born.
shine in the
you know,
light
simple.
your courage.
Instead of,
Yeah,
you know,
long time ago
eating
in
the
a land
porridge,
far
red-
away.
Yeah, the three bears and
Very
Goldilocks or
honored.
whatever her name was. We've never met. I never had a Goldilocks.
Courage.
Who's her grandma? I don't know who's her grandma.
We don't know her family.
Mahalo.
Anyway, we don't mean to talk over Nainoa, but Nainoa is such a gracious human being, you know, and that was probably the shortest address he's ever given to anyone ever, right there.
Again,
Well,
the
dinner is waiting
acceptance,
on him.
yeah, the acceptance of a gift,
Yes, it's-
and of course a kuleana
Yeah.
for Hokulea.
Take this declaration and share it. You can't force anyone to sign it, but you know, he's kind of he's like a raven. He's kind of convincing.
A little convincing.
Again, to
Oh,
be able
boy.
to share that, I would not imagine anyone wanting to lend their name and their nation to a document such as this,
Yeah.
to really
Yeah,
reclaim.
who wouldn't want to? Right. Well, that's the the power of the pen. Here's the pen, you know, but we still believe in the power of the olelo, of the word. You know, there's a saying in Hawaiian, "Ika olelo no keola, ika olelo no kamake." And so when we say sticks and stones don't hear nursery rhymes, will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That's not the indigenous thinking, because words can hurt you, and you have to be careful and intentional in expressing what you want to express.
Excuse me, I just wanted to let everybody know that the president of the Douglas Indian Association couldn't be here. We are the land-based historic tribe that our basal descendants are of the A'akw Kwáan and the A'akw Kwáan. He regrets that he couldn't be here, but he'd be honored to sign this document as we see our journeymen who have come to our country and sailed up with us yesterday to the A'akw, that their safety is blessed by all who are here and who share in the unity of the Spirit and the honor of their presence here on our shores. Kunakshish.
Barbara Caliente Nelson, we'd like to invite you up here at the moment. Kusuhu. Oh, here we go. She's doing the blessing. So we have A'akw Barbara Caliente Nelson, who's going to be coming up and doing the blessing of the food.
Ganesh Chish. Different mic. Okay, thank you, Ganesh Chish. What a day it has been. What a week it has been. We heard so much today, and usually when I'm asked to say a prayer, they say, Barbara's going to come up and say a brief prayer, and that usually means good food, good God, good meat, let's eat, and we're not going to do that. I have a few comments, and your food is before you, and it's being served, and it's being handed out. Maybe you'll give me the grace to be able to say these words. As Douglas Indian Association traveled up to the Taku with our guests, we were very mindful that it was a journey to strengthen them and to strengthen ourselves, that they were here for a purpose, to reconfirm that which is within us, our language, our culture, our traditions, our protocol, our connection to one another, to acknowledge the salmon people, the tree people. And as we sailed up to the Taku, something just kept touching my heart. I had gone aboard the Hokulea up in Yakutat and once in Hawaii. And at the stern of the canoe, there is an engraving there. And it's in honor of and in memory of Eddie Aikau. And this is what is inscribed under Eddie's name. No greater love has a man from this, that he should lay down his life for his friends. John 15. And this is really what this is about. Our friends, our new family, reconfirming their connection with us, going as far back as to our ancient stories of when we became family through A'akw, through the Kiksati, and other ancestors. And so this inscription really is about us coming together. They came to strengthen us and thank us, and we in turn were able to give them things that we would only give to someone that we love, that we would trust. And we entrusted them, and they entrusted us with their grief. We acknowledged those that had passed in Sitka, in the waters of Sitka. We acknowledged other hurts that we carry as a people, those that we lost through the pandemic and of recent. And so we knew, too, that these brave warriors, these brave voyagers, just as it is in our tradition, would be taking our grief out to sea to bury it, just as the Kiksati do for us, just as our other clans do for us, our opposites, our father's people. They take our grief and they put it deep in the sea so that we could love again. And that's what this has been for many of us, that we could love again, be free to feel those feelings again. And I know his words, bringing his grandmother into this place, was very purposeful, especially for many of us and our mothers and our grandmothers, our fathers and our grandfathers who experienced the mission school or being punished for speaking their language. And so again, here they were, listening to our stories of old and our stories of new, strengthening us. So we laughed together, we danced together, we cried together, and we turned it over to the happy time, which was strength giving. I'm reminded of the question, do glaciers listen? Do trees talk? Do the rocks shout out? Yes, yes, yes. We remember, we celebrate, we believe. That's who we are as a people. We don't forget those that have walked before us, those who have crossed over that river of life ahead of us, those who are waiting for us. So we brought out many names of the Taku and of the A'akw Kwáan. We brought out the spirit of our ancestors, and that's what we're doing here right now. We are very carefully moving forward because we're in the presence of our ancestors, the presence of our Creator. So we brought out the sacred names, Tludasets, Wasase, even place names, Yada'akatleh, Klekak Jini, Khat Tak, Sayek, Ya Andaganye, Kok Daguwuhin, and other names, Taguch, Dahitsi, Taka, Kingisti, Jigekla, Kad Junakla, Kasut, Gludas, Kasanda'u, Antukuat, Eshkuk Yonkotsa, Kinkaudanik, Shkundi, Ka'achguk, Kasku, Shotkich, Eddie Akau, Byron Malat, Oli Nelson, Irene Cadiente, Robert Solis, Danielle Agikali, Brandy Tayal, Morgan Robadu, and so many more as we laid wreaths and flowers in the Taku, because we were reminded that the Taku blesses us all. It's a prophecy. It was a prophecy of old narrative that was left us, that never again would we war among ourselves as a people, that would be real leaders who unify one another. We came together. We called out, as you are here, introducing yourselves by your names, calling them forth to reconfirm us who we are and what we carry as a people. And so we're mindful of that. And so we owe a great deal of thanks to these voyagers who are bravely going out to sea. And we're holding you in our arms. We'll be thinking of you 24/7 because we know these waters. We know them. And we know the powerful name of our Creator will calm those seas for you. And that's what will be on our hearts until you come back again and tell us those stories, because you are visiting our ancestors that we haven't seen for a while. And we're grateful. Let us pray. Dikian Kau Hashaganya, God of many names, you walked among us, you touched us, you healed us, you fed us, you multiplied the fish, you multiplied the bread of loaves. You know us, you've called us by name, just like that river has called us by name and knows our story. Bless all of us that are here. Bless the names that carry us. Bless the food, those that hunted and fished and gathered and prepared them. Bless those that are moving today to lift each other up so that we can send these voyagers out to sea. That all will go well. So let this food that's before us be that bread that brings us together as one. And we pray in your Son's name. Amen.
So many blessings that we're witnessing today, and as well as they has blessed the food for the Pa'ina this evening. Nainoa and his crew has made their way outside, the Po navigators as well. They are with the Princess of Taiwan, the Taiwanese, and she is gifting them, Nainoa, with a necklace, a symbolic presentation of pottery to Hokulea and the sounding of an ancestral nose flute. They are also doing the burning of the millet. It is a tradition that they have in their village for blessing and cleansing.
Princess Malavla is the daughter of, well, the queen of the Paiwan tribe in Kavianga. And so to have her here, and we spent so much time with her, and her Ohana that came with her, it's been a pleasure. Here comes another more. Pottery is considered a treasure. It's very valuable culturally to these people.
So it's Nainoa Thompson, Tua Pittman, Billy Richards, Shorty Bertelman, and Captain Pat Ellis that will be taking the Hokulea on this next segment, this next leg to Ketchikan. And of course, Randy Fong is present as well, Bruce Blankenfeld, Lehua Kamalu.
We're hearing the drops of rain outside that kind of kept us from being at A'akw Bay today. And there's some that are heavy drops, but in our thinking, in Hawaiian thinking, rain is a blessing all the time. And especially in ceremonies, and to be outdoors with people who are outstanding leaders of their own people, and to example for all of us watching here, because we're still, as we said earlier, learning how to learn, and experience, and just let everything go and take it in, and then give back what you've received and share it.
Such a luxury, though, to be at any age to continue to learn, and that in the Western world, learning is reserved for just the young. So to be able to be in this place of learning and sharing.
And if you're not a good learner, you're devalued. I mean, you just, and
set aside.
Yeah, but we are understanding, and because we sort of were trained that way in the Hawaiian cultural sense, that you learn all the way to the end. And if you think you know it all, then you better
then
check
you should
yourself.
start again.
You should go back to goal.
You missed the page. I have to ask, Marina, this must be such an interesting perspective. You are the host, your people, your country. What does it feel like to you to have all of us ascend on you in this way?
Feels incredible. We love to host, especially family. You're our family, so like I said, it feels like we've been longing for you for a long time to come visit us. And so just like when you're in the comfort of your own home, you get prepared. You start maybe clean the bathroom cleaner than it's ever usually is on occasion. You make sure all the dishes are put away. You pull out the best foods and make sure that you can provide the best experience that you can for your loved ones that are coming in. And that's what our people have attempted to do here, provide the best experience possible.
Beautiful. In our culture, we call it ho'okipa, which is hospitality. And we've been to many places around the world where the hospitality is really outstanding. But then there are other places you go that it's not really so outstanding. It's just sort of it's just not really there. It's not part of the fabric of certain places. I mean, I'm not pointing out anything in particular, but even us in Hawaii, and maybe Debbie, you can agree. You work in that industry where ho'okipa is very important. It's important everywhere, but I think sometimes we forget about how to welcome people in, how to take a moment and finally introduce yourself. Introduce yourself in your language, or in our language, and take the time. Just sit down and just connect.
Oftentimes, hospitality is a formality.
Yeah.
It's an exchange. It's an official kind of a process versus it's been everything but that here.
Yeah.
People have given from the inside
This
out.
is family style, because washing dishes is not a formality. It's just you want your house to look nice when people come over.
Yeah.
And boy, did we come over. Oh, look at that beautiful image there.
It's just
absolutely what a grouping of people that represent the circle of the Moananuiākea.
And look at the look. He just stepped off camera, Joe Nelson.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could see the look in his eyes. Look at the sparkle in his eyes right here. That's what it feels like to be the hosts that's what it feels like to be here with all of you in our presence.
And to have the princess of the Paiwan tribe actually bowing to the honorees, the honored guests, it's so beautiful, and it's humbling. It's a great lesson. It's a great lesson for our guests as we continue to learn.
Well, we've had so many questions of you. It's like, what does that mean? What is he saying? And what is she wearing? And all of these traditions that you have, that you've been so gracious answering all of our questions. You know, these learners wanting to know more and more.
We hope that our being as sort of this sort of counterpart to a ceremony, it's not typical that we would be, explaining every little thing along the way. But sometimes you make exceptions in ceremony because you want to have people feel like they're in, whether you're here or whether you're out there, in the cyber world or wherever you happen to be watching this from. But this again, the global launch of Moananuiākea is the beginning of a 4-year journey that's going to impact people all around the Pacific and really around the world. It's a lot of work. It's just an incredible undertaking. And as Leno said, there's fear. Fear is in front of you, but how do you approach fear? How do you get through it? You go. Otherwise, as you said, you just tie the canoe up to the dock, and leave it there, and then 2 generations later, you're just like, what happened? Why is the canoe still there? So you
Fear.
Fear.
But again, this experience, there's the prayers, the well-wishing. Fear is dissipating right in front of us.
Let's go back downstairs and see the kind of where getting to the closing, from what I understand. But listen to the mana, or the power within the words and the drumming, the pana, the tempo, and the dancing, and the celebrating, and the loving, and the crying, everything, all of it. Just enjoy. Let's go downstairs and enjoy it all together.
Here comes round 2. Here's where we turn this portion over to Ralph and Ayu.
Yeah, gonna teach you how to do A'akw Hokulea. Hot Klishko has to do Tlingit aya. Yiti. Tlech aya. Yitisachan Shikatuhan. Wasahatuati Kayet Lea Yidayeti. Ya El Hinikach. Yet Uch. Yigo A'akw Kwáan. Tlingit Yigo Kletit. Wasahatu Yake Wasahatu Kshakayikach. Yigo A'akw Kwáan. Yeah,
Well, I hope you enjoyed your break. Good evening. My name is Ralph Wolf. I'll give my short intro. A long time ago, I grew up in Craig. I live in Yakutat now. My Tlingit name is Gusk. My wife and kids are here. I think my mom is here somewhere as well. So I want to say hi to everybody. My other co-host is outside doing a blessing real quick, and she'll join me later. But first of all, while dinner is almost served, I'd like to call Vicky up so she can do her song, the dinner song.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here this evening and happy to join you. And we are here at this wonderful feast. And so I was asked to lead the Haida Feast song. And so what that means is that I'm going to lead, and I'm totally hoping that you will all follow in the song. So we did sing this song on Wednesday at one of the breakout sessions. So I know there's some people who have already learned this song.
Wow, Manu, this has been quite the experience.
This has been, as Randy Fong said earlier, I think it's been kind of life-changing in a way. And that sounds a little cliche. You know, we're here at an exciting event and all of that, but I mean, the words that have been shared, and the well-wishing, we talked about that verb earlier. Again, we're here in Juneau, Alaska, at the University of Alaska Southeast. Myself, Manu Boyd, and Debbie Nakanelua Richards. And also reminding everyone, it says, well, this is the global launch, where's the canoe and all that? Well, we know exactly where the canoe is. It's down at the dock. We're inside today. It's kind of warm and kind of cozy, kind of comfy with you, and because of the weather. So the weather, and we say that in Hawaiian, the word is anila. And anila is, Moananuiākea. And so we are looking for, when do you expect Hokulea will likely be departing, weather permitting?
It's weather permitting, and the discussion is ongoing.
Yeah.
You know, of course, safety is always paramount when it comes to a voyage.
Yeah.
Again, all the prayers and the well-wishing has been done.
That certainly is going to be fuel to get Hokulea. They say A'akw Kwáan. The mast is up, the sail is unfurled, and the canoe will go. But it's that thoughtfulness and that expertise in looking at the weather. You can get past the weather, you can get in front of a storm, or you can be patient in Hawaii. We say ho'omanawanui. And ho'omanawanui is create enough time to get things done properly. Don't rush into it, because we've been doing this for the last 10,000 years, and we've got 10,000 more years to go. What's another weekend?
Again, to be maka'ala, to be aware, to be watchful of our environment, and to really start this voyage in a really good place of mindfulness. And oftentimes, the wait is for us.
That's right.
The canoe is always ready.
Yeah.
Hokulea is always ready.
Hoku is ready. It's the kanaka. We have to use the skills that we've been fortunate to learn. I'm not a canoe person. I do most of my voyaging on an airplane. But the va'alele, right? But it is important. And so what's happening now is we're going to continue the live stream. These parties, and it is a party. I think the ceremony is sort of winding down, and dinner is about to be served and all of that. But we could have you expect that it would be worthwhile just keeping the live stream going, and just see what happens. I have no idea. I want to go down there. I want to dance with everybody and all that.
We also know you would like to have dinner, Manu.
Well, that's okay. I'm not.
The level of ho'okipa that we've all experienced here has.
Yeah, I'm not withering away. I think I'll be okay. Yeah, no.
Actually.
But so Debbie Lakanilua, Richards, and Mahalo Nui, and your connection in so many ways to so many things, but to the original 1976 crew in particular. We have to remind you also, if you're not aware, that when Hokulea was born at Hakipu'u in Po'olaupoko on our island of Oahu in 1975, and then launched for the Tahiti Voyage of Rediscovery, it really was only intended for one voyage period, and that was in 1976. So do the math now. Hoku is almost 50 years old. Almost as old, well, a little bit older, younger. Anyways, it's not important.
I think, Manu, to that point, there have been many since. So we've had 3 of the original voyagers that were on that sail.
That are here.
That are here today.
In Juneau today. Yeah.
Shorty Bertelman, Billy Richards, and...
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Boy, it's been a long
we're so hungry, we don't even know.
Long day.
And she's married to one of them, so I mean, come on.
But what is really important, there have many that have passed.
Yeah.
And although they have passed,
I think 17
the
initially.
spirit of all of them and their families carry that canoe
not only
on their voyage.
The people, but Hokulea is really responsible for the birth of canoes throughout the Pacific. Look at what Stanley Conrad said earlier from Aotearoa, and acknowledging Sir Hekenui Busby and Te Aurere canoe up at Aurere in Aotearoa, the very northern tip of Aotearoa, and Tahiti and Rapa Nui, and in Hawaii with Makali'i, well, Hawaii Loa, of course, Makali'i and the rest. it is a rebirth, you know.
Thank
So
you, Vicky.
all of this 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, canoes have been born, forests are being are growing, the reforestation efforts. Pilina, or connections between people that we didn't know we were related, but this is a family reunion. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. We're talking to our ohana as if we've known them really forever, and actually, we have.
And they know us.
They know us. They recognize us. We recognize them.
So it is this mutual reciprocation of indigenous knowledge coming to the fore and being manifested in this way once again because of Hokulea and its voyage.
Lance spoke earlier. Many of the younger speakers who are also professors, and the fact that Lance himself was a student of Pila Wilson, Hawaiian language, so he speaks his own language at a high level, or a deep level, I should say, and Hawaiian as well. And his English is pretty good. He's funny. But all of these things about acquiring knowledge and doing something with it, not just take, absorb, and then there needs to be a reciprocation. And we're seeing it here. It reminds us how to be better human beings or better indigenous people, and it's heartwarming and it's refreshing and it's powerful.
And my memory is returning.
Okay, thank you. I could see the gears going. Okay, go ahead and recite the three original 1976 Hokulea members who are here today.
Yes, pole navigator Shorty Bertleman from Moananuiākea A Voyage, Hawaii Island. Billy Richards of A'akw, and of course John Cruz from Mano Kalanipo.
Yes, but there's one more at home who's not here.
Buffalo Keaulana.
Buffalo Keaulana.
And his ohana will be sailing on this lake as well.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I mean, certain names, you hear Hawaiian names, you know that that's a surfing family. Those are watermen and all of that. So as we wind up our portion here again, coming all the way from Oahu, we are not the hosts of this event in any way, but we were very privileged and honored to be asked to help interpret things along the way. There's more to come. We'll just keep your live streaming and keep your prayers going. We'll pray for good weather, and today is Thursday night, and over here nighttime it's 10 o'clock and the sun goes down. 10 p.m. So it's not, but the rain is coming down, and we'll see what tomorrow brings. Ho'omanavanui, be patient and enjoy the experience. Be in the moment. Put your phone away.
Mahalo nui again for joining us and allowing us into your space, your televisions, your computer screens. Mahalo again
for
joining us. Did you say
television? No, that's an old word. Is it?
Yes.
On behalf of myself, Manu Boyd, and Debbie Uilani Nakane Lua Richards, it's been a pleasure. Stay with us at the party. Malamapona okua pau ke aloha. Pumehana ia kako ia oko wa pauloa. Mahalo.
Ahuiho.
Ahuiho.
And that's a successful kick in the tournament. Usually we would go up by 4 inches, but we're going to skip a few heights just for demonstration purposes. That was a successful kick by Leaf. So the next game we're going to demonstrate is called the Alaskan High Kick. This game was played mostly within doors. So for this game, it would be played within a small little hut area, and our ancestors up north would actually dig in a burrow into the underground in order to survive the long, harsh winters. So to entertain themselves during these long, harsh winters, they would actually play these games where it doesn't require a lot of space, and they try to kick their foot as high as they could to the ceiling. And most of the ceilings were around here, just not too far above their heads. And so whoever could actually leave their footprint on the ceiling essentially won the game.
To start the 1 foot high kick, and the athlete sits on the ground with both their feet out, and you have to cross one arm over to the other foot, put the left arm behind you, and the other leg will support your body weight. Ezra's going to go ahead and kick right now. That was a successful kick.
So the next event that we're going to play or demonstrate is the one-hand reach. This game was also played within doors during long, harsh winters. And this game was to help keep hunters in shape during those winters because they could last up to weeks. So what Allison will do is she will take one hand, and as a balancing hand, she will place it on her hip or on her ribs, her preference. And she'll take her other hand, which is her reaching hand, and place it in front of her or close to her. Now she's going to push her legs back, and it's just her hands that are making the point of contact with the floor. What she will do now is reach and hit the floor without any body or any part of her body touching the floor. Do you think she can get it? Oh, just to the side of it. So in competition, we have 3 tries in the one-hand reach and in the other kicking games. Just got it. So the next game that we're going to demonstrate is the 1 foot high kick. This game was the other game that went hand in hand with the 2 foot high kick. It would also demonstrate a successful hunt or not. So in most villages, it would demonstrate if it was an unsuccessful hunt. You would be letting your villagers know that you are safe and you're still hunting, but you haven't caught anything. So what Leaf will do is he will jump off of both feet, kick with 1 foot, and then land on that same kicking foot. For demonstration purposes, we're skipping a few heights. Do you think he can kick it? That was the 1 foot high kick. So the next game we're going to demonstrate is the knuckle hop. This game was played to imitate seal hops or seals. And so this game, you would traditionally have a seal hide on your back, and you would cover yourself in seal oil so that you could hide your human stench. And so this game would help you actually creep up on a seal, and hunters would actually slowly creep up on them to not startle them so that they would think you're one of them. And eventually, when you were close enough, you would whip out your spear and you would stab it. And if it went into its breathing hole, the spear actually had a harpoon tip and it was attached with some strings. So you would hold it in place and then place it over the breathing hole so that the seal would actually tire itself out. Once it was tired, you would start pulling the seal in and you would bring home dinner for the village. So I'm going to demonstrate this game. I'll be in a lower push-up position on my knuckles, just like the hunters. Okay, so one quick fun game that we want to demonstrate real quick. This was played within communities. It would vary from village to village. These are a strength game, and so this game was essentially just played as a tournament, played all night. So what the people of the village would do, all the men, they would actually play these games all night. And so one person, let's say he was on a winning streak, he would keep going until someone else beat him. And then the cycle would just continue all night. And so this was to help boost morale and encourage the hunters to keep in shape. So what we're going to do, me and Leaf, we will do the walrus wrestling. This was one of the many wrestling games that was played in order to keep everyone in shape. And so what we'll do is we go back to back, lock arms. One person will be under, the other will be over. And we're just going to be in a straddle position, with just sitting flat on the floor. And when we start, our butts aren't allowed to go off the ground. So we're going to do the walrus wrestling. Oh, that would be me. So I forgot to explain that you're supposed to get your opponent on their bellies, and it's to imitate just two walruses fighting for, I don't know, let's say food or a hot date. Okay, but that's all the time that we had left. Gonna chish sitkatuhan hawau ndoyakshin nusum.
Uvlu loatak. Ayurunga, ungalatech murunga, apakataleluk lupanya kasatak, angayuchak dag, lusatatun kudgok herdman, kitunraka katukuk, lutalaluk, paniga kanigluk, nukakliga inuatlurak. I am A'akw Kwáan. I'm Inupiaq from Unglatlek, also known as Yunlaquit. And I live, work on Dena'ina lands in Dagayakak Anchorage, where I am raising my 4 children. I currently serve as Vice President for First Alaskans Institute. At this time, I would love to welcome to the stage Uncle Neil Hanaf, Board Member for Polynesian Voyaging Society.
Until you made me old by calling me uncle, I was going to demonstrate some of my athletic things, but I'll skip that now. Walo mai kako. I think I've met most of you this week. This has been an awesome week, and it's my privilege to stand before you as a member of the board of the Polynesian Voyaging Society and a representative of an amazing organization. And we hear the words Polynesian and voyaging, we get that, but we mustn't forget the society part, because in this organization we find support from all around this globe. And it's an honor for me and privilege to be a representative of our Po navigators, of our OGs from the very first voyage, you know, of our amazing crew that's come up. Mahalo for dedicating your time to be on the next leg, of our staff, incredible staff, and just members who come into our organization from around the world. So we're at that point of the program where everything that needs to be said has been said, but not everybody has said it yet. So I've got a few more people to call up soon, but we're about ready to embark or depart on this 43,000-mile journey. And as has been said over and over again, it's not about creating distance. This is about a voyage of connection. Connections to our ancestors by continuing the practice and going around the world and uplifting those values and that worldview. Connections to people around the world who greet us and welcome us. And you have just been incredible. The kupa'aina of this place, who have been open their houses and their arms and their arts and their skills and talents to us. You know, we're really, really deeply appreciative of that, as we are of the organizers who were recognized earlier, good friends of ours that we've known for many, many years, the elders in your community who have shared wisdom with us so willingly, and also your gods who have made all of us such an incredible place. Aina, nani aina, kupayanaha. So on this 43,000-mile journey, we're actually going to get closer to those ancestral values, closer to the practices the mentors left with us. And we will also be closer to each other by raising islands from the sea and raising amongst those islands a nation that recognizes its unity and its connection to one common thing that gives us all life. And so that we can work together, and from which we derive not just well-being, but our very identity. By raising awareness, and you see a lot of focus on education in these meetings today, because we understand that the point of this voyage is to raise awareness about the state of this environment that gives us life, and the communities that in some cases are suffering because of the condition of that environment. And part of our education mission is really to look at our systems for providing those services to our kids, to our youth, to make sure that it is rigorous and relevant to preparing us for what we need to do to be citizens of this land, to be humble servants, to be Alaskan, to be Hawaiian in our place. And finally, by raising up the practices and policies that need to change in order for that to happen, in order for this planet to survive and all the people thereupon. And so we really appreciate Barbara's work on the declaration. Our canoe will proudly carry that, right, Naino, around the planet and get more and more people to sign on. And your leadership is critical to that, so that we can bring pride to our ancestors and everlasting life to our descendants. So we can't do that by ourselves. As Nainoa has said, as Liz has said, and many have said, we need 10 million navigators. I'm going to bring 7 up for you right now to share some of their mana'o with you this evening and really express their gratitude for all that is happening here. The first of those you know well. You've seen him on stage many times, and he can't get up here enough. Not because he wants to, because he shuns the spotlight, but because he's so important to our organization. Po Navigator Bruce Blankenfield. Bruce? While Bruce makes his way up so that we can move things along, Judge Kolukuku, you'll be next. Taryn Chun, David Lassner, Camille Masatoshi, Debbie, Nakanilua, and then Susie Verislam. We'll get you in order, queued up on the side. But first, Bruce. Hello.
Mahalo nio. Aloha mai kako. I don't know what to say, but we've had such a wonderful time here. We've met so many wonderful people. We've heard so many pearls of wisdom out of all the good works that have been going on, the connections that are continually made. I mean, it's pretty amazing when an elder meets a youngster and says, "That's my grandfather." And I mean, that's your culture, you know, it's just how it's been. We've never looked at the world like that, but it's a beautiful thing. So thank you for sharing those types of things. Spending a little time with Uncle Wayne over here and paddling with him and getting to sail on Jibba, his yacht, was incredible. Just listening to Uncle Wayne and some of the things he says and all His devotion to helping the community and making a difference is like so wonderful. These are the kind of stories and things that we take home that ripple through our communities and makes a difference. All these little stories of your ancestral wisdom, your tribal wisdom, your 12,000 years of wisdom that we take home, that is like, for us in Hawaii, where we have one of the younger cultures, it is like, it's warming to the heart, and it's incredible. I just want to also say that, you know, we sailed to Tahiti, when Hokulea sailed to Tahiti in 1976, it seemed like a land so far away, and it was in our minds, in our world. And that was an incredible journey. It's not like it's not far away. But being here with you, it seems like the world, our world, has gotten a lot more smaller with the family. And we know it's a big world, and we've got a long voyage. But this has been one of the most incredible starts to a big, long journey. And we feel the strength, and we feel the courage coming from you. And we can't thank you enough for that. Aloha.
If you do not know our next speaker, I hope you have that opportunity to meet him while he's here. We're delighted to see multiple generations of his family make it for this occasion. He's recently retired as the chair of the Board of Trustees of the Queen Liliuokalani Trust, and he's been a long-time teacher of various cultural practices and a mentor for leadership in our state. And I remember when we were starting Malama Honua, and Nainoa and I were talking about where do we start with the capital, raising the capital, that we needed a leader within our business community and our legacy organizations for Hawaiians to really send the signal that this is the right thing to do. We went to Tame first. And Judge Kulukukui was, in his role in capacity as trustee of that trust, didn't blink an eye and came forward with the bellwether seed capital support that we needed that made that whole mission successful. Thank you very much for your continuing support, Judge Kulukukui. We welcome now to the stage Judge Thomas Kulukukui.
Aloha nui kākou. Aloha nui kākou. Greetings to all. Great is the leadership of the females here, as it always has been. But I'm a male, and nui ka mana o nā wahine. Great is the power, spiritual power of the wahine. But I will introduce myself as a Hawaiian warrior would do before battle. He au kawai a kaulu kukui. He pukoa kaniaina o kulio o. Paliku o puokona. Paliku o nā ko'olau. Ka sa mana mana. Translation. I am Ka'awai of the Kaulukui clan. I am as hard and unconquerable of the land made of rock. Right? I am as tall, upright, immovable of the mountain called Pu'okona, which guards my valley. I am tall, upright, immovable as all of the mountains in the Ko'olau mountain range. Here is my spear. I thrust my spear. If you are my friend, if you are my family, my spear fights for you. If you are my enemy, imagine where I'm going to stick this spear. Yeah. And that's the way a warrior would introduce himself before battle. But to be gentler, I will say, aloha nui kākou, greetings to all. Hawi ke aloha me ka mahalo ya ke akua mana loa o na lani. I offer my love and respect to the great spirit of the heavens, whose spirit is in everything. Ame na aina la'a, ke ia mau aina la'a, and to these sacred lands. Ame na kumu ali, na lala ali, na vela ali apawe, and to all of your chiefs, the paramount chiefs, the divisions of chiefs, the branches of chiefs. Na kupuna ihala, na kupuna eolane, the elders who have passed on, who we will see again someday, and the elders who yet live to guide us with their wisdom, na alakai apau, to all of the leaders in accordance with the protocols of your rank, to all who have done the work, to the leaders of your organization, and of course, to the people of the tribes and the tribes themselves, and nakanaka apau mai ka o makaana kala, me kumakahi, ma kumakahi, akavelo ana lai, kala I lehua, and everyone else, whether you come from the east, at the place where the sun rises that my ancestors called Tahiti Ku, or you come from the west, at the place where it sets in the Red Sea at Lehua, or anywhere in between. My greetings to you all. My ancestors come from the island of Maui and from the big island of Hawaii. That's my father's side. My mother is Chinese, so I have thousands of years of Chinese ancestors. I come here and I bring 3 generations of the Kaulukukui family with me. My daughter Jody, my grandson Gabriel, and myself, of course. I'm joined here by my sister Melina, who brings 3 generations of her family with her. Her daughter Leah and her 2 grandchildren, Melina and Lehua, and we come for 2 purposes. First, of course, to support our canoe, our famed canoe, the Hokulea, with her crew, and all those make it possible for her to sail. The second reason, and a very important reason, is to come and to meet all of you and spend time with you. Because 33 years ago, 2 400-year-old trees fell in the forest there. The 2 spruce trees that fell, before they fell, there were important ceremonies and protocols, and Nainoa's father, Myron Pinky Thompson, was there, a revered elder. And Byron Malat was there, representing Sea-Alaska Corporation, and there was another elder there. He was about the same age as I was at that time. I'm 77, so was he. And he was the chairman of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, chairman of the Native Hawaiian Culture and Arts Program. And when those trees fell, you who gave those trees gave 1 trunk to Nainoa's father, Pinky Thompson, because they knew he would take care of that ancient tree. And they gave the other trunk to the chairman of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and his name was Thomas Kauai Kaulukukui Sr. He was my father. So I have brought back 3 generations to say thank you to you all. It's been 3 decades before we were able to come here, but we are here now. And the story I've read is when the Hawaii Loa Canoe was finally launched in 1993, Byron Malat went to Hawaii and went on the canoe. And I know I found him down in the hulls. And according to what is written in the Polynesian Voyaging Society writings, when Nainoa found him, he found Byron with tears in his eyes. And Byron said to Nainoa, "The Hawaii Loa lives. The trees live." What a great metaphor for us, huh? They cut us down like trees. We rise stronger and we live. I like music and I collect guitars and I fix and fiddle with them a bit. And years ago, I read of a luthier, a guitar repairman, who was repairing a 13th century Elizabethan lute. And he removed the top, written in Latin, was this thought. And it's a thought that I have translated into Hawaiian. Ku vau me kohana la'au I ke kanahele. The tree speaks and says, I stood with my family of trees in the forest. Ua kua ia e ke ko'i. I was cut down by the adze. I ke ola, kumale a one ole. In life, I stood motionless. I kamake, huakai hele lava. But in death, I travel freely. That's the words of the spruce logs. In life, they were motionless. In death, they sailed the world. Right? I leave you again with the thanks of my family. I join in the thanks of my countrymen as we thank you for your remarkable hospitality. I pray that you and your families will flourish and grow, that your land will also grow. I know that we always have been brothers and sisters of the same family. We are blood of the same blood. We are bone of the same bone. We are heart of the same heart. May God bless you all. Aloha.
Mahalo nui, Tom. We often brought Tom in for training for our First Nations Futures program, leadership development program and communications and so forth. We went through a lot of broken tables and lecterns, but I think yours is pretty solid still. How many of you have been impressed by the Kamehameha students who have performed for you these last several days? They are evidence of, and the next speaker is evidence of investing in education. You know, he was one of those students back in the 1990s. And we invested in him then. He went on to advance his educational training and has come back to our school as our po'okula for those students that you saw. Let us welcome Taryn Chun, our po'okula from Kamehameha Schools.
Aloha mai kākou, aloha. On behalf of the Kamehameha Schools, I want to offer our deepest mahalos, our deepest aloha to you who have welcomed us to your beautiful aina. You know, as we've traveled and explored your aina or your land, we marvel at its beauty. And in our minds and in my mind, when we think of Alaska, this is what we think of. Yeah, the tall snow-capped mountains, the tall pine trees, eagles flying everywhere and ravens. But I'll tell you what makes this land so beautiful to us. It is you. And it is the beautiful way that you have opened your hearts and your homes to us. You have made us feel like ohana, like family. We have all gained new aunties and uncles and grandmas and grandpas during our stay here. You know you're close when you can not only laugh with each other, but laugh at each other. And we're happy to be the receiving end of some of your jokes. It's all love, right? It's all love. But here's how you know you've become really close. When you invite all of your single kane, your single men, to participate in a courtship dance, trying to marry off your daughters to one of our sons. For those of you who weren't at the dinner last night with us, they called up all the kane that didn't have a ring on and asked them to impress the wahine as a part of this ritual courtship dance. Once I saw that, I'm like, bro, we are family. We are family. So mahalo nui loa for your deep and warm welcome. We love you. Aloha mako ya oko. We love you deeply. In the Hawaiian custom and in the Hawaiian ways, a lot of time our chiefs and ali'is were judged and evaluated by the way they ho'okipa and the way they took care of their people and especially visitors and guests. I shared with you the name of Princess Bernice Pauahi Bishop. She was the epitome of ho'okipa. She lived in a home that was called Haleakala, and she was often referred to as the hostess of Haleakala. Her husband, Charles Reed Bishop, said, "I spared no expense because I knew how much my wife loved to open her home and serve and celebrate and give and host and house visitors from all over the world, and especially her own people." And it is her example of ho'okipa, of love, of service, of sacrifice, of one of the many reasons why our Native Hawaiian people love and revere Princess Bernice Pauahi Bishop. Well, I can tell you that our Native Hawaiian delegation, our Hokulea Voyagers, and the staff here at Kamehameha Schools are leaving with a much, much, much deeper respect and love to you for the way that you have ho'okipa'd us, for the way that you have given so freely. Indeed, we are going back with heavier and bigger bellies because of the way you fed us. We're going back smarter and wiser because we've listened. We've listened and we've heard your inspiring mana'o and ike that you've had to share with us. And our relationship, our pilina that extends across Moananuiākea is stronger today because of our visit to you. We love you. On behalf of the Kamehameha Schools, we extend our deepest, deepest gratitude. What would give us the most pleasure is to one day soon return the hospitality, welcome you into our homes, and show you the same kind of love and aloha you've shown to us. Mahalo nui.
Karen, I think if based on what you described about what went on last night, I think there's some missionaries in our schools past that are probably spinning in their graves when they wanted our Kamehameha School for boys and Kamehameha School for girls to be very separated. You know, I haven't known a lot of presidents of universities. I've known this guy for a little while, and I never understood why we saw him so much on the canoe and in our meetings and in our communities. Until I watched a Board of Regents meeting, then I gather he's running away from a much worse existence by coming to us and the aloha that we have on our va'a. David Lassner has been president, I think 9 years now of our University of Hawaii system. He's worked for that organization, dedicated his professional career to them for much, much longer, and he's been a real dear friend of Hokulea and the Polynesian Voyaging Society. And it's not a question or a mystery that given his leadership and some key people on his Board of Regents, that the university now aspires to be one of the world's foremost indigenous serving universities through its mission and work. David, we welcome you here. Aloha.
You know, there's just so much to love about the Moananuiākea A Voyage that we're here to launch. There's the sharing of knowledge, teamwork, wisdom, laughter, love, and it's among all who engage both on and off the deck. The weaving together of really absolute brilliance and courage of the Pacific navigators and voyagers who went off into the unknown to learn. And the weaving of that together with modern science and technology that we see today on the voyage. The development of our next generation of Pacific leaders, and yes, of course, the women captains are a big part of that, but who share common visions and goals for a better Earth, a more secure and happier humanity. And as we see here, the way the voyage connects all of us, communities that have just too long been asunder. For the University of Hawaii, and Neil mentioned this, the alignment is obvious. Supporting and participating in this voyage, it just helps us advance our institutional commitment to become that model Indigenous serving university that cares for and advances Hawaii, our native Hawaiians, but all of the people of Hawaii. And there is no Hawaii if there are no Hawaiians. So to become the University of Hawaii that celebrates this Indigenous wisdom, values, and practices that made the Hawaiian Islands a true model of sustainability, we need to reintegrate that genius into our work and lives today. And that's how we will be able to heal our people, and that's all of our people, so that we can heal our place and our planet. When we get it right, we excite and educate more students, including those who just don't thrive in traditional classrooms. When we get it right, our Native Hawaiian students enroll and succeed at the same rates as all of our students across all of our islands in all of our communities. When we get it right, we're growing our own leaders locally, Hawaiian and non-Hawaiian, to teach and to lead across our islands. And when we get it right, we instill respect and pride in all of Hawaii's people for the pre-contact Hawaiians, their wisdom, their innovation, their genius, and all that they accomplished across our islands. And when we get that right, we can become a model in the Pacific and for the world across the Pacific in how highly diverse and distinctive peoples can come together to thrive together sustainably and in harmony. And learning how to thrive together with aloha for people and the amazing place we're so fortunate to call home, as all of you here are, as we have all learned over these past weeks. A few years ago, I had an experience to see the jubilation of an amazing, just amazing crowd when I was honored to be on the deck of the Hokulea as we came into Magic Island for homecoming from the worldwide voyage. It was really one of the great privileges and honors I've ever had. But seeing tens of thousands of people, and I guess that first voyage saw that in Tahiti, but seeing tens of thousands of people of Hawaii greeting that arrival just made it crystal clear to me that the Hokulea now represents in Hawaii the greatest source of pride, and again, not just for Hawaiians, but for everyone who calls Hawaii home. And just as each crew brings together individuals from different places with different backgrounds, different knowledge, the history and accomplishments of Hokulea bring together Hawaii like nothing else in our islands, nothing. So what I also love about today is that this Moananuiākea A Voyage is doing all of this here in the Pacific, and that's clear, and it's proven over these last weeks with the very beginnings of the voyage. It's connecting us even more deeply starting right here in Alaska. And that's, to Neil's point, that's why UH is in, and we're all in on this. Our Marine Education and Training Center, METC, some of you have visited, is the home port for the Hokulea, Hikianalia, and Hawaii Loa, including those beautiful Alaskan spruce logs. We teach courses in voyaging and navigation. Our campuses build and help build wa'a. Our students, our faculty, our staff, our graduates, our captains and crew, our navigators and supporters, even the president gets involved sometimes. So to the crew that we're all here to send off tomorrow, it's easy to forget that. I wish you just blessings, goodwill. I'm a little bit jealous, but maybe I can catch up somewhere warmer. But you'll be bringing Hokulea through waters completely different than anywhere PVS has voyaged in the past. And I know you're all prepared, otherwise you wouldn't be here. And I look forward to following your adventures on the Wa'ahonua over the weeks and months to come. And I look forward to hearing your stories and hopefully meeting you and Hokulea at ports of call ahead, maybe even on deck one day. To all of our hosts here and throughout Southeast Alaska, just mahalo nui for all you have done over these past weeks. I've only been able to enjoy your hospitality over these past days, but again, of course, your gift of the spruce logs that help Hawaii recover our heritage when we had no trees that could do that for us. Your sharing, your graciousness, your generosity, your hospitality, your sharing of stories and wisdom. I mean, it's all been more, and food. It's all been more than anyone could have hoped for. Truly unimaginable. And as Nainoa said earlier today, we have all learned so much, and I think more than any of us could have expected. Our canoes may be different than yours, but the spirit is the same. It's Malama Honua, it's Aloha Aina, it's Aloha. Not in the script, but Randy, Jamie, you can sit down, Jamie, Randy. Snowbird, Kaleo, Laiana, Manu, musicians, students, dancers, Taryn and your entire Kamehameha Schools, Ohana. Mahalo nui for your incredible work from the Hawaii side to make the vast Pacific smaller for all of us in Hawaii. Over the months, the years with the consortium to create these connections that we see here today with Alaska, with Taiwan. None of this would happen without you and your vision and your hard work. So, Gunash Chish, we could not do this without all of you. Aloha.
As important it is to have the university on board, and they are, and Kamehameha Schools, and they are, we would be missing something if we didn't have the institution that serves 170,000 young people through their education system, and those are the public schools of Hawaii. And fortunately, the leadership of our public schools are on board too. And we're happy to have, I misspoke her name earlier, but Camille Masutomi, Chief of Staff of the Hawaii Department of Education, here with us to signal that support. Mahalo.
Aloha. On behalf of our State Superintendent Keith Hayashi, we are honored to be here today on this momentous occasion. Thank you to our hosts, Southeast Alaska. The people of Juneau and Alaska have been extremely gracious in sharing their place, language, culture, and most importantly, their stories. I'm excited to bring it home for all the things that I've learned and the new friends that I've made on this trip. The Department of Education has the privilege and the responsibility to graduate 10,000 future leaders annually who are globally competitive and locally committed. In partnership with Nainoa and the Polynesian Voyaging Society, the department joins them in contributing to the 10 million navigators, and we are committed to connecting our classrooms with the voyage. So Superintendent Hayashi, in his new strategic plan, has one of his core values is O Hawaii Ku'u'aina Kilohana. Hawaii is my prize place, in which we have Hawaii-based processes to preserve, honor, and elevate the unique qualities that defines and sets Hawaii apart from the rest of the world. This voyage is one of those opportunities to elevate Hawaii and the public education in our state. It's also a part of our kuleana to pledge for 10 million navigators in both the traditional sense of wayfinding and the figuratively to help navigate all of us to a thriving future and the planet. This voyage has everyone watching. My father called me today at 1 p.m. to say his live streaming wasn't working. He had tried all the stations, all the online platforms, and wanted me to check with all of you if something was wrong in Alaska because he couldn't see it. And I had to reassure him that it was just about to start. Please stay on, Dad. Folks at home are watching. And every morning as I got ready to come to these wonderful events that you guys have put on for us, I saw Mahealani Richardson on the Alaskan News, just like I see her when I'm at home talking about the voyage. So yes, everyone is watching. So very happy that you were able to include our state's public educational system. We're excited about this. We are even more excited when we are able to connect our teachers and our students with our voyage and our crew members. So we look forward to that. Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo.
In Hawaii, we're learning that supporting Hawaiians is good business. And we've had a business partner at our side from day one, beginning with the Malamahonua and particularly, they supported us every step of the way, every mile of the way. And that's no small source of support within that organization. She's no small source of support. And that's Debbie Nakanelua, who's a member of our family of Voyagers, and has been let's see, what are you? You're something there, Senior Manager for Government and Community Relations. And we've likened the support of Hawaiian Airlines to the mo'eku, the predictable, steady, and reliable wind, because they're always there in our back. Thank you, Debbie.
Yes, women were warriors too. Translation: I am Nakanelua, like kapapa, mokuohina, reclined, flexible, amiable, but deadly. Bring on that spear, we will take you on. Mahalo nui ka Hawaii for setting the platform, the stage. We come from the same pa, the fighting pa of Ka'ai Kanaha Elua. It is an art, a discipline that, like many of our other traditions, went underground. As you have heard story after story today that we have heard about the suppressing of indigenous knowledge, tradition that are centuries old. But because of things like Hokulea that bring things to the top, that makes it rise, gives way and opportunities for our traditions of language, of chant, of dance, of weaving, of carving, of kapa making, and on and on and on, like non-instrument navigation. At Hawaiian Airlines, we have been privileged to be a part of the Polynesian Voyaging Society and Hokulea from the start. Like Neo had mentioned, with every mile, we have been a part of it in our hearts, in our minds, and in our spirit. We sail vicariously through them for almost what will be 5 decades. Again, our employees and our leadership in particular has had the privilege of being asked to be a part of each sail, of each voyage. I stand here on the shoulders of 7,000 colleagues that watch, that wait, and pray for the safety of the crew and for all those who are on land and await to hear their stories and their continuing journey. They have inspired us to look up, to look at the stars. We have a series of aircraft that are named after these constellations because of them. What was Mokulele has now become Va'alele. Again, it is our privilege to be here, and the time spent with all of you has been invaluable, inspiring, and unforgettable. To be able to come back to this place, to this land, and to look at you and see ourselves after centuries. Unforgettable. We are grateful. Your hospitality, ho'okipa, elua ole, second to none, and without match. We are grateful. Your prayers, your stories, the spirit that you have shared it with helps us to ascend, and we will be like our ancestors and live into the potential that they have made us to be. The DNA that we carry, we will leave their imprint, which is a part of your imprint, on everyone that we touch, on everyone that the canoe touches, every step of the way. Mahalo nui kākou for allowing us to be here again. Safe journeys to the crew, and again to our host. Mahalo nui kākou, ahui ho until we meet again. Aloha.
The battle between Tommy and Debbie will occur as soon as we can get some tables moved out. Communities are blessed with different assets. One of the assets that we have in Hawaii is we have the presence of the East-West Center, which works with Pacific nations in a very complex global system, geopolitical system, to work toward their own survival and sustainability. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, for the first time in the history of that organization, we have a Hawaiian who's heading it, Susie Veras-Lum.
Aloha mai kākou. Ganesh, to all of those who are here today that have welcomed us into this very special place. I am so honored to be amongst all of you, and I acknowledge all of the ancestors who have stewarded this land and our lands that we bring here together, and from the many other places in Taiwan, Samoa, the Cook Islands, Aotearoa. Thank you so much for allowing the East-West Center to share this space. You know, for so many years, as the new president of the East-West Center, I am proud to look at as Neil says, the OGs of the initial voyage. And with me, I actually brought a magazine that's 1976. It was in the attic of the East-West Center if you come on our Manoa campus, and it talked about a voyage into the past. That voyage that shows pictures of many of your brothers that sailed with you, as I look at the table here, and some copies that I've left for you to take with you, so I did bring some. Some of those names: Maupi Ailug, a fellow of the East-West Center, Ben Finney, Herb Kane, Rudy Choi, David Lewis, along with many other crew members from that 1976 voyage of the Hokulea, Rudy Tuko Williams of Tahiti, Kimo Hugo, and many others. I hope to the crew and the captains and the leadership of the Hokulea that you will take their vision and ability
And Nainoa Thompson, well, I read about you, I've heard about you. I am so honored to be able to stand in the presence of you, knowing that in 2015, Senator Schott, Senator Inouye, many other leaders in Hawaii acknowledged this vision that no one really paid attention to early in the 70s, moved on by 2015 and today. What an amazing journey and voyage, despite the pitches and the rough seas, perhaps, over time. And here we are today, and I'm so proud to be a part of, just to be here with all of you. So I pray that the memories of those who came before you, to the crew and leaders, will be along with you. The spirit of our ancestors will keep you strong and courageous as you journey. And the winds will fill your sails, and the seas you can read, that you will see through all of the challenges. You'll stay together as a team, because united, you can stand through all challenges. So today, I hope you journey with the spirit of peace and the love and aloha that we felt today from everyone who's here. So malama pono, thank you so much for allowing me and the East West Center team to be here with you again. Aloha.
A song of affection for the A'akw Kwáan people. Sekuni, leader from the Dipper House, a precious daughter descending from the Glacier Bear clan. Yanashtuk, leader from the Shark House, a precious son of Filipino, Cree, and Potawatomi descent. Behold the Hawaiian voyaging canoe, Hokulea, star of gladness, the great expanse of ocean, Moananuiākea. A song of affection for the A'akw Kwáan people. Hele pa. Hele holi. Hele aloha ke anona A'akw Kwáan. Hele aloha ke anona A'akw Kwáan. Sekuni. Sekuni sekuni holi. Sekuni ke ali'i o kayaktitan. Sekuni ke ali'i o kayaktitan. He pua. He pua he pua hoi. He pua lei nakachuka neiri. He pua lei nakachuka neiri. Yanashtuk. Yanashtuk Yanashtuk hoi. Yanashtuk ke ali'i o kawushkitan. Yanashtuk ke ali'i o kawushkitan. He pua. He pua he pua hoi. He pua Pilipino Kria Porawarami. He pua Pilipino Kria Porawarami. Hokulea. Hokulea Hokulea hoi. Hokulea sagukutk ayanahai. Hokulea sagukutk ayanahai. Moana. Moana Moana hoi. Moananuiākea A Voyage. Moananuiākea A Voyage. Hele. Hele hoi. Hele aloha ke anona A'akw Kwáan. Hele aloha ke anona A'akw Kwáan. A song of affection for the A'akw Kwáan people. At this time, we'd like to call to the stage Joe Nelson, Anthony Malat, Laganai, Wakhlagida, President Peterson, and Sarah Dibdal. Just as soon as the kissing is done. We just have one more gift to offer our coordinating organizations. At this time, we'd like to present these special hoi, these paddles, to the organizing planning committee, made up of the A'akw Kwáan, Sealaska, Tlingit and Haida, and First Alaskans Institute. The Paiwan tribe has prepared special necklaces that they will present. Let's pose for a picture. Let's get you closer in. Okay. You guys snuggle up. Ekahi, elua, ekolu. How about a nice round of applause for our coordinating team of Sealaska, Tlingit Haida, First Alaskans Institute, and the host of this land, the A'akw Kwáan. Mahalo nui loa.
That really is a beautiful song, and the more I hear it, the more the melody sticks. I just thank them for every time that you guys sing. We appreciate it, and it touches us very deeply. So, good chish. Up next, I'd like to call up some of the planning crew. We've got Wasla Gidog, Anshawatki, Lagunai, and Guna. Anthony, Sarah, Liz, Barbara, could you guys please come up?
A'akw Kwáan. Anshawatki aya achsayi lekak enak ser dibdal yuchat duasak takwa nadi ka nimipu nachat sati kakutsiatan yadi ayachat hinya kwan dak ayachat. I just want to quickly say guna chish and mahalo to our brothers, sisters, aunties, and uncles from across the Pacific for choosing Southeast Alaska to be your anchor as you prepare to go on this voyage. It's been an honor and a privilege to work on the planning committee representing Tlingit and Haida and our 35,000 tribal citizens across the world. Listening to the remarks tonight and over the last several days, it made me think of one of our clan stories of Duktuth, strongman. And quickly, it was the story is about a young man who goes on a journey to find his spiritual and physical strength. And his uncles thought that he was meek and weak, and so he would train in the evenings and when everybody was sleeping. And as he pulled in strength and the spirit of strength, he grew and he learned about himself and what he had inside of him. And there's a point in the story where they say he was just a bailer. And I think about that, and I think about how each of us in this room and beyond, with the 10 million navigators that we're hoping to create, is that we all have a role. And if we had more bailers, those that had calloused hands, that we'd go a long way in this world. So I just want to say, Gurnath how thank you for your presence and for lifting us up. Thank you.
I'll say pretty similarly to what I said to the Poe Navigator and our Alaskan folks on the Hokulea, the deck of the Hokulea the other day. And in case you missed it, I just want to reiterate that the flame that you are breathing life into right now is a reflection of everything and the strength that you were able to hold on to. When we were speaking to our elders this year at First Alaskans Institute, Elders and Youth, we had them speak to their experiences. And we had a moment of healing after we heard from our precious elders. And we heard from one of our healers and one of the ladies who's dedicated her life to this work of healing. And she talked, Linda Jewell, she talked about how we hid aspects of our culture in the things we were able to retain, and hiding those aspects of our culture so that we could pass them on for generations to come and keep those practices alive. And you see that in the reflections of the bracelets that we have today. You see that in the reflections of what you were able to reawaken with your navigation and with Hokulea and with these canoes, these va'as. And all of that breathes life into a memory that has been long forgotten in our elders and in our people and in our DNA. And we are so, so thankful that you continue to breathe life into our fires, spark those memories back in our elders that have been possibly forgotten. but when they see things like traditional navigation, when they see open sailing on the ocean, they're reminded of things and teachings that they want to pass on to future generations. The ideas and the concepts that we don't want to forget, that we want to ensure that are passed along. And I just want to say again, A'akw Kwáan for continuously, every 40 years, just coming up here and making sure you breathe a little more breath into our fire. And so we'll just be planning for 40 years from now, or I should say our children will be, for the next time we get to see your beautiful faces and your va'as on our land, to continue to breathe fire, and we will reciprocate and do the same for you, hopefully. A'akw Kwáan, mahalo.
A'akw Kwáan, mahalo for making it possible for us to remember that only together will our people thrive. Not one person, not one single person brought us into this room today. Not one single ancestor made it possible for us to be here today. We are just like the sparkles going across the ocean on a beautiful day. That is who we are and have always been. And for our voyagers, and for the land crew, and for the cultural bearers who support the entire endeavor of Moananuiākea, our hearts go with you. Our prayers go with you to keep you safe, to keep your families safe, to keep your beloved safe while you are out at sea, while your attention is focused on the details, the microscopic details of every single last point. This is the responsibility collectively of all of us for our people. Whether we are Haida and Tlingit, Hawaiian, Inupiaq, Unangan, these are the responsibilities our people left for us. And as you enact it, you take our love, our appreciation, and our prayers with you. I just wanted to tell you how much we love you for what you do, for waking up every day beautifully Indigenous, for bringing that spirit into everything you do. Navigating through life is hard, and together we get to do this beautiful journey. It's our responsibility in our lifetime. Our ancestors passed that to us, and here we are hoping to pass it forward to our younger future ancestors coming up. Many hands made this possible, and I would not want to forget to shine a light on some of those people whose faces you may not see, but whose hands are blistered from this work. The Tlingit and Haida Central Council staff almost single-handedly put together that entire welcoming ceremony in less than 12 hours. They dealt with grouchy people, turning them away because we had to keep the roads safe for the ambulances. They dealt with people who thought it was their right and their privilege to have the best of things first, and they dealt with them with a smile and with tenderness. It is hard work to be the crew, and sometimes we don't get to see all their faces, but if we can tell their leadership, your people took care of us and kept us safe, and we had a beautiful ceremony, then that's something we should do, right? So I want you to join me in saying Qanish Hawa to Central Council, Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. I know President Peterson is over here, the head of the tribe, and he he deployed his staff. He delegated his staff and said, make it happen. And he did it with love and commitment. On his chish hawa chatia ish. And then, of course, we have someone who's not on stage with us, but was very much a part of the planning, and that's Amelia Rivera. Are you here? I don't see her. Could she stand up? There she is. There's Shishawa Amelia. And the other person who was hard at work deploying all of his team, Ralph Wolf. And you've had a chance to hear from Sarah already. I also want to acknowledge Sea Alaska Corporation, their leadership, the board, the staff who took time out of their days to make sure that everything could move along. I really want to thank Chairman of the Board, Kakaku Joe Nelson. Ganak Anthony Malat, President. And Stage Manager Extraordinaire, Tanasha What? Is she around here? Dixie Hutchinson? Dixie worked with our partners at KTOO to make sure that we could live stream all of this amazingness. And to our partners at the University of Alaska Southeast, KTOO, who's been with us this whole time filming everything. So those who couldn't be here have been here with us. I also want to thank Gold Belt and Core Alaska. They were sponsors of our time this week, so I want to acknowledge them. Chair of the board, Todd Antioquia. We also had a chance to partner with Gold Belt Heritage Foundation, Douglas Indian Association, and Sea Alaska Heritage Institute. They have incredible things happening. They were all really busy already. They had their own conferences they were running, and they just participated and brought such lovely spirits and support and partnership to this work, hosting dinners for you folks. It was amazing, and the programs were, they just lifted our spirits, didn't they? So, oh yeah, and then the catamaran dropped out of the sky. Alan Marine providing that opportunity with Douglas Indian Association to go and visit the Taku area and learn about that incredibly important history and meet the people of that land. There's so many, too, who helped behind the scenes, volunteers, people who helped set up tables, people who helped karate chop the chairs. And they did it with love because they wanted this to be a success. And so I just wanted to say, chish hawa to every single person who lifted a finger to help make this whole thing, this whole week, incredible. And also, we wanted our Hawaiian brothers and sisters, our Maori brothers and sisters who are here, our Samoan and Tongan brothers and sisters who are here, our Paiwan brothers and sisters who are here, all the Pacific Consortium, to leave Alaska filled with the bounty of this land and of our love, and not with hypothermia, so that's why we moved inside today. Chish hawa.
This is wuchiach. This is balance, reciprocity, and respect. in our kuiks, this is how this works. Acknowledgement, you being here adds value to this effort. And Liz was going through the thank yous, and of course you can't thank yourself. So First Alaskans Institute, their board is here, their interns, their staff, they've worked all week, and the planning duo of Laganai and Wafalgadak. Can you guys stand up? Board members, employees, interns. Guna cheese. You know the key to anything is the finishing touches? Like, you can plan all day long, but unless you make that final executive decision and you put that finishing touch on things, it doesn't turn out like it's turned out. And that's these two. So guna cheese. My name's Anthony Malott, President and CEO of Sea Alaska. Ganak yuchat duasauk, tsagwedi ayachat, A'akw Kwáan yadi ayachat, Koyakan Athabaskan Dutch Chan ayachat, Takwedi yachdachanuku ayachat, A'akw Kwáan ayachat. My Tlingit name is Ganak. I'm Tsagwedi, eagle killer whale. I'm the child of the A'akw Kwáan from Yakutat, Alaska, and the grandchild of the Koyakan Athabaskan. My mother's from Rampart on the Yukon River. Like I know, there's so many emotions. I'm frazzled. I've probably gone through, I never script anything. So I keep maybe 5 things on top of my mind, and maybe a few of those things pop out. But when Lyle and Colleen sang the honor song after my dad passed, in that fog of grief, I don't even know, maybe 2 weeks after, I'm just walking my deck, and this song comes into my mind. And it builds and builds and builds, and all of a sudden the whole entire song is coming to me. And I'm one of those people, I can't remember a joke 5 minutes after I heard it. I cannot remember a song, I cannot carry a tune, but this song was with me, and I just built it, and I think I asked one of I was like, what song is this? Why can't it leave me all day? And I think this is a song from Wuchi'in. So I call Lyle. Where's Lyle? Oh, I call Lyle. Lyle, I can't get this song out of my head. What is it? And I hum it to him, and I probably had to hum it a couple times because I could not, again, carry a tune. And he goes, "Your dad is with you." That's the honor song. And that is the spirit of Colleen and Lyle James. That's the power, and I hope you guys felt the power and the spirit of those two. They are amazing individuals. Big, we've already mentioned the platform that this is going out to the world. That after the welcome ceremony, at 1,800 views in the first day. I haven't even checked in. This is going to reverberate. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm not an emotional guy. Like, okay, what can I talk about that's not going to trigger anything? And I had to work through a few things, but you'll see if I do all right. This platform allows us to say things that need to be said. We've been dancing around the subject of climate change and not saying it straight out. Global warming was first introduced as a concept in 1975, almost 50 years ago. In the late 1800s, there was research papers on what carbon dioxide does to our atmosphere and how it heats it up. So what do we do After 50 years of knowing global warming is with us, 2023, the world says, let's go over 100 million barrels of oil a day for the very first time in our existence. That's our response. That's the Western world's response to climate change. We didn't do this, indigenous people, but we're the ones feeling it. My brother may lose his livelihood. There's no king salmon opening this year. It's because of a legal suit, but it's really because of climate change. There's people moving out of our villages because of this. The fish wheels on the Yukon River are high and dry. They're not turning. There's no nets in the water this summer. That's not leadership from our governments and the people in charge. But we're the ones that are feeling it. The slap in the face of losing your culture and not having fish camp. What do we do? What are the people in Rampart going to do? No fish to put up. What's my brother BJ going to do? Just one example of all those tremendous, knowledgeable wisdom holders in our communities that know our waters because they're tied to commercial fishing. So what this voyage means and what you're kicking off is that we need something new. Whatever you've tried in the last 50 years, it is not working. So what we're going to bring unity, we're going to bring love, we're going to bring care, we're going to bring ancestral wisdom, our indigenous stewardship, and we're going to bring aloha to the world. Build the care that will change the methodologies, change the actions, change the decision-making that has to change, that gets us back on track. Those that are able to accept our ancestral wisdom and then pass it forward. Kin Kautinik, Gunachish, he gave Sealaska the greatest gift we've ever received, which is an understanding of our cultural values and how to use them. And he got them from his ancestors. He was in the meeting room with us. And he's talking to all these executives in suits and ties, and he's in his regalia. And he's telling this story, and he shudders. And he looks over to King Geisti, his partner. And he says, "Did you feel that? The ancestors came to me. They gave me this story. They tied it together for me in this moment." And I think of that time where my dad was sitting with Nainoa, and he had the strength to tell Nainoa, "You have to do this, and it has to start from Alaska." That was him accepting his ancestors' wisdom and letting their wisdom flow through him to Nainoa so he can make all of this happen. And Nainoa's Gunachish. This is the beginning of really addressing the issues that we face, and you're starting it. Your whole team is. Gunachish. Mahalo.
That was beautiful. At this time, we'd love to fill our space with another beautiful Simpson song. I'd like to invite David Boxley to the stage.
So much has been said and so many wonderful things have happened up here that I feel like I spoke too early, and I have a whole bunch of new things I want to talk about, but they just want me to sing. This is an amazing thing that's happening. And the song I'm going to sing is called Walking in the Footsteps. I was thinking all day about what song I was going to do up here. And what's happening here reminds me of, or makes me think about what the impacts of this will be. In 1969, Robert Davidson carved a totem pole in Masset that was billed as and talked about in the Canadian media as the last totem pole. He was the last totem pole carver, and he was just doing it for his grandparents so they could see it one last time. It turned out to be the exact opposite. It was the beginning again of everything. It inspired my father to do the first totem pole in Metlakatla, and it's that kind of unknown, what could come of something like this, that I'm thrilled to just have been in the room to see this get started, and again, can't wait for you all to be in my village. The words of this song say, I'm walking the path of my ancestors, and I'm clearing that path so that the children can run on it. And it says to remember the past, treasure today, and prepare for the future. And I'd like to thank Anthony for being so blunt about what is required for our future. The salmon are a keystone species, and I wish everybody that makes decisions in Washington, D.C. and around the world would realize that we are merely animals in this great ecosystem too, and when the salmon go, so do the rest of us. So again, this song is for that, to remember the past, treasure today, and prepare for the future. Thank you all. Since COVID and the slow moving back to whatever life is going to be now, happy events are too few and far between. And I am filled, and I'm so grateful to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the song. Up next, I'd like to call up Rosita Whirl and give her an opportunity to speak as well here.
Gunaftish, Anyat Kusani, most noble people of the seas, most honorable people of the seas, most honorable and noble and dear friend Nainoa. You have blessed us by being on our land. You have made us richer by coming to our land. When you paddled through the waters, when you stepped on our shores, when you walked on our land, you became one of us. I want you to know that this is your homeland, that you are welcome here anytime. We have been so enriched by your presence, by the words that you have offered us, the lessons that you have taught us. And we want you to know that we are closer together because of the intermarriages between our people. We are now brothers and sisters in very real ways. But I also want you to know that we are sending our spirits with you. We are sending the killer whale spirit, the salmon spirit, the thunderbird spirit, and our spirit of the sun to warm you. We send with you all of the spirits that have cared for us for 10,000 years, for we want your journey to be safe. We want you to be safe, and we send our spirits with you. Thank you again for coming to our homeland. Thank you so much. And now, if I may, I have to tell you that we grew up singing Hawaiian songs. Yes, my brother over there, Marcelo, we grew up singing Hawaiian songs, and you know what? For the life of me, I couldn't remember one of them. But I did remember one that I wanted to sing to you. You may go, I let you go, may God bless you. You'll be mine wherever you may be. It's a warning that we must say aloha, but you'll never find another little Tlingit girl like me. No, you'll never find another little Tlingit girl like me.
All the Sea Alaska directors, please make your way up here just quickly, briefly, quickly as you can. As our Sea Alaska directors are making your way, let's give one more round of applause to Kahani, Rosita Whirl. So I know we have a handful of directors in here still. Please make your way up, and we'll keep this brief for because I know we're working on that. There is a method to the madness. There's a point to bringing them all up here. A'akw Kwáan. My Tlingit name is A'akw. I'm a brown bear Tekwedi from Yakutat, child of the A'akw Kwáan. Dr. Whirl is one of our emeritus directors. Dr. Rosita Whirl is the president and CEO of our Heritage Institute. And our Heritage Institute was created in 1980, about 10 years after Sea Alaska was created. And Sea Alaska was created to help settle a land claim. Sea Alaska is just a tool. It's just a tool. It's only been here for 50 years. But you go back to the times you're talking about with Judson and Byron and Ernie. Gunachish mahalo to all of you for doing the heritage portion of the journey. That heritage portion really, really touched us. We've got folks from all those communities here now. So thank you, Gunachish, to the hosts from Yakdot, from Huna, from up in Haines and Klukwan, and the others that are getting ready for you as you go down to Amalfi and as you go make your way. So I'm diving right in, but what I was going to first say was just aloha makako. Over the last couple hundred years, we've had vessels show up on our shores. Over the last couple of hundred years, those were explorers. Those were the military. Those were steamships with prospectors. And today they're cruise ships. Take. That's what they've been showing up for. But over the last week, we've had the Hokulea, a 60-foot double hull va'a with not a lot of room on it. And it's all been give. That's the fundamental difference between our ways and the Western ways. And by the end of this 4-year voyage, it's just going to be us, just all of us, not an us and them, but an us that is led by all of you that are here. So Gunachish, and part of the message here is, I know we honor our leaders always, and we must do that. But the look and feel of Sealaska today compared to 40 years ago, when you look at our board, you might notice a difference compared to the board members you met 30 years ago. Anybody notice the difference? Gunachish to all our wahine, all our women that are leading the way. There's a saying that we're going to bury, and there's a saying that we've all heard before, behind every good man there is, but no, that's a misnomer. Right beside and right in front of every decent man, there's his mother, his grandmother, and now his director that bosses him around. Aunties, it's just love. So to our po, itusachan, that's we love you. We love you. And we know that you are inspiring further generations, and we're looking forward to feeding you when you come back. And we are looking forward to being fed when we meet you over in your homelands. I'm going to wrap it up real quickly with Kuleana. The whole world knows aloha. The whole world, there's not a person on this globe that does not know just the word aloha. But by the end of the voyage, the whole world is going to embrace Kuleana. And that's something that I just learned on the fly, spending a few days with you folks. And knowing that it's not something I just learned, I learned the phrase, but we all know the meaning behind it. As Indigenous people, as Native people, that's who we are, that's what we do. We take care of each other. We have that responsibility, and we know it, and there's no one more powerful than all the women that are doing it, that do that double duty and understand what it means to be responsible for the home, for their sons, for their daughters, for their husbands, for everybody. But that phrase, Kuleana, is the one that is going to resonate like that ripple. And for our small part tonight, we are all going to do the huge group hug that we did over the last week, and it's going to carry on. And somebody else's reading glasses, sorry. My close, I'm going to close for Ralph here. It's with just love, because Anthony mentioned it, and it's love and it's thank you to, you might notice that Laganai Wathlagidak are right here. They've been doing it. They do double duty like all the ladies we do. They do double duty. They serve on the Sea Alaska board as well as the First Alaskans Institute, and all the staff, the thank yous, to Tlingit and Haida, I need to read it, those Sea Alaska, to Dixie, to Sally, all the other folks. There are thank yous that we are going to miss, but that's definitely not our intention. And we've had every emotion tonight almost, but we're really going to end just with Itusachan, we love you. Iksachan, I love you. And Mahalo Nui Aloha. Thank you very much. Chish, Hawa, Doisham. We really appreciate your patience, more than anything, your love. And we're looking forward to some Kalua Pig and everything else when we get over to visit you.
One more big thank you for Sea Alaska. Thank you, Joe and board. Up next, I'd like to call President Richard Peterson and First Vice President Jackie Peda.
Goodness, Chish, as many of you know, most of us wear multiple hats in this world, and one of the hats I'm also wearing, besides First Vice President of Tlingit Haida tonight, is I'm the President of Gold Belt Heritage. And so from Gold Belt Heritage, I would like to thank you for allowing us to be a part of this wonderful adventure. And thank you for allowing us to experience so many of the blessings and the growth of the sharing of education. As I was sitting here tonight and I was thinking, and I was watching Nayanoa, and you know, we sat and we looked at our table, and he just emulates Byron. And it's his cadence, it's his words, it's the way he says things, it's his posture, it's the way he stands. And I felt comfortable. I felt like his brother spirit was here with us tonight. And it reminded me at that moment in time of all the other ancestors that are here with us today. We have known through the stories that you've shared and the stories that we've shared that our ancestors journeyed back and forth before our time and many years ago. But we also know during our lives, our ancestors that are not here with us made these journeys, had this vision to make it happen. I remember sitting at the Thompson house many years ago with Pinky, and I know I was still much younger, so was I. And they were dreaming the dream, and we were talking about it. And with us was Clarence Jackson, and with us was you know, we think about all of those, Judson Brown, and we think of, and Austin Hammond, and all of those folks that were with us, who were part of this dream and wanted this reality to happen so that we could once again experience what our ancestors have experienced and the sharing of knowledge. I wanted to remember that because I know when I was teaching the youth at our culture camp and we were doing our canoe journey, that I wish that I knew the lessons of navigating without navigation tools. And I'm so grateful today that those lessons are being retaught, that the next generation will be able to carry that forward. And that's what the work is that we are doing. Thank you for letting me be a part of this. And as I say, as I leave here, I just want to say, Hastu ke ye jisatan, A'akw Kwáan. Bless you. Be strong. Gunas chish. Gunas chish. Hawa.
Good evening. My name is Tlingit. I'm Kagwantan from the A'akw Hit House in Sitka. I grew up in the village of Kisan, and I'm very, very honored to serve as the president of Tlingit and Haida, representing over 35,000 tribal citizens across the southeast, across the state of Alaska, and across the nation, and many of our own citizens residing in Hawaii. I was just over there just a few short weeks ago visiting some of our friends and family that live in Hilo. And I'm always reminded of our connections. Our connections that, on the welcoming I talked about a little bit the other day. Our Tlingit, our Haida, our Tsimshian people, we were navigators too. When I went to Hawaii 5 years ago, I was welcomed by being invited into the kupuna at Mauna Kea. And one of the elders there said, "Welcome home." And I repeat that because that's so important. And we talked about, and you've heard how we wear our bracelets and how they were meant to cover up where we couldn't have tattoos anymore. And I have a lot of tattoos because that is our way. One I'm really proud of that is about our connection says Kukia Io Mana. I went to stand with the people on the Big Island because that's what we should do. One of our cultural values is hold each other up. That's what we do. We go, we hold each other up. I think that's imperative that we do. I'm mixed with a whole bunch of emotions right now, and I'm going to follow the lead of our elder today, Herman Davis, and I have the microphone now. So good luck coming and taking it. I listened to Anthony Malott speak earlier, and unlike him, I wrote a few notes down because I couldn't keep everything on the top of my head because there was so much percolating. But I almost had to throw away my notes because he said everything I wanted to, but better than I was going to. And then I was reminded when his father was lieutenant governor, I used to tease that we were on this welcoming tour together, and every event that came to town, Byron and I had to go do the welcomes, and they always made me go after Byron, and I was like, oh great, what am I going to say now? Ever scratching my notes? Well, everything I wanted to say, Byron said, but said it better. So when Anthony walked by, I said, man, you remind me of your dad. I had to say that the other day when I heard Nainoa speak. I don't know what it is, but I just feel Byron here with us so much. And I'm so thankful to have known him and seen his leadership and so many others. And I'm so thankful that our Ohana who are here with the Hokulea are recognizing our folks who have passed on, who contributed so much, who said the right things, did the right things, because that's what our tribal values tell us to do. We're following in the footsteps of giants when we follow folks like Judson Brown, when we follow Ernie Hillman. Robert Sanderson Sr. from Heidelberg was a huge contributor. I haven't heard his name much, but we want to make sure that we recognize him. because something Nainoa said the other day really hit a string with me. We forget things. We got to make sure that we don't forget these things. I want to recognize very briefly two women in this room, Sarah Dibdahl and Amelia Rivera. Please stand up. I've got no bones, and you know, my sister Laganai the other day told me I was getting salty. She tried to ask me out for dinner, and I said, no, Ralph's making my birthday dinner because you're making me have a work dinner on my birthday. So she told me the next day, oh, you're getting salty. I think I'm getting gray, I don't know. But I want to recognize them, and I have no problem saying Tlingit and Haida did a lot this week. And I'm proud of these ladies are the ones who carried that through for Tlingit and Haida. I just want to recognize them again. I also want to say nobody stands by themselves. It's always somebody there making sure things get done. And just like I turned to them, they turned to their staff. And we had our youth navigators, we had our procurement department volunteered, we had our construction company. I don't know if you guys know this, but by about 1 o'clock on Saturday, they were putting their tools away from building that stage. I want to recognize them. I also want to recognize our public safety department who was there, navigated all of that. I'm full of all kinds of emotions. I'm excited, I'm happy, I'm sad, I'm angry, and I'm going to express all of them right now. So if I offend anybody, I just want to say I apologize. It's that saltiness. Today was a monumental day for us, in that the Supreme Court upheld the Indian Child Welfare Act. What we all know in Indian country, and I apologize to my Ohana, who we want to stand with you, and you need your recognition just like we have ours. You need to have your governance just like we have ours. You're the indigenous people of your lands, and you should be recognized and given the authority as the indigenous people of your lands. But today what was upheld wasn't just the Indian Child Welfare Act. It wasn't just about foster care. It was really about our tribal sovereignty. All of us who have to go to Washington, D.C. know the underlying current was to undermine our sovereignty and to undermine our governance ability. And that's what we won today. And that fight's going to continue on. And I want to say, why am I going down this road? Because it was a huge landmark for us. But what you're doing is a big part of that. I want this effort and why we worked so hard to make sure that we welcomed you, that we treated you right, that we send you off in all the good ways, was because we're going with you. Our hearts and our spirit, our prayers, our messages are going with you. We signed a declaration earlier. You stood right up, Nainoa, and said, we're taking this. That's what we do as Indigenous people, and it meant so much to us. But you're carrying our love, our mana, our messages with you. And we want you to go in a good way. We want you to know that people care about you, that you're loved. We care about your safety. But you're carrying the message of sovereignty and an indigenous knowledge. And I want to recognize Alaska, but I also want to recognize, so today, we filed an amicus brief on the King Salmon lawsuit. What Anthony talked about, over 600 of our tribal citizens right here in Southeast Alaska are permit holders. They own the power troll permit, the hand troll permit to catch king salmon. That's our way of life. That's our knowledge that has been carried on since the beginning of time. It's one that we are always the first to lose out on. It's our people who suffer. Today, almost every tribe in Southeast Alaska and most of the corporations in Southeast Alaska signed on this amicus. And Alaska stepped up in front of everybody and said, we're going to pay the lawyer bill. When you go and you're on this journey and you're going for 4 years and you're meeting with all these other indigenous communities, I'm hoping it's a groundswell. I hope that we build this network off of your voyage where we unify and stand together, where we recognize that this ocean doesn't divide us, it's what unites us. We know that we have these histories. We need to pull them back together. We need to truly decolonize, quit recognizing Western ways, Western maps. We want you to go with our gratitude, our love. Again, our gratitude. We're so thankful for you for doing this, for reigniting culture. I'm so thankful that you're willing to put your lives on the line. You're willing to put your time, and not just safety life, but you're taking away and committing time away from your families. You're committing time to travel and to deliver these messages and to build this swell. And we're so thankful and grateful. We hope that you travel with so much love from Southeast Alaska that you can't wait to come back. That you know that we're your ohana. Again, those things go back since the beginning of time. You know, I found it when it was mentioned that Judson had the file and said that we're related. You know, science, Western science is a funny thing because it's so valid and recognized in the Western world, but it takes generations for it to catch up with our indigenous knowledge. That's what our clan leaders and our clans have been telling us forever. We knew we were related. Didn't need an article, didn't need a study to tell us what our stories have told us forever. The other thing I want to talk about when we talk about scientific studies, science is now also validating something else that we keep saying. We know our ancestors are with us. We know they're in us. That's now being proven. When you think we're losing languages, we're losing knowledge, no, we have it all. It's literally in our DNA. I pray that this voyage unlocks those memories for you. The memories of your navigator ancestors who took these trips before. I hope that unlocks those memories that is in your DNA so that you are those masters they were. That we not only imitate our ancestors, but we are our ancestors. They're the architects of everything we are. I believe this with my whole heart, that everything I am today is because of what my ancestors did for us before. And your ancestors did that for you. And now you're recreating these opportunities. And that's going to unlock. You're going to be hitting waves, and for some reason you're going to remember them. Ones you never experienced before. You're going to see stars you didn't see before. Constellations and forms because you're in new areas that you hadn't seen before. But you'll recognize them because your ancestors had been there. They done that. They seen it. So I just, again, pray that you go with all the safety, that you go with our love, our prayers, and again with our indigenuity, making up words on the fly, that we'll see you home safely. That's my ultimate prayer, that at the end of this voyage you all get home very safe, filled with all the love, filled from all of the communities in the Pacific who love you, who know you, whether they've never met you before, we all know you because, again, our ancestors knew each other. It's in our DNA. So I say to you, just please go with our love and safety, and I can't wait till we see you again. Kunikchish hawa.
Kunikchish hawa. I'd like to call Sylvia Lang and Sven Hawkinson Jr., First Alaskans Institute trustees.
I think we should do this team.
Yeah, maybe.
So, Nainoa, you mentioned something about being on the sea in the dark of night and the weather. I've been there as a commercial fisherman all my life, and frankly, that's what this feels like to me. I do not like microphones or podiums. So I have the great honor of being on the First Alaskans trustee, along with Sven and several others, and we get, so as trustees, we get a lot of credit that we don't deserve. The people who did the work here tonight are sitting around that table. They're our wonderful staff, and Elizabeth, everybody please stand up. Our staff, let's hear it. Come on, you guys. They've actually been at this for weeks, possibly months, and then this last week they became crisis. They did it all. So my name is Sylvia Lang. I'm Sugpiaq Tlingit. My grandmother was, and I am A'akw Kwáan from Yakutat. Byron was my cousin, and this has been a real healing for me, because we all feel him here tonight and all this week. And I got the opportunity to be in Yakutat when the canoe came in there also. My son was one of the escort vessels from Cordova. He brought his vessel down to escort the canoes. And First Alaskans, and my connection with First Alaskans is with Byron, and he's one of the founders of First Alaskans, and this was important to him, so it was very, very important to us to be part of this and bring the Hokulea here. Sven, you need to speak up.
I'm listening.
Come on, give me a hand here.
No, it's a real privilege to be able to be here, to be able to share some stories, but also to verbally and openly acknowledge and thanking First Alaskans Institute, but the staff that have been working for months, literally months on this, but also helping set a vision for our state. Not just here, but the state. The stories that they'll share over the next generation will be carried forward. For me, it's a real privilege to be able to sit and witness this, because I had the privilege to listen to Byron talk about it in our meetings and then after, and hear about this whole story about the Hokulea and how it all came together. And I mean, it's like I have so many different emotions and all this stuff that's bundled up, and I didn't prepare anything to say, but there's so much I want to say. The biggest thing I want to say is I want to thank all of you for not just doing this, but taking the risk to make a difference for our futures. It really does make a difference. Learning from Byron, and then also seeing what you all are doing, from the language nests to recreating, to making these vessels, to sailing the oceans. It inspired me to do the same thing with my own tribe, to make open boats, A'akws, that disappeared from my tribe. So what you do touches all of us. And it inspires us to do things that we don't think we could do, but now we know we can do. Thank you for making a difference for all of us.
So, you know, we've all had nothing but all the feels this week, and especially today. I'm an artist as well as a fisherman, and all I've been doing is creating paintings in my mind of canoes filled with love. And I will definitely take that away with me and produce something along those lines. But I know I have my daughter here with me. My sons were involved with the canoes and going to Yakutat. Everything here is going to stay with us and is going to reap so much more. And thank you very much. Gunushish.
We're getting down there. As our next guests make their way up here, I'll call Sanuga and Marina up to sing a song. But before that, I'd like to recognize a couple people for all the hard work that we've seen come to fruition, all the details, all the I's crossed, lots of spreadsheets made. Kun Magu Hobson, could you please stand up? Take a wave. Thank you so much for all the work you did this week to make this week happen. And also Tumok Pequeño. He's not here though. He got sick in the beginning of the week, but we just wanted to really give their names the space that it deserves in a time like this. And A'akw for all the work you guys put into this. So I'll turn it over to you two ladies.
Sanuga Hinudi Kyang, Gals Gusudi Kwalag and Ketchikan student Ejung. My name is Sanuga. I'm here with my sister, Skal Seed Hjalstrad, and we're going to sing for you two songs. Which one should we do first?
Let's let the ladies have a moment.
Okay. First song we're going to sing is what we consider the women's competition song. And this is a chance for all of the women in the room to stand up and show off. If you've done this before, you're welcome to come up on stage and dance with us. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, all the women just stand and dance where you're at if you're able to. And then after that, we'll follow it with the men's competition song. look at all the beautiful dancers out here. Now, let's see if the men can show them up or keep up. So for the men's competition song, same thing. If you've learned how to dance from our men here, go ahead and join us. If you've done this before, come join us on stage. The next song is our men's competition song, Ha'a. Everybody is so beautiful. How
I am very awake now. That was awesome. Can we give them a round of applause? All right. So good, so good. I'd like to ask to the stage, A'akw Cordelia Kelly is going to be speaking on behalf of Senator Murkowski.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share remarks, but I kind of want to go back to the dancing. Thank you. That was so wonderful. So thank you for that beautiful, beautiful song. Good evening. Uvanga Keranyak. My name is Keranyak. Alornek Miurunga. Tagrit Koyalarunga. Inupalarunga. I'm from Wainwright, which is up on the North Slope. So for those who have come to Alaska, how many of you have had the privilege of seeing the hand map? You seen that? You've seen it? It's been a very helpful tool for many. We've heard from speakers from all over the state, like my auntie Val, who I want to recognize. Kunmiru is my cousin who I want to recognize, also from the North Slope. But using this hand map, my family's from just right up there along the Arctic Ocean. So that's where my people come from as an Inupiaq person. So I work for Senator Murkowski, who's also known as Anshawatki, and she's also known as Vice Chair Murkowski because she works very closely with Senator Schatz on the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. And the senator sends her greetings and best wishes of a safe voyage for the Polynesian Voyaging Society, the captain and crew of the Hokulea, and sends her thanks to First Alaskans Institute, Sealaska Heritage, and for everyone who worked so hard to bring this together. I saw a wave when I said Senator Schatz over there, and he had been mentioned earlier. And when I think about the work that the senator gets to do in close partnership with Senator Schatz, I think about this space in DC. And I think it's probably one of my favorite spaces in DC. There's a room that you can enter and you could hear, Gunalchish, and you can hear Aloha, and you could hear Kuinak, and you could hear Mahalo. And it's the space where the staffs of both of those offices work all together. And it's an open door. There's a receptionist there. So if you're going to DC and you want to visit this space and see how these two staffs work so closely in partnership, it's the 8th floor of the Senate Hart building. And if there wasn't just a place in DC where you just don't feel like home, to see both of our states, Alaska Native Hawaiians, Alaskans in Hawaii, residents of Hawaii, working so closely together, sharing cubicle space in close partnership. This has been just the most incredible evening of just spirit, as it was mentioned earlier, the way you felt spirit fill the room, of gift giving, just song and celebration, but really the way that people just have given their absolute best. Everybody has brought their absolute best, brought in their namesakes, their ancestors, their cultures, their people, their food, language, words, the gift of language, and all of the different remarks. And I was thinking about what could be a response to that? What could possibly be a response to spending all day really in a space where everyone has given their absolute best and love and care for each other? And it had a bit of a song kind of playing in my head. And the reason I shared that I'm Inupiaq and my family comes from the North Slope is because it helps explain a little of where this song comes from. So near up in Wainwright, there's also a town, it's adjacent to Barrow, now called A'akw, and it's always been called A'akw if you've heard of that. And winter, there's 84 days where you don't really see sunlight, right? There's twilight. But then the sun comes up. And many people, when the sun returns, love to sing this song.
And it's also called like bleaching the seal skin. The sun comes back, and now people can bleach the seal skin. And the seal skin is what is used for our own umau. The seal skin is what's used for our own boats to support our own people. And so that was a song I thought, because when I thought, how could I respond to everyone bringing their best, I hope by singing this song that our ancestors are also sailing with all of you. So I wrote a note. I'm charged with sharing remarks and regards, but they don't always have to be in English, right? So, okay. Then the beat drops. Safe journeys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can't get enough music in tonight. I just can appreciate the exchanges that are happening and for everybody to see. So it's very heartwarming to hear. And up next, I'd like to call Captain Jensen from the U.S. Coast Guard base here to come on up.
All right. It is an honor to be here today. It's an honor to hear some of the great things that have been said. I've spent a 24-year career, half of it in Hawaii and half of it in Alaska. I have children that have been born here, and I've had a child. She's still here. Where did she go? Right there, who was born on Big Island. So we have deep connections with both cultures. And over the years that I've been in the Coast Guard, I've traveled in many places in the world. And the one thing that I've noted is the connection that we have through the ocean and through the stars as we connect with one another. And the ocean is that connection. And I'm so excited to see this journey as it kicks off here in Southeast Alaska and as it continues around the world and continues to make those connections. And most importantly, aloha, because we know that that aloha spirit, as it spreads throughout the world, will connect us eternally. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Jensen. Our next speaker, and trying to move it along a little bit, is Mr. Robert Edwardson. If you could please come up.
Harala is Atlant is as biguringai lager.
Gahuyai gustu di kwalagan. Yaklanas udi ijang. Katnais dudi ijang. Skanjat di nanuijang. Antlik di chanuijang. Hutskingwala hinudikaang. So what I said there in my introduction is fairly similar to what Algadak said earlier. We come from the same line, but the introduction is important for a lot of different reasons. It shows who your family is, who your connections are, and that's what we're talking about here today is connections. So when I was first asked to speak, I was very happy and honored to do it. I wrote it down. I assumed it was because towards the end of the night you needed some comic relief. So I wrote some stuff down. I read it to my wife earlier, and she reminded me that I wasn't funny. So I'm not going to go down that track. I will say I do want to talk about three things. I want to talk about, kind of an academic story. I want to talk about, but not really tell, older Haida story. And then I want to talk about some not really old, but some recent Haida history that shows some connections. And the first thing that I was going to talk about is these authors named Graeber and Wengrow. And their most recent, well, one of them passed away, but in the book that they published before they passed away, they talked a lot about the Pacific. They talked a lot about the Northwest Coast, along with other areas of North America and the world. And one of the things that struck me about that was that they, I think, correctly pointed out that the Western move into this hemisphere didn't start global trade or world travel. In many ways, it kind of ended it. And what I see you guys doing is your group is trying to restart something that's been going on for most of history. The second thing I wanted to talk about was the Haida story, and I don't know it real well, and that's why I'm going to talk about it and not try to tell it. But basically, it's about how the Haida first found Hawaii. And what the story is like is down in the area that's called Dixon Entrance, and you guys are going to be sailing across that before too long. There was a Haida canoe, or a group of 2 Haida canoes, that ran into a creature that they hadn't seen before. And that was later known as the Wahoo Kustan, or the thing from Hawaii that crawls, basically, is what that means. But they didn't know it at the time. They didn't know what it was, so they kept following it. And along the track, as far as, using other forms of navigation, it would take a right turn and then zigzag and zigzag and zigzag, and eventually they found their way to Hawaii for the first time, and they followed the same track on the way back. So that's the second thing I wanted to talk about. The third thing that I wanted to talk about is some history that my grandfather on Tlingit, or Dr. Robert Kogo, wrote about, and it was about after Western contact, when the whaling industry was big, Haidas would actually ship onto whalers that were going up into the Bering Sea, the Arctic, the Pacific Ocean. And during the circuitous route that it would follow would take it into Hawaii. And as it went into Hawaii, there would be problems on ships just like there are now. And there was one specific case where these Haidas that went there refused to go back onto the ship. So they tried to get a way back to Haida Gwaii, and they complained to the United States, but their complaints never reached any ears. So they stayed there, and they blended in with the Haida people, or with the people from Hawaii. So they stayed there and blended in. So what I would like to say is, welcome back. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure to welcome my brother Todd Antioquia. He is chair for Gold Belt.
Sister.
my heart's beating fast, my legs are a little shaky. I'm not nervous. I don't think it's the competition dance I think we did. I haven't danced that hard in a while, so gonna sheesh to my sisters for that amazing song and for all of my brothers that shared the dance floor there. But I have to say, the word awesome to me is something that I try to treat very carefully in terms of using it, the frequency, because of what it's supposed to mean. I think a lot of times I used to use it very, very without thinking about the depth of what it means. Today, I cannot count how many times I used the word awesome. Throughout this entire day, it has truly been awesome. And to our brothers and sisters from across the Pacific, I am in awe of the sacred songs, the sacred dances, the sacred ceremonies, your stories, the elders and the ancestors that you brought amongst us. I am in awe of all of that presence that you shared with us so generously. And for that, I say, Gunalchish, Atlin Gunalchish, how Doyakshanusam, for sharing such special parts of who you are as people. And throughout the day, I was so in awe of our indigenous people from throughout Southeast Alaska, our brothers and sisters from the interior, looking into each one of your faces and imagining and recognizing the families that you represent, the clans that you represent, the communities, and the institutions. I'm in awe of each and every one of you, and it's such an honor to be amongst all of you. Earlier, Jackie brought up Clarence Jackson, our precious Gustin. He was our clan leader, and I apologize, I didn't introduce myself. A'akw Kwáan, Chakna Chatsati, Sagwedi, Ayahat, Tekwidi Yadi, Ayahat, and I'm also the grandchild of the Kach'ari and the Tluknakari. I'm Eagle Killer Whale at Sagwedi from Keek, and when I learned that you all were journeying to Keek here in the coming days, it just filled me with such pride, knowing what you're going to continue to experience, that the love and the people that you will be amongst is going to, the power is going to continue. And the fact that Clarence Jackson, Gustin, who lived his life in Cake, was a fisherman his entire life. He had a lesson that we always cherished of his. He often said, in a storm, do not pray for the storm to be calm, but pray for calm amongst the storm. And he said it so often, it's imprinted on his headstone, where my opposites, the Kach'ari, laid him to rest in Cake. And it was years after his passing when I had always thought about that lesson in terms of when, or as a fisherman, that he was talking about the oceans, but I recognized that he was also talking about what we experience in life. Those that would poison our oceans, those that would be barriers to the perpetuation and preservation of our culture and our heritage, those that would do anything to hurt our communities and hold us back from the sovereignty that we so well deserve, those are all forces that make up storms. As I look around at the leaders here today and the leaders through my life, I know now that when we find ourselves within those storms and those battles, that they navigated us purposefully into the storm in order to fight these battles and to make progress. And they didn't do it carelessly. They care for us too much. They love us too much. They wouldn't put us in danger. They only navigated us into those storms because they knew we were ready. and they knew that we could accomplish what needed to be accomplished. And I see so much of that today. I told Nainoa the other day, and a number of you, that one of the greatest gifts that you've brought into us this last week was bringing back the presence of our aunties and uncles and our grandmothers and grandfathers and all of their lessons. As you travel throughout the next 4 years, please know that our wings are always around you. The dorsal fins will be calming the waters ahead of you. Our collective voice will cut through any wind that comes before you. And what I look forward to most is on the other side of the challenges that we have in front of us, on the other side of any storm that we face together, is sunlight and calm and a horizon of endless possibilities. And together we'll shout, we will dance, we will sing, we will celebrate. But I have to imagine that celebration will be brief, because all of our leaders are going to be huddled right on the outside of that celebration, saying, what is the next storm we must steer towards? I so appreciate your leadership and you guiding us into those storms. And I have nothing but trust and hope that we're going to end up on the other side stronger, more united. And what a gift for our grandchildren's grandchildren. Atlain Ganachish, Hawa Doakshanusam, mahalo for being amongst us. Safe journeys, and I cannot wait to see your faces again. Ganachish.
Thank you, Todd. Before I introduce our next speaker, I'd just like to also thank Saduts Peel for carving the paddle necklaces that the crew and staff were gifted. So if you got a paddle around your neck, it's for Saduts, artist out of Sitka. So thank you to Chish. And our next speaker is Andrea Cadiente Laiti from Douglas Indian Association.
Ganesh, for staying the course, which you shall do for some time to come in your journey, in your 4-year journey. By staying the course, I mean is staying with us tonight. I know you've been on a long journey thus far, and so grateful that you started with Alaska and our people and visit our shores, especially the shores where you're thankful for the tree that came from the Sea Alaska Corporation, which is our urban corporation. I thought long and hard in listening to all of the speakers. Who talked from everything from global warming, the salmon emergency at sea, sometimes forgetting by our young people of the values, and the loss of our elders who take with them such a rich abundance of history. And when we reach that age ourselves and we worry about, did they pass the baton correctly? Did I listen carefully enough? What is it that I need to do to bring balance to all that's been discussed and not to repeat everything that everybody else discussed? And I think back to the catamaran business. We actually went full circle with that catamaran because we started out trying to get the Gold Belt catamaran. And the reason is because Allen Marine only did half-day sailings, and we had such a rich history to tell. And I have to express appreciation to Nainoa. My husband and I couldn't be at the canoe welcoming in A'akw Bay when you all arrived. So we watched it on K2, so thank you very much to K2 for providing that opportunity, because we had to prepare for our visitors. We had to know what their needs were, what are they thinking, where are we connected? And when we listened to Nainoa, I told my husband, who's a fisherman, I come from a fishing family, my brother-in-law, my brothers, my husband, and I told my husband, I said, there it is. He's the president of the Douglas Indian Association. I said, that's where you share the same philosophies, the same spirit, the same sense of loss of land, of culture, of language. And he clung to what one elder told us because of pain and suffering of our people, which we can't dismiss. We can't have elation and joy and happiness without really knowing the depths of pain and suffering. And Nainoa talked about that. He talked about historical trauma. He talked about multi-generational grief. We thought, too, of the loss that they experienced in Sitka of their fellow Hawaiians. And we felt strongly that what they need, what the Hawaiians need, besides the celebration of our culture, the coming together as a people, is they need comfort care. Because we can't dismiss that the reason, the passion that we fight with is because of the pain and suffering caused to our Indigenous people. My mother was a boarding school young person. She was only all of 5 or 6 years old. We have in our office, our conference room at the Douglas Indian Association, a small stretch of desks. It's almost like a little sleigh on tracks with tiny little desks, and they come from Pius X Mission. And I couldn't help but think, my mother must have sat in one of those desks when she was punished for speaking her language, when she was separated from her brothers who could only watch out for her from afar because they wouldn't let them communicate. I have a little great-grandson, and he was only 3 at the time, and he came in, he's autistic, so he was running all around the office, and his mother could barely keep up with him. And when we found him in the office that was vacant where we had those little tiny desks. And he's like a hummingbird. I love the hummingbird because it reminds me of autistic children. They're moving quickly, but their minds and their hearts and their intelligence are just moving much faster than we can grasp. I think most of them are actually very genius. Anyway, my little 3-year-old grandson, when we finally did find him, worrying about, because this little hummingbird moves so fast, he was sitting in one of those little desks, quiet, thinking, feeling, and absorbing. And I couldn't help but think that the spirit of my mother and all those other little children that were in that boarding school, that he was infused with their presence and spirit. And I think that's what we need to remember, who we are instinctively, what is touching us, what is making us feel, what is connecting each other. When the sadness can turn to joy and how we can make that transition together. So someone mentioned about this catamaran that fell out of the sky. Actually, it didn't. It wasn't quite so easy. But at the time, when we realized that so many people wanted to be on that catamaran with us, I wish 2 of them fell out of the sky, because we had to turn so many people away, and it's the hardest thing we have to do as a people, to turn any of our loved ones and our friends and tribal members away. But we wanted to welcome our guests appropriately. We wanted to take on a different dimension of welcoming. And that was to tell our story, because our story is one similar to everybody here, one of loss of language, loss of culture, having experienced assimilation, relocation, punishment for speaking our language. One elder that we always will remember speaking to us, he said, for those of you who cannot speak Tlingit, cannot speak your native language, don't punish yourself. Stop being hard on yourself because it's not your fault. It's not your fault. My mother, I'm child of the Filipino. I'm A'akw, the Brown Bear clan of A'akw Kwáan. And my Tlingit name is Da'u, and the A'u means my name is a precious belonging of the clan. And my father is, well, he's Filipino. He was adopted into the Tlingit. But both of them were fluent speakers of their language, and they chose not to teach us. And why? Because they thought they were protecting us. They thought they were protecting us from undue punishment, harm, brutality, sometimes even murder because of who we are. So it was their idea of protecting us, and yet we mourn the loss of the language. We should have been able to speak both Tlingit and Filipino, but they didn't do that out of ignorance. They did that out of love. And so when we did the sailing, we needed to speak to the pain first, the loss, the burning of the Douglas Indian village, the seizing of Mayflower School, the boarding school a Taku chief fought for, not boarding school, excuse me, the school, because even the stairs to where they had the Native children study was alongside a railroad track and then across a thin bridge. And it was dangerous, and it was small, and it was unhealthy. So Taku Chief Johnson, he traversed across the country. He sailed south, went to Chemawa. They helped him translate his speech and went on to Washington, D.C. to appeal for a boat harbor and a school. They couldn't own vessels, large vessels. You know, their canoes were pulled up onto the beach. The houses were burned down in the Douglas Indian village while the inhabitants, the residents, were out to fish camps. But it's a story we had to tell because it led to the standing up of a katia, a totem pole, which was called the Yanyedi healing pole. Now, what was so precious about that totem pole, additionally precious, is that we had a youth contingent that traveled from Hawaii when the tree became a log and was laid out at Gastineau School, Harborview School, down near the boat harbor here in Juneau. And all of the Hawaiian students and their mentors came down, and they blessed that log, that tree. They sang to it, they laid on the hands, they infused it with their love and spirit. I shared with our guests who traveled with us on the catamaran, the one chaperone or mentor or teacher who just stroked lovingly at this tree, the regard that we have for all life. And it wasn't to lament that the tree was cut down. It was to bless the tree for its next journey, and the journey to help tell the story that our elders told us never forget. And so we sailed after that. We took more time than we needed, and that's why we wanted a full day on the catamaran. And when we sailed, the beauty of the exchange, the cultural exchange, just was something that we all will never forget. We had a memorial that was a rock wall, which is called the Scar. I explained to some of you who were visitors with us then that why they call it the Scar, I don't know. It's a beautiful rock wall there. We held a memorial there. And that's where the comfort came in, the sense of grief, acknowledging the loss, especially after a pandemic, acknowledging the generational traumas, but coming together as a people. And the response from our Hawaiian guests, from all of you, We wanted to comfort you, wrap that warm blanket around you, but in return, the same thing happened. So we want to know how much we cherish you, and to also become, for us being deeply seated with our history into the fishing industry, into a life at sea, into the dangers that come with us, we recognize too, and pray for your protection, because we know throughout that 4 years you're going to face dangerous waters. You're taking great risk in the interest of social justice, in the interest of perpetuating our culture and heritage, and the interest in telling the world that despite all we went through, we're still standing. We have survived. And I hope and I pray, because it's so deserving, that we're on your shores to welcome you back after the 4 years. And some of us are reaching the age, and I think that those of us that hosted the cruise probably all did the math when we came off that vessel, what our age is now, how old we're going to be in 4 years. Will we be here to welcome you? And so we pray for that too. I like my grandson to come up. Thank you for this beautiful paddle. Thank you. You honored our history. You honored our president, who's Yanyedi of the A'akw Kwáan, and the connectiveness, the connections we have, the balance, the opposites. When we say opposites, it's not a negative thing. It's not opposite opinions. It's opposites in balance. My grandson has A'akw Kwáan blood running through him. There's Filipino heritage running through him, Tlingit heritage. He's a grandchild of the A'akw Kwáan and a child of the Yanyedi, and he's Tekwedi. We all come together, and that unity should never be forgotten, should never divide us, because it is not a matter of territory. It's a matter of indigenous lands, recovery of lands, reclamation of lands and identity, and persevering into the future. We hear a lot about unity, but sometimes that's easier said than done in the world of politics. That's because I've always said there's good politics and bad politics. And I don't want to leave on a note where you're thinking, is that supposed to mean something negative? Because it really doesn't. I think where Nainoa was coming from is that, and we listened really carefully, because he said that when it came down to cutting down that tree, he couldn't do it. And that even the people who expected him to do that, and I'm paraphrasing, it's like, what were you thinking? Anyway, but gave him time to really think about it and arrive at the own conclusion about what was for the better good. And part of the better good is reuniting us as a people, coming full circle. If you hadn't come here, you may not have known your children blessed that log that became a kutia that's going to continue to tell our story. So Hawaii was very much involved in standing up the Yanyedi healing pole. And I want you all to know that's the extent of our love. And when your loved ones and all of you who are actually making the journey go into the waters and go around and through the Pacific Ocean, that our prayers and our love will always be with you. And especially for those of us who pray every day, and we've always prayed for those who make a living at sea. Well, they're a testament to who we are, and you are literally going to be making a living at sea for 4 years. So we fear for your safety, but we pray that the prayers will overcome any dangers that you may encounter in troubled waters, because they'll be there. We know that. Our fishing husbands know that. So what do we want to do as Douglas Indian Association? Through the A'akw Kwáan, through our clans, we pray for solutions to global warming, to the salmon emergency, but moreover, we pray that you accomplish your mission to address all of the above. Gunakshis for your attention. Go with our love. Gunakshis, mahalo.
I was one of those students that she was talking about that went to Hawaii. I went to the Punahou High School, and I witnessed your language program. And one of the things that she touched on was about the burning of the Douglas Indian Village in Douglas in 1962. And we lost all that land. But what she didn't say is we bought some of that back just recently. We got a $4.5 million grant to build a cultural center where we're going to be practicing our indigenous language, our arts, and our culture. And this paddle that you gave us, I think the Hawaiian word is mana, is tlatsin, is power. It gives us power to continue on our journey as your journey will continue around the world. So gunashchish, gunashchish.
We have a couple more presenters here to round us out here. So up next, I'd like to call Mr. Paul Mark Sr. up from the Hluka Hudi.
Yachten de Tanich Siticha. A'akw Kwáan. Kijiateaka. Hayukatangi Wushtin Wutut At. Yayudat Yatka. Siyak at Sachin At. Yukatanka Datra. How difficult it is to speak to honorable people. A'akw Kwáan, children of the land, as my grandfather David Katzek would say, precious children of the land. Yatata A'akw Kwáan, children who come from honorable families, honorable children. Yuhan Awe, Yuhan Awe. That is all of you. Achkawat Tzin Gudak Sa Ian Kwapkoslayech. What words can I say or use with you? Kinde Wutu Shatnuchka Hadashkank Iyan. We would always hold our grandchildren up high above us. And many times we may think of the little children that are grandchildren. But my grandchildren, one of them was David Katzek, and I would hold him up with esteem in speaking about him. So I lift him up tonight. He may be gone physically, but he still lives with us in our memory. We're in need of them, our uncles. Kuso Hakakash. Where's our mother's brothers who helped us, who taught us, who trained us to go on journeys that you will all be taking, a journey that many times our people took. They weren't afraid to go long distances. They knew how to take care of themselves with the environment. They knew what was edible. They knew how to get water. Whatever it took, they knew how to do it. They didn't have to go to a grocery store or go to a sports store to get whatever they needed. They had it naturally. A'akw Kwáan Keynote Ye tetach ach ishas chukanede. My father's people are from Huna, Glacier Bay. They were clan leaders of the Brown Bear House and the Brown Bear Nest House. I come from the Raven House, and I will talk about that a little later, but I just wanted to bring words of how I feel tonight about you and all the things I've been shared. Yes, it's been a long day, but in our weeks, we're just beginning. We will go up to sometimes 12 o'clock the next morning. So I got a few more hours to talk. And I'm reminded of an elder that came to the celebration, and they give each group a certain time to speak, half hour or so. And this elder, they put him up on a chair on stage. And he got the mic. He says, I want to talk to you for a few minutes. You know, their coordinators and MCs were trying to get him off the stage. 3 hours later, he said, I'm almost done. I got a few more minutes left. So brace yourself. But I used the rattle because it calms the spirit. It helps us to listen. It helps us to grasp a hold of what is being said. So, there are things my in-law wants to do which is very heavy. Very heavy. Yadasiyataha. A'akw Kwáan, Robert. A'akw Kwáan. Ituwut latin. Ituwut latin. Guk.
Thank you. I prepared a speech, but I don't know that I could do it by memory, so I will look at my phone. I want to thank you all for waiting. I know a lot of people couldn't wait, but I'm so happy that you're here waiting. And I'm here to present a mask that I carved to Nainoa for the love of the Hawaiian people. My name is Nahu Robert Caesar. I come from the Dipper House, my mother's people, the Shinedi of the A'akw Kwáan. I am here tonight with my father's people of the Raven House, Tukahari Jilkut Kwáan. I have asked my Uncle Paul Marks to name this mask and to bless it for its journey. In love and appreciation from my family, this shaman's mask has been gifted to Nainoa to honor the people of Hawaii. This totem bears the spirit of our ancestors. It represents our connection as totemic people and our connection to the spiritual world. It is a gift of love in honor of my son, Joktedu Alexander Caesar, who is preparing for his journey to our ancestors. In January, my family traveled to Oahu for Alex's final trip in order to comfort him. While we sought rest and reprieve on your lands, I carved I carved it, and I carried it wherever I went. And I put my heart into it, and I shed my tears on it. It was filled with the comfort brought to me by the spirit of Hawaii and its people. It is my hope that this spirit of this totem will protect and give comfort to your people and those afflicted by diseases that take our loved ones too soon. I'd like to invite Nainoa up and stand with us while my Uncle Paul blesses it.
This is a very powerful thing here. A'akw Kwáan. Jad Sahib Akade Kwatiha. Ma. Jep Tindo. We would like to sing the song A'akw. Lest our ancestors' land lay desolate, you will always hear our voice upon the land. Now you are taking one of our ancestors to travel the world. Our people were never afraid to go beyond the shores of their home. They wanted to explore, to know what else was out there that they could learn from. We were a learning people. I share with different people the kind of things we knew and how we could do things. And this was a doctoral man that I was speaking to. And he says, you guys, they dummied you down. That's right. They took a lot of our ancestral knowledge away from us, where our children suffer now. My dad never went to school to how to build a boat. My dad never went to school to be a mechanic, but yet he could take care of them, and he built their own house. And so, Jacqueline will be traveling around the world. Suk, Tenkashe. Yo, hey, yo, hey, yo. Thank you. My brother's Tlingit name is A'akw. So, with witnesses here on the Eagle side, maybe some out here, I'm going to take his name. This is my uncle's name, so I can take it, because I don't want it to be forgotten. A'akw, my son, Elijah, beaded this. The belt in the back here, is that the part? It's from his grandma, my mother. And it's A'akw, the black raven. And it wasn't that these were birds, naming a bird. Just like in the Bible, God has called different names and different things that He's done. Same with the raven. Different things he was in charge of. And one of them was the ocean, the water, A'akw. And A'akw and A'akw and A'akw are all the same. But he was first Ashagenya. But we weren't to say it like I said it. Ashagenya. So they ask, when can we say Ashagenya? Loud. He says, when you're out in the ocean and you're having problems and there's a storm, then the leader cries out, Ashagenya! Hayididashe Yitin Masahayane! Our Creator, you can see we're in trouble. Help us, help us. That's when they said the hand of the Creator would come under the canoe and hold them up. So this, when your crew is sailing, they run into trouble. You call it Ashagenya with Hawaiian in reference to God and God. So we give this to you as a blessing and as a protection to help you remember that our prayers are always with you. I want to give you a name. Which is one of my brother's names, which passed, died in a car accident, I believe around 1966 or 67. I was very close to my brother. I don't talk about him very much, but what he left me, the power to be a person, and how to learn and how to protect, because you're protecting me. So I look for, sometimes I see, I could sense your trueness. I said, that's my brother. Then when you said, I heard for it, I said, I love you. Good cheese. Wasai tundatanik siti ha'in ha. Thank you for your thoughts and how they are with us. So the name is Yeshkuneye. I thought about what does that mean? How could I know? Who was talking about the DNA? I think that was President Joshua. It's memory. We know without really knowing because it's in our DNA. We call that reincarnation because the root was there all the time. So, Yeshkunei, because it's raven still, means the works he's done. You received and you listened to Hashigenya, the raven, in your endeavors and what you're doing now. That comes from Yeshkunei. You are doing that works that he put inside of us to do. We're all one family. To make it proper and right, when I say,
my dad will say the name, and then we'll repeat after him.
you'll say it with them. They'll put money on there because that makes it legal. You come to judge, you know. But this is how we we're not really paying for the name, but we're honoring. And it's not a big thing. It is a big thing, but it's just our way of life, how we do things. Okay, you gay one there?
No.
Good. Let your mother give you. No, you gotta. That goes to you for helping. Excuse me. She's my friend, so it's okay. Go over there and put the money on his head. See, men can tell lead women too. Yeah, right.
We'll talk later.
I'm not going home. Yes, kunei
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 Okay, you know what? This vest I'm wearing is also Yay. Came. It was my uncle's because his name was A'akw That name is a shaman name. But I wear it, so when I wear it, my uncle's talking to you, not me. And he always led me, and he always encouraged me to go forward. Get up there, Paul. It's your turn. Come on, get up. So he's the one speaking to you. This was his also. And that was his good brother. He is plain. So you've got his Kane, his plain, you've got Jacqueline de Jacqueline de also Kwakari. They're also Kwakari, so your family.
1990, I mean, the reason I say to Paul that I love him was because we were in the forest, Shellicott. And I didn't want to cut those trees down. I was in the spirit, in the domain, and the power of your ancestors. Who am I to cut some tree down someone else's forest? But to carry the promise that you will take these trees and give them life in a voyaging canoe. That's Kuleana. But what it made it so special that there were two men in the forest that would bless those trees in the mana, in the domain of our ancestors. One was Keli Itawa, that we lost in February this year. And there are very few people that I remember that were there that are still with us. Wright Bowman Jr., Wright Bowman Sr., Tom, father, my father, Byron, Judson, Ernie, they were all there. And that is why we have the privilege and the duty just to do one thing, remember. But Paul was there. And there was a beautiful harmony between two languages in islands 3,000 miles apart. Islands of your land and the islands of ours. Keli Tawa and Paul Marx had this beautiful song of harmony that I remember for me being so confused and so conflicted about what's right from wrong, and hearing that in the forest, for the moment and forever, has always calmed me down. So we get to bring Keli Tawa into this room and allow him, who fought for the rights of Native Hawaiian people through his culture and through his song, his whole lifetime. And we lose him in February. But that's why I told Paul that I love you. Because I do. To be your uncle. Wow. Isn't your brother older than you? Then you must be my younger son. I'm my younger brother.
Yeah. You are now. Again, not really.
I don't know the words to express so I won't. To carry Alexander in a canoe. Everybody here, the crew, the captains, navigators, are all witness to the privilege and the honor to take one of your courageous children, bring him on the canoe. When we look at the Mass, we see him and we see you. To remind us of the true word of what the definition of courage is. Of a child so young, but have to be challenged so hard. So we take the mask. We will protect it as one of ours. And always, always, always remind ourselves of how much we have to care for our children. Every one of them. It's the only path to peace. It's the only path to peace. So can I ask the crew and anyone from Hawaii that wants to join to say a prayer? Bless the Mass, to honor and thank Alexander. To come forward, please. Randy, I'm thinking Moananuiākea. And we promise you, we have a special crew member on board that will remind us of what it is to be courageous and to be strong. And I'll ask them to sing a prayer to you and to our example. You, Paul, thank you for the privilege. Thank you for the privilege.
Sheesh, Chadecha, no. One last thing before we step off stage here, because the thing that happened, such a heavy thing, this isn't only going to be for Robert, but for the crew and all our Hawaiian visitors. That this song it's a spirit song that would comfort Robert in this time and to go with our Hawaiian relatives, that it would carry you and protect you on your journey. Ask my mother to stand by me. Earlier we had a mask that came out, but the caretaker had to go home, so he took the mask with him. But the mask was gone from us for a while, but then it made its way back home. And as we know, trees do many things for our people. The forest does many things for our people. And as my father always stated, the trees are the lungs of the earth. And I grew up hearing my father tell stories about when Nainoa and them came asking for the trees. And when the first voyage came, my father was there to welcome me ashore with all the elders that were alive at the time. Hearing stories of my parents talking about how much fun they used to have and how much culture and language was going on. But at the time, they didn't quite know what they were doing. They were building deeper roots for us, their children, their grandchildren, to continue this connection across these vast waters. So the song will be for you folks to continue your journey and to keep you safe. A'akw Kwáan Robert, A'akw Kwáan Yohan, Akunke, Hawaiians, A'akw Kwáan. Yeah.
Just when I thought my heart couldn't get any bigger, it got bigger. That was beautiful. Very touching to bear witness to the giving of a name and the mask. Just imagine our children will never know a time without ceremony. How incredible is that? Our final speaker tonight is Sakuni Fran Houston, the tribal representative of A'akw Kwáan.
Gonna sheesh. I made it. It's late for me, but I made it. I normally go to bed at 9. But there's a reason why I stuck it out, because it's something that I wanted to do. I want to give a gift. It was something that I made. And it's a pin. Looks like a blanket. It's made out of yarn, felt. This is a Alaska flag. So when I wanted to make something like this, I was thinking about how to do it, and I made it work. I handed these out last year for celebration, after celebration was being closed down because of COVID. But I had some left over, and I wanted to present it to our wonderful, wonderful brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews and grandkids. I wanted to hand this out. The story behind this, I did have a story, but I'm adding to it. So not only you got the white heart. You have the Alaska flag, the state flag, has a Big Dipper on there. The house, tribal house I come from is Yaktahit, which means the Big Dipper house. So it has meaning to it. And I know that you have a goal, it's been a dream, and you're going to do it. But I want you to remember this when you look at it, or when you're out in the waters, look up. And if you happen to see the Big Dipper, think of the Yaktahitans. Yaktahitans, which is the Dipper House, Big Dipper House of people, excuse me. But anyway, I'm going to be dancing with the group here to close. So if you just hang in there while we're done, I'd like to hand these out. I want to wish all of you a wonderful, wonderful journey. You're going to, I can't imagine 4 years, but you know, it's something you've been dreaming about for many years. Because I do remember when you came here years ago, I was talking about this. So I just want to wish everyone that's taking this journey. I also, I wanted to thank the people that were in the kitchen, but they're gone now. I wanted to thank them for a wonderful dinner. And I know there was a lot more of you here, but you know, I only have 60 of these. So I don't want to leave anybody out. There's a few of the pins. These pins were donated to me to make more because I ran out of the Alaska flag, and it shows a hand like this. And that came. That pin came from SEARCH, which is Southeast Alaska Health Consortium. That's what that represents. So that has meaning also. And again, I'm going to miss you guys. You know what? I'm going to miss all of you. I loved all the hugs. I loved having new nieces. I have boys, 4 boys, but now I got lots of nieces. And I'm adding young men as nephews. And I have a few granddaughters out here and grandsons. So my family grew. I love it. I love it. Gunachish, gunachish. Love to all of you. Love to all of you. One last thing I'm going to say. Tomorrow morning I'm going to wake up and I don't have to rush and slurp down my coffee so fast. I can sit back and I can relax. But you know what? It's going to feel weird because of the fact that the only thing that's going to be talking to me is my TV. And my TV can't give me hugs. And I loved all the hugs that I've had within the last four days. Wonderful. I enjoyed every moment of it. It was uplifting. Thank you so much for the gifts. And I am forever, ever happy that that gift song was sung again tonight. Right here. And it's right here. I'll never forget it. So you take care and lots of love to you. Kunakshish. Mahalo.
First of all, I want to congratulate all of you for winning the Cultural Olympics. You passed the test. Third meal will be out in about 10 minutes. Nope. We're at the finale point. Up next, I'd like to call and introduce the A'akw dance group, and this will be the closing of the ceremony today. So, acknowledgments. May you guys have a safe journey back home.
Amahupalsam. We are A'akw. We are a multicultural dance group based here in Juneau, Alaska. We come from many tribes, many lands, many lineages. I just want to say before we do our songs, whatever tribe you come from, whatever your lineage is from, we are all Git Lach Shulda. We are one people, Git Lach Shulda. We're all people of the ocean. The first song we'd like to do, I was going to do a half-hour speech and then our full 45-minute set, but Nancy, our leader, said no. The first song I'd like to do, that we would like to do for you, we're going to invite our newest members. A'akw comes from all tribes, so can I get my friends who agreed to come join A'akw? Come on up. Newest members of A'akw. The song that we're going to do for you, it's the peace song, Limim Lugeksh. The lyrics translate to, it'll be good for us to be of one heart. Well, it's good. You are all our brothers and sisters. It is good. It'll be good for us to be of one heart. It is what? Well, it is good. Why? All right, just one more song. This is a fun one. If you've been around, I'm sure you've heard it. This is called the Tsimshian Entrance. We're going to be calling out the 4 main clans of the Tsimshian, but pay attention towards the end because we might be calling some other folks too. And this is your chance to get up and show us your moves. Wherever you're from, however you move, we want to see it. Why?
Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya ho. Hey ya ho, hey ya ho. Ah hey ya, hey ya ho, hey ya ho. Ah hey ya, ah hey yo. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya ho. Hey ya ho, hey ya ho.
You can all go home now.
Have a safe voyage. Thank you. And Doixit Newsome, Hawa Golashchish. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. Aloha.